When I learned the female CEO wanted to drain my sister's blood to save her pretty boy fiancé, I rushed to the hospital immediately. I kicked the main door down. I saw that my sister had lost too much blood. She was on the verge of fainting. I couldn't help but get angry. The doctors all looked towards the door in unison. A young man in black was standing there. His whole body exuded an aura more terrifying than even Liu Dao's. The department head was just about to open his mouth to kick him out when I sent him flying with a kick. The nurse drawing blood widened her eyes. She instinctively tightened her grip on the syringe. The next second, her wrist snapped with a crack. Her blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the blood donation room. I quickly pulled out the needle and connected a bag of fresh blood to my sister's vein. My sister weakly opened her eyes and called out, "Brother." My hand paused for a moment. I gently stroked her small head. My 3 trusted subordinates at the door were dumbfounded. They had never seen the boss show such an expression. Suddenly, more than a dozen bodyguards surrounded the blood donation room. Liu Dao walked in with a dark expression. Seeing the blood flowing back in, her face immediately turned ashen. "It seems I've been too merciful lately." She coldly ordered the head of the bodyguards to deal with them. The bodyguards had just made their move. When they were immediately subdued by my 3 subordinates, Liu Dao narrowed her eyes. "Arrogant. An annual salary of 10 million. Work for me." The 3 of them sneered. Disha was toying with a small knife. "As if you're worthy." Liu Dao suddenly attacked. She was cut by Disha's knife. Disha mocked. "Is this all the skill you have? And you want to fight me?" Liu Dao gritted her teeth. "Who are you people?" Disha tied her hands. "You're not even worthy of knowing how the boss will deal with you." I chuckled. "Doesn't she want to save her fiancé? Go find him first." Half a minute later, Yan Feng was thrown in like trash. I sized him up. "This is your fiancé." I thought he'd be some big shot. What a disappointment. Liu Dao's eyes were sinister. "You're courting death." I laughed coldly. I am exactly the type who likes to test limits. I signaled for Disha to make her kneel. Liu Dao was forced to her knees. I threw her an empty blood bag. "Don't you want to save someone? Use your blood." Disha skillfully drew her blood. Yan Feng tried to stop him. He was sent flying with a slap. Liu Dao watched her own blood continuously being drained. I instructed Disha. "Doesn't her fiancé urgently need blood? Saving a life is an urgent matter. Give her blood to her fiancé for a transfusion." Disha headed towards Yan Feng. Liu Dao was in a complete panic. She yelled, "You dare." Disha grinned. "In this world, apart from the boss orders, there's nothing I don't dare to do." Yan Feng backed away in terror. "No. Our blood types don't match. It will kill him." Disha grabbed his arm tightly, making it impossible for him to move, and started the blood transfusion. Liu Dao's face flushed. "Let him go. If anything happens to him, you will all die." I smiled faintly. "Since you've already said so, it seems I can't let you leave here alive today." Liu Dao's heart clenched. "If I die, you can't bear the consequences. Is that so?" I smiled more meaningfully. "I'd like to see. Who is it that I can't kill?" I threw the largest blood bag onto the floor. "Keep drawing until she's dry." As the needle pierced his skin, Yan Feng broke down, yelling, "Save me. I don't want to die yet." At this moment, a woman with a powerful presence appeared at the door, leading more than a dozen bodyguards. "Auntie." Liu Dao cried out joyfully. Yan Feng, as if grabbing a lifeline. "Auntie, save me. They're transfusing Liu Dao's blood into me." Liu Ziyan coldly scanned the room. She ordered me. "Let them go." I asked unhurriedly, "What if I say no?" Liu Ziyan's expression changed abruptly. She strode forward. Just as she was 3 meters away from me, a silver needle suddenly flew out, piercing her chest accurately. I said flatly, "I only want to take these 2 people's lives. Get lost now, and I can let it slide. But if you scare my sister, the entire Liu family will be finished." A murderous intent flashed in Liu Ziyan's eyes. "In Yunsheng, to dare to oppose the Liu family, you are the first." I curled my lips into a cold smile. Then I'd like to see the consequences. Yan Feng had already received half the transfusion. Blood, moaning in agony. "Auntie, save me." Liu Ziyan considered for a moment. Finally, she lowered her stance. "Let them go. You can name any condition." I shook my head and chuckled softly. "It's too late." Liu Ziyan angrily shouted, "You refuse a toast. Then you'll have to drink a forfeit." With a flick of my wrist, 2 silver needles made her fall straight to her knees. Then, dozens of silver needles flew out at the same time. All the bodyguards collapsed to the ground. Seeing the aunt and niece of the Liu family go limp, Yan Feng suddenly screamed, "It's all Liu Dao's fault. I already advised her against it." Liu Dao widened her eyes in disbelief. I looked at him with interest. "Did you hear that? Do you still think I was wrong to call him a traitor?" Yan Feng nodded frantically. Yes, I am a traitor. I beg you, spare me." He thought I would spare him. I let out another cold laugh. Then I have even more reason not to spare you. Why? Anya Feng's face turned pale. He was still in his death throes. Murder is against the law. If he dies, you'll have to pay with your life. My gaze was ice cold. The law? When you were drawing my sister's blood, did you think about the law? Suddenly, a stern female voice came from the door. What a bold tone. I saw a female inspector in her 40 seconds, charging in with her subordinates. Seeing the bodies of bodyguards everywhere, her expression changed. Yi Yan Feng, as if grabbing a lifeline, yelled, Chief Zhang, he wants to kill me. Quick. Shoot him. Chief Zhang aimed her gun at my head. Liu Ziyan immediately ordered, kill him, I will bear the consequences. I smiled calmly. Zhang Lin. 5 years ago when I left Yun Cheng, you were just a prison guard. You've been promoted now. Chief Zhang trembled all over. She couldn't even hold her gun steady. Sir, you're out. She turned her head and said to Liu Ziyan in a low voice, head of the Liu family, I can't handle this matter. You should still try to reconcile. Liu Ziyan looked at me, shocked. Finally, she lowered her voice. Let Si Dao and Yan Feng go. The Liu family is willing to pay any price. I said coldly, destroying the Liu family is just a matter of one sentence. They must die today. Liu Ziyan gritted her teeth and threatened. Si Dao's mother is a 1-star commander of the military department. You dare touch her daughter. I thought for a moment, considering her mother's contribution to protecting the country, I can spare Liu Si Dao's life. Liu Ziyan just breathed a sigh of relief when she heard me continue. But the living cannot escape punishment. Break her legs. Crack. Crack. 2 crisp sounds. Liu Si Dao's legs broke on command. She let out a blood-curdling scream. I watched as Yi Yan Feng stopped breathing. I turned and left. Within 3 days, the Liu family must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will pay them a visit myself. After Liu Si Dao was dragged away, Chief Zhang hesitated before helping Liu Ziyan up. Liu Ziyan said coldly, well, meet tomorrow at the peak of Qingyun Mountain. I will give you an explanation. And a big gift. I raised an eyebrow. All right, but let me be frank. If the gift disappoints me, even if the Liu family has a great leader, I will still make you pay the price. Liu Ziyan looked at me as if I were a dead man. The doctors and nurses trembled in fear. Disha asked me how to handle them. Kill them. Disha advised, boss. Killing people in Go is too messy. I picked up my sister and said gently, then break their arms and legs and throw them out. Amidst the screams, I went to the next room, gently placing my sister on the bed. A staff member quickly approached and said, boss, that treasure has been found. Where? At the Li family's house. I smiled. What a coincidence. Even without this treasure, I would have had to make a trip to the Li family's house anyway. If it weren't for that old man Li forcing the previous owner to marry that old woman from the Lin family, I wouldn't have been reborn in this body. I walked out of the hospital room and said, let's go to the Li family's house. The Li family's main hall. The family head ran over excitedly. Father, Commander Jiang is coming to celebrate your birthday. The old man dropped his prayer beads. Prepare the highest standard banquet. Bring out the ivory chair. Call everyone here. Whoever can win over Commander Jiang, I will give them 1/10 of the family fortune. The head of the Li family nodded repeatedly. The old man trembled with excitement. Heaven blesses the Li family. Not long after, the head of the Li family rushed back to report. Father, everything is arranged. But the eldest sister-in-law isn't home. The old man slammed his hand down. Didn't I tell her not to go out? The head of the Li family reported. I heard her son is getting out of prison today. She went to wait at the prison gate before dawn. The old man's eyes flashed fiercely. Bring her back. Send someone to watch the prison gate. If you see that bastard child, bring him straight here. I will deal with him personally. Half an hour later, the entire Li family was lined up. Outside the main gate, Li Xiang quietly asked his mother, Tang Qi, is Commander Jiang really coming? Could it be fake? When her trusted subordinate came to inform us, I was there. Tang Qi lowered her voice. Son, you must perform well, if you can get close to her. Commander Jiang. Li Xiang suddenly interrupted her. How old is she? Don't tell me she's ugly. 28 years old. A total beauty. Tang Qi rolled her eyes. As they were talking, a military SUV drove up. When the car door opened, the smiles on everyone's faces froze. The old man was the first to recognize me. You beast. Why is it you? I scanned the crowd. Finally, my gaze fell on the old man. I am back. Am I not welcome? Tang Qi immediately jumped out. You murderer, if you hadn't killed Mrs. Jiang, the Li family would have long been a first-class family. Li Xiang echoed her shouts. Grandfather told you to serve her. Mrs. Jiang took a liking to you. A bastard child like you should have killed yourself in prison, he said, then took out a few bills and threw them at my feet. Kneel and pick up the money. Then get lost. As soon as he finished speaking, slap, Li Xiang was sent flying 3 meters by the slap. The whole scene fell deathly silent. Tang Qi screamed and hugged her son. The old man was trembling with anger. Someone come and beat this beast to death for me. The bodyguards didn't move an inch. Don't you understand human language? The Li family doesn't pay you to be useless. The bodyguards remained completely still. Old Master Li yelled, "Are you all deaf?" Before he could finish, a young voice rang out. "Stop yelling. These are bodyguards from the military department." Jiang Ziqi slowly stepped out of the car. Old Master Li was instantly like a duck being strangled. His face turned purple. He didn't understand. Why was Jiang Ziqi in the same car as me? But he soon suppressed his shock. His old face plastered on a smile. "Jiang. Commander Jiang, I am Gu Chen's biological grandfather. What I said just now was all for his own good." I let out a cold laugh. "If it's for my own good, then I don't mind repaying you." I walked towards the old man step by step. With every step, the color drained from his face. The first slap landed. 3 of his teeth flew out. "This slap is for your greed." The second slap followed immediately. "This slap is for being old and disrespectful." After 9 consecutive slaps, the old man's mouth was full of blood. He sat on the ground. He mumbled curses. "You beast! I am your grandfather." Suddenly, a trembling voice called out, "A Chen." I turned my head. A frail woman was crying. "Mother!" I called out softly. Mother approached, trembling. But when she saw the old man's vicious gaze, she suddenly grabbed my hand. "Hurry. Let's go. Mother will take you away from here." The old man laughed sinisterly. "Break his legs. Otherwise, you mother and son get out of the Li family." Mother's face turned pale. She was about to kneel and beg. But I stopped her. "Mother, you don't need to beg him." When the old man heard me say that, his confidence faltered. But then he remembered how weak I used to be. Just out of prison today and already coming to the Li family to beg. He regained his confidence. He looked at my mother and ordered, "Your son. You discipline him yourself. I order you to break his legs. Otherwise, both you and he will be kicked out of the Li family." Hearing this, my mother gasped. I was just released from prison. She still hoped I could go to the academy to study. I have a criminal record and can't find a job. She also has to take care of my younger sister and can't work either. If we were kicked out of the Li family, the 3 of us, mother and children, would probably starve to death. Moreover, with the old man's cruelty, he wouldn't let them survive. Thinking of this, mother hurriedly let go of me and pleaded with the old man, "Father, it's all my fault. You can punish me however you want. A Chen's life is just beginning. Father, please spare a Chen." Mother was about to kneel before the old man. However, before her knees touched the ground, I held her up. I coldly scanned the crowd. This Li family, we should have left long ago. As for breaking my legs, at this point, I curled my lips. I raised my hand and snapped. My fingers, crack, crack, 2 crisp sounds. Old Master Li's knees broke on command. Old Master Li let out a pig-like squeal. "You beast! What did you do to me?" I looked at him coldly. "Didn't you want a leg broken?" "Whose leg is broken doesn't matter." Stepmother Tangqi was the first to react. She pointed at my nose and cursed. "Gu Chen, he is your biological grandfather." "How could you?" Li Shang, covering his face, chimed in. "Cousin." Grandfather spoke a little harshly, but it was all for your own good. The Li family immediately burst into criticism. Old Master Li suddenly looked towards the corner where Jiang Ziqi stood. He cried out, "Commander Jiang, you saw it. This unfilial son wants to kill his own grandfather." Jiang Ziqi, who was trying to stay inconspicuous, heard this and her face stiffened. Even if he wasn't his biological grandfather, breaking someone's legs is a jailable offense. The more Old Master Li spoke, the more excited he became. Sentence him to life in prison, or even the death penalty. Jiang Ziqi's heart pounded as she listened. I turned my head and smiled faintly. "Jiang Ziqi, you heard all that," Old Master Li roared, leaning on his cane. "Bastard, how dare you address Commander Jiang by her name? Arrest him quickly." Jiang Ziqi took a deep breath. Suddenly, she shouted, "Men!" The Li family members showed expressions of joy. Mother quickly shielded me. "I beg you." "Mother, leave it to me." I helped her into the car. As I closed the door, I heard my stepmother's fawning voice. "Commander Jiang, don't be angry. Please, come in." Bang! Jiang Ziqi kicked the stepmother down. The soldiers immediately subdued all the Li family members. Jiang Ziqi suddenly saluted me. "Commander Gu, please give your orders." The entire scene fell deathly silent. Old Master Li stared wide-eyed and called her. "What?" I walked up to him. "Who was it that wanted to sentence me to death just now?" The old man was like a madman. "Impossible. I am your grandfather. I order you to release them immediately." I backhanded him to the ground. "Order me? Are you worthy?" Looking at the old man collapse on the ground, I laughed coldly. "Now you're scared. Back when you sent me to prison, did you ever think of this day?" Old Master Li glanced disdainfully at me, then turned to fawn over Jiang Ziqi. "Commander Jiang, he's just a bastard child. He's not worthy of you. The Li family has many fine young men. Li Xiang immediately interjected. Commander Jiang, I fell in love with you at first sight. I wonder if you could give me a chance. Jiang Ziqi was dumbfounded. The bodyguards also looked at each other. This family's train of thought is truly bizarre. I interrupted with a cold laugh. Give it up. Commander Jiang wouldn't be interested in trash like you. I turned my head and ordered the bodyguards, take them all to Yuncheng prison. Charge them with the crime of insulting a high-ranking officer of the military department. Old Master Li panicked. Commander Jiang, we wouldn't dare insult you. This bastard child isn't qualified to represent the military department. Seeing Jiang Ziqi's indifference, the old man quickly changed his tune. We are willing to offer the Li family's heirloom as an apology. My eyes lit up. I raised my hand to signal a pause. To think it would be this effortless. The Li family members became agitated again. No, that is the hope of the Li family. We'd rather go to prison than hand it over. The old man yelled. Fool. Do you think prison is a place that will take my life? He turned to Jiang Ziqi. Please allow my son to fetch the treasure. Soon, the head of the Li family brought a white jade box. His face was full of regret. No one in the Li family can control this treasure. I hope Commander Jiang can unleash its value. Commander Jiang took the jade box and handed it directly to me. Inside lay a silent, crystal-textured red card. In the center was carved an ancient fire character pattern. Everyone present held their breath. This was the legendary star card. In all of Xie Guo, there were no more than 10 spirit envoys who possessed a star card. Each one was a national treasure. I tried to suppress my excitement as I took the star card, but the moment I touched it, I frowned. A lock symbol in the bottom right corner made this star card temporarily unusable. It seems the path to collecting all 5 elemental star cards still has obstacles to overcome. I looked at the Li family members and asked, this star card has been sealed. Did the Li family ancestors mention how to unseal it? The head of the Li family frowned and asked, what seal? Hearing the words of the Li family head, I already knew the answer. My gaze swept over the other Li family members. In the end, though reluctantly, I had to believe it. The Li family had no idea this star card was sealed, let alone providing a way to unseal it. Old Master Li looked at me with dissatisfaction, but because he was wary of Jiang Ziqi, he didn't dare say anything more. He said carefully to Jiang Ziqi, Commander Jiang, consider this star card a gift of respect from the Li family. Can you spare us? Jiang Ziqi was still looking at me, not daring to answer. Then, under Old Master Li's anxious gaze, I spoke flatly. You should thank your Li family ancestors. If not for this thing, none of the Li family members would have escaped imprisonment. I directly instructed the members of the military department, Old Master Li, Tang Qi, and Li Xiang insulted a high-ranking commander of Xia Guo. Prosecute them according to Xia Guo's law. The rest of the Li family is under house arrest before I leave Yuncheng. Don't let them out to be an eyesore. Old Master Li and the Li family were stunned. According to Xia Guo's law, insulting a high-ranking commander of the military department is equivalent to insulting the country. It's a serious crime punishable by life imprisonment. As for the other Li family members under house arrest, the huge Li group would also face bankruptcy and closure. Old Master Li was furious. Slander. You beast. You are slandering us. Then he looked at Commander Jiang and pleaded, Commander Jiang, this old man, from beginning to end, never said a harsh word to you. Jiang Ziqi heard this and looked at Old Master Li with nothing but pity and sympathy. Old Master Li and the Li family saw her gaze. Their hearts leaped into their throats. The next moment, Jiang Ziqi looked flatly at the Li family and said, Old man, you probably don't know. The person you just kicked out of your family is the youngest high-ranking commander in Xia Guo. Jiang Ziqi's words were like a bomb, exploding in everyone's minds. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Their impression of me was still that of a pushover who got bullied by others and didn't dare to even fart. However, this useless person was sent to prison and came out as someone they could only look up to. They couldn't accept this reality. I glanced flatly at everyone and looked at Jiang Ziqi. Why are you talking to them? Jiang Ziqi's heart trembled. She immediately waved her hand at the soldiers. Quickly, take them away. The soldiers hurriedly responded. Old Master Li and the Li family watched as the soldiers quickly restrained them, finally accepting the truth that I was a high-ranking commander. Instantly, endless regret welled up in their hearts. A high-ranking commander before the age of 20. In the future, he would definitely stand at the pinnacle of Xia Guo, one of the great figures. Even now, I was just among the high-ranking commanders. The lowest level, a 1-star high-ranking commander, could have elevated the entire Li family by several levels. It's a pity they were blind. Not only did they fail to curry favor with me, to make the Li family soar, but they also offended me, completely sending the Li family into hell. This huge contrast made Old Master Li and the Li family feel an impulse to die. However, soon, Old Master Li's regretful expression was replaced by fear. He looked at me with a pleading expression. Chen, grandfather was wrong. Grandfather apologizes to you here. Think of all the years the Li family raised you. Spare grandfather. Spare the Li family, okay? I looked at him flatly, like watching a clown perform. Old Master Li saw the soldiers about to drag him away, but I had no intention of stopping them. His pleading instantly turned to scolding. You beast. I am your biological grandfather, sending me to prison. That's unfilial. You'll be struck by lightning. I remained unmoved. The old man was completely panicked. Then he suddenly thought of something. He yelled at me at the top of his lungs. That commander from the Lin family is now a 3-star high-ranking commander. Mrs. Jiang died because of you back then. He knows you're out. He will absolutely not spare you. If you let me go now, I'll go plead for you. Jiang Qi heard this and revealed a mocking expression. You should know, although Go Chen is young, his accomplishments on the battlefield are unmatched in all of Xiaoguo, although I, along with that high-ranking commander from the Lin family, are both 3-star. But if the two of them were to face off, the one who would suffer would definitely be the one from the Lin family. Most importantly, the higher-ups still want me to be promoted further. The meaning of taking one more step. Suddenly, Jiang Qi's special military phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Jiang Qi gasped instantly. She carefully answered the call. Hearing the voice from the other end of the line, she looked at me. Her respect and admiration deepened by several degrees. The great figure standing at the pinnacle of the military department, unexpectedly, for my sake, was already on his way from D City to the Yuncheng military department due to the instructions from the other end. Jiang Qi hung up. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and hurriedly bid me farewell, then rushed to the Yuncheng military department. I helped my mother into the car and went straight to the hospital where Guan was. But unbeknownst to me, at this time, Li Xiang, who was being taken to prison, managed to contact the Lin family. The Yuncheng military department airport, Great Commander Feng Shen slowly stepped off the private jet. This head of the 3 great commanders of the Xiaoguo military department exuded an aura of authority without being angry. Great Commander Jiang Qi greeted respectfully. Commander Gus' matter has been resolved. Feng Shen sighed softly. I've invited him twice to be the 4th great commander. This time, I was hoping the High Council could persuade him. I didn't expect this to happen. If I get rejected again this time, where will I put my old face? Jiang Qi silently clicked her tongue. A position so many people dream of. And the boss has rejected it 3 times. The difference is too great. Tomorrow, the Liu family has challenged him. Commander Gu, you will observe the battle with me. Jiang Qi suddenly remembered how old Master Li had threatened him with the 3-star commander from the Lin family. If he knew the great commander had invited him 3 times, had probably collapsed on the spot. Not to mention Liu Dao's mother, that 1-star commander, Liu Fanxing, is on her way now. The Liu family. She couldn't help but worry for me. The hospital parking lot. I had just gotten out of the car when I received a call from Di Qing. Boss, we've found a clue. In the history of Xiaoguo, there is only one unsealed star card. It's located in D City, but the specific location still needs to be confirmed. My eyes flashed. As soon as possible. Also, Dai King's tone became excited. We found the woman you were looking for. Right at the D City Academy in Xiaoguo. There are traces of her. My breath hitched. That exquisite face appeared before my eyes. The woman who hid her brilliance for my sake. Get ready. I am going to D City. One more thing. Di Qing continued to report. The Liu mother and daughter are gathering forces. They're preparing to ambush you at Qingyun Peak tomorrow. Liu Dao's mother, Liu Fanxing, as a 1-star commander, is on her way to the Liu family's house. It seems she doesn't know your identity. I replied flatly. If she knows her place, I can let it slide. If she insists on interfering, don't blame me for being disrespectful. While I was on the phone, I had already walked with my mother to the door of Go Wan's hospital room. Mother saw Gu Wan's pale face on the hospital bed. Her eyes immediately turned red. She quickly went to the bedside, wanting to touch her daughter's face, but afraid of waking the little girl. Mother's voice trembled as she asked me, Xiao Wan, what happened? I briefly explained what had happened. After Mother heard, she turned her head stiffly to look at me and said, in a hoarse voice, the old man really agreed to let Liu Dao drain Xiao Wan's blood. How could he be so cruel? I gently patted my mother's shoulder to comfort her. Xiao Wan is fine now. She'll recover after some rest. Mother nodded. Using the excuse of needing to go to the bathroom, she left the hospital room. She took out her phone, her eyes determined, and dialed a number that had been collecting dust for years. Noon the next day, 2 people arrived at the VIP hospital room. The man was named Lin Fei Fan. He was the grandson of the current head of the Lin family. He originally intended to go to the Li family's house to handle matters, but hearing that Gu Yu was coming to the hospital, he came along. The 2 of them walked into the hospital room. Mother Gu was preparing lunch for Gu Wan. Steamed buns, stir-fried vegetables, and 2 boiled eggs. Gu Wan hadn't eaten a full meal in a long time. You are. Mother Gu looked at the visitors suspiciously. Auntie, I am Gu Yu, the young girl said with a smile. Grandmother sent me to help. Mother was a bit flustered. Then she showed a relieved smile. It turned out she had contacted her family last night. Gu Yu was the one sent to help. Standing there, Lin Fei fan-sized up Mother Gu. He felt she looked vaguely familiar. When he saw the food on the table, he immediately frowned. Even beggars wouldn't eat this stuff. And you have the nerve to serve it to us. Gu Wan stared blankly at Lin Fei fan. She didn't understand why he would say that. To this little girl, this was already a rare delicacy. I spoke coldly. This food is for humans, not for dogs. Di Sha. Throw him out. Lin Fei fan suddenly swung his arm, sweeping all the bowls and chopsticks on the table to the ground. Gu Wan quickly jumped off the bed, wanting to pick up the food that hadn't spilled completely. Seeing Gu Wan reach out to pick it up, Lin Fei fan raised his foot to stomp on it. There were porcelain shards on the ground. If that foot came down, it would definitely injure Gu Wan's hand. Just as I was about to act, slap. A crisp sound. Gu Yu slapped Lin Fei fan hard. Apologize to my aunt. Gu, you said in a cold voice. Otherwise, get lost. Lin Fei fan looked at her in disbelief. Gu Yu, don't think you can act recklessly just because I like you. I'll say it one last time. Guh, you enunciated each word. Apologize. To my aunt. Lin Fei fan's face was full of anger. He glared viciously at Gu Yu. Gu Yu, Lin Fei fan, will make you regret what you said today. After saying that, Lin Fei fan turned to leave. Just as he turned, Daisha blocked his path. His expression was extremely ugly. Lin Fei fan suddenly lashed out, wanting to send Daisha flying with a slap. Get lost. However, he hadn't even touched Daisha. A force he could hardly resist suddenly struck. Lin Fei fan was sent flying directly. Whether it was a coincidence or not, his body landed right on those broken shards. His body was instantly cut open in several places. Fresh blood flowed from the wounds. It soon stained his casual clothes red. Lin Fei fan seemed to feel no pain. He looked at Daisha in disbelief. A warrior. He never would have thought. In this tiny Yuncheng, another ultimate warrior has appeared. Daisha just looked at him coldly. Not opening his mouth, he was waiting for my command. Killing someone here will be very troublesome later. But, as long as I order it, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. I didn't say anything to Daisha. I just looked at Lin Fei fan indifferently. Lin Fei fan was in an extremely wretched state. My tone was cold. Eat everything on the floor. Anger surged in Lin Fei fan. You think you're protected by a warrior and can act lawlessly? Let me tell you, for my Lin family from D City to kill you guys is easier than crushing an ant. Before Lin Fei fan could continue, I looked at Daisha. Help him eat. Daisha said yes and immediately walked over to Lin Fei fan. He bent down. He grabbed Lin Fei fan by the hair. With his other hand, he grabbed the vegetables on the floor. He forcibly stuffed them into Lin Fei fan's mouth. Lin Fei fan struggled desperately, wanting to spit out the vegetables in his mouth. However, under Daisha's control, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Daisha's grip. Let me go. Gradually, he stopped struggling. He looked at me with hatred. Soon, all the food on the floor was almost entirely stuffed into Lin Fei fan's stomach. I pulled Gu Wan over. I caressed the little girl's small hand that had almost been injured. I looked at Lin Fei fan indifferently. Break the hand that broke the bowl yourself. Lin Fei fan's pupils constricted. He never would have thought that a country bumpkin from a small city not only had an ultimate warrior, but was also so ruthless. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. What do you want? I can give you anything. I am begging you, spare me. I remained cold. If you let someone else help you, it won't be just one hand that's broken. Lin Fei fan was completely terrified. 100 million. I'll give it to you. Spare me for 100 million. I started counting down. 3, 2. Before I could count to 1, Lin Fei fan's eyes widened. He screamed, "You bastard! Don't push it!" The moment he finished speaking, the sound of 2 bones breaking rang out almost simultaneously. Lin Fei fan couldn't help but scream in agony. I just gave him an indifferent glance. You should be glad this isn't the outer domain battlefield. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just broken your 2 arms. Then I turned my head and instructed Daisha, take him away. Don't scare my mother and sister. Daisha quickly replied. A few seconds later, Lin Fei fan disappeared from the hospital room. I contacted Di Qing. I called the person in charge of the hotel. They brought food. Gu Wan had the most delicious meal. After eating, I took out a golden bank card. Mom, take this. If you need anything, just go to the bank and withdraw. Mother Gu quickly refused. Keep it. I don't need it, I continued. Wan Wan is still growing. If you won't think for yourself, you must also think for Wan Wan. Don't worry. There's not much money in it. When Mother Gu heard me mention Gu Wan, she hesitated for a moment. In the end, she still took the card. In the blink of an eye, it was 4:30 p.m. I instructed someone to protect Mother Gu and Gu Wan well. Then I took Daisha and Gu Yu to Qingyun Peak for my appointment with Liu Zian. Gu Yu roughly understood the situation. Thinking about how Liu Sidao almost drained Gu Wan's blood, she wanted to personally end that beast. But Gu, you didn't expect that when we arrived at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, we would see Lin Feifen again. His two hands were wrapped up like pigs' trotters. Gu Yu frowned. What are you doing here? Hearing this, Lin Feifen suddenly laughed. It was just that his laugh was a bit strange. Why am I here? I came here. To Yuncheng, precisely for this bastard. Gu, you, was slightly stunned. What did you say? Lin Feifen sneered. You still don't know, do you? This bastard is the one who murdered my grandmother. For my grandmother to have taken a liking to him back then was an honor for his entire family, but he despised my grandmother for being old. He killed her on the night my grandmother was preparing to consummate with him. At first, I just wanted to send this bastard back to prison, to let him live a life worse than death in prison. But since he's unrepentant, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Gu Yu heard what Lin Feifen said, her heart instantly leaped into her throat. If Mrs. Lin died because of me, the 3-star commander of the Lin family would definitely not spare me. What should I do? How can she help me? I looked at Lin Feifen. A murderous glint flashed in my eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Before Gu Yu could continue thinking, a group of people suddenly appeared not far away. As those people approached from a distance, a powerful aura washed over us. Sensing the presence of the first 3 people, Gu Yu's eyes widened. 3 ultimate warriors. No, not just 3 ultimate warriors. There are also 10 junior warriors, and nearly 200 regular experts. At this point, Gu Yu gasped. Then she turned to look at me. The Liu family is just a small clan. Hiring 1 ultimate warrior is already their limit. How could there be 3 ultimate warriors? Disha glanced at her with disgust. It's just 3. What's there to be scared of? Those people were getting closer and closer. Gu Yu spoke worriedly. We're no match for them. Go. Hurry up and go. Disha saw Gu Yu's worry and was clearly a bit helpless. Go where? If we're really no match for them, do you think you can just run away? Hearing what Disha said, Gu Yu's expression stiffened. The next moment, she dropped her hands helplessly. That's right. With so many experts against us, even if we run, we can't get away. Lin Feifen heard Disha's words of resignation. He couldn't help but sneer. At least you know your place. He looked at me with hatred. Because time was too short, the clan couldn't temporarily deploy experts to help him get revenge. But he found out what the Liu family prepared for today's appointed battle. How they prepared. He came this time, just to see this commoner act like a dog, kneeling at Liu Xian's feet, begging her for forgiveness. At that time, he will reveal his identity to Liu Xian. He might use the marriage proposal as a condition, to have Liu Xian hand this commoner over to him for disposal. The Liu family members stopped 10 meters away from us. I remained calm and composed. Liu Xian's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I glanced over Liu Sidao in her wheelchair and the Liu family members. My gaze finally rested on Liu Xian. Just to deliver an apology gift? Was it necessary to bring so many people? Liu Xian heard me. A mocking expression appeared on her face. Apology gift? Hee. I did indeed come to deliver an apology gift. But before delivering it, I want to see if you're qualified to receive it. I sighed. I gave you a day to prepare the apology gift, but you used it to prepare to deal with me. The Liu family head doesn't keep her word. You'll have to pay the price. Liu Xian's eyes suddenly turned ice cold. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. Either break your own legs now and apologize to Sidao, or die. Hearing this, I smirked. I spoke unhurriedly. If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I can spare you this time. Otherwise, it'll show you what regret is. The moment I finished speaking, everyone gasped. They had seen people who weren't afraid of death, but never someone so arrogant when about to die. Liu Xian spoke coldly. It seems there's no need to talk further. In that case, just then, a phone rang. Liu Xian took out her phone. She frowned. If it's not something earth-shattering, no one would dare call this number. She hesitated for a moment. She still answered the call, hearing the voice from the other end. Liu Xian's mind felt like it exploded. Her whole body froze. Her hands suddenly went limp, and the phone fell to the ground. Everyone present heard it clearly. The people behind Liu Xian were all stunned. Looking at the phone on the ground, they couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of call could make Liu Xian lose her composure like that? Liu Sidao sat in her wheelchair, looking at Liu Xian's stiff body. A bad feeling arose in her heart. Auntie, what's wrong? Liu Xian didn't answer. She slowly turned her head to look at me. Her gaze was murderous. You did this. I smiled faintly at her. I told you I'd show you what regret is. Liu Xian clenched her fists. A creaking sound came from between her fingers. Liu Sidao's heart panicked even more. Auntie, what on earth happened? Liu Xian took a deep breath. Her voice was hoarse. The corporation is gone. Liu Sidao's pupils constricted. She instinctively took out her phone. She saw an incoming call. She took a deep breath. Her trembling finger answered the call. The corporation is finished. Liu Sidao's heart clenched. She hurriedly asked, what on earth is going on? Before she came, the corporation was fine. In less than an hour, how could the corporation suddenly be finished? The other end said, The corporation's database was attacked. All the documents have been completely leaked. As you know, many things in there can't see the light of day. The relevant departments have already begun to intervene. Our corporation can't withstand an investigation. Hearing this, Liu Sidao, her eyes widened involuntarily. It can't be leaked. How could those documents be leaked? Didn't the corporation hire top-tier programmers? Are those people getting paid for nothing? The other end sounded a bit helpless. They said, the one who attacked the corporation's database is a world-class hacker. Our firewall, in the opponent's eyes, is no different from wallpaper. Liu Sidao took a deep breath. She directly interrupted the other person. Is there any way to salvage this? The other side was silent for a few seconds, then spoke carefully. The corporation is bound to go bankrupt. Unless you beg the Liu family head to re-establish the corporation. In extreme fury, Liu Sidao threw her phone to the ground. Her years of hard work vanished in just a few short minutes. No matter how strong-willed she was, she couldn't accept this reality. She suddenly turned her head to look at me, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Auntie, kill him. Kill him for me. Liu Ziyan nodded slightly. She looked at me and spoke slowly. I didn't intend to kill you at first, but you've crossed my bottom line. I was suddenly a bit helpless. Liu Sidao said the same thing at first. In the end, I still broke her legs. I spoke directly. My patience is limited. Give me the apology gift now. Otherwise, I don't mind making you lose a little more. The killing intent in Liu Ziyan's eyes grew stronger. She stared at me. She said, well, have to see if you have the ability. Although the Liu Corporation is gone, and the Liu family will be greatly weakened, the Liu family doesn't just have one Liu Corporation. The foundation of the Liu family's foothold in Yunqing is the underground force, the Yun Gang. Under her, Liu Ziyan's control. I laughed coldly. Since you've already said so, if I don't do anything, it would be a bit of a letdown for you. After saying this, I put my phone to my ear. You can make your move now. Liu Ziyan frowned. Liu Sidao suddenly cried out, Auntie, kill him. Quickly kill him. This man is too sinister. She was really afraid something else would happen. Liu Ziyan didn't want to waste any more time. Just as she was about to order her men to act, the phone rang again. She and Liu Sidao simultaneously held their breath. The next moment, they both suddenly looked at me. Their eyes and faces were filled with shock and unease. I smiled faintly. I raised my hand in a gesture of invitation. The unease in their hearts was infinitely magnified. After hesitating for 2 breaths, Liu Ziyan bent down to pick up the phone from the ground and pressed the answer key. Boss, it's not good. Just now, someone suddenly attacked the Yun Gang headquarters. The headquarters has suffered heavy casualties. The brothers probably can't hold out much longer. The moment the voice fell, Liu Ziyan's body became unsteady. She suddenly staggered back a step. She quickly forced herself to calm down and asked, the opponent only has 12 people. The other side said, they're all warriors. We're no match for them. Liu Ziyan asked, how much longer can you hold out? The voice on the other end suddenly trembled. We can't hold out any longer. Before he finished, a blood-curdling scream came through, followed by a boom. The person on the other end fell and couldn't get up. But the call hadn't been disconnected. Soon, a voice came from the phone. Help me report. To the boss, mission complete. The Yun Gang has been eliminated. The moment that voice fell, Liu Ziyan felt as if her head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Her mind suddenly went blank. Half a lifetime of her hard work was destroyed by someone in a few short minutes. The Yun Gang is gone. The Liu family has lost its greatest asset in Yunqing. Liu Ziyan was on the verge of collapse from the blow. Liu Sidao was also stunned. She stiffly raised her head to look at me, as if looking at a demon. After a while, she turned her head to look at Liu Ziyan. Her voice was hoarse. Auntie, if he doesn't die, my Liu family will never be at peace. Liu Ziyan snapped back to her senses. She looked at me, her eyes filled with immense killing intent. You're very smart. You knew that to deal with you. I gathered all the experts of the Yun Gang, but now it'll make you understand. In the face of absolute strength, your little tricks are useless. After speaking, she ordered the people behind her. Attack together. Kill everyone in front of you. Everyone responded in unison. Lin Feifan was so frightened by this aura that he trembled. He quickly stood up. Family, head Liu. I am Lin Feifan, from the Lin family of D City. I am not on the same side as this commoner. Liu Ziyan's eyes suddenly narrowed. From the Lin family of D City? Lin Feifan nodded repeatedly. Yes. 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 I am the biological grandson of the head of the Lin family in D City. My uncle is a 3-star senior commander. Min Shuyan Huyan Kong D. Vo Dan Huyan Nut D Kong Fei Ki. Anonymous D. Not a single person took a step forward. The surrounding aura grew heavier. The moment TNC finished speaking, Di Sha, behind me, suddenly took a step forward. A powerful aura rolled out in all directions like a tsunami. He looked indifferently at the crowd in front of him, as if he could trample the whole world under his feet. One of the 3 emperors, Sand Emperor Di Sha. The moment Di Sha finished speaking, 2 powerful auras erupted not far away. The next moment, 2 figures appeared to the south and north. The person in the south wore a blue diamond earring. His voice was gentle, but it carried an aura that pierced through people's hearts. One of the three emperors. Qin, Emperor Di Qin. The person in the north erupted with immense battle intent. One of the three emperors. War Emperor Di Zhan. The moment he finished speaking, the aura of all the Digong members suddenly exploded. Liu Xian's legs could no longer support her. As if she had lost all her strength, she collapsed onto the ground. And the more than 200 people who had rushed towards me earlier were now extremely close to me. They could feel even more clearly the terrifying aura surrounding these people. Their eyes were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't just the Liu family's side. At this moment, Gu Yu and Lin Faifan were both looking at me in shock. As members of the great families of D City, they had naturally heard of Digong. The upper echelons of their families had warned them thousands of times never to provoke a member of Digong. And now, so many members of Digong had appeared here. When they appeared, it seemed they said their palace master was here. So who was their palace master? Thinking of this, Gu Yu's and Lin Feifan's gazes both fell on me. However, the next moment, they both shook their heads. Impossible. How could the palace master of Digong be? Less than 20 years old? How could he be a reformed prisoner? However, the next moment, the members of Digong simultaneously half-knelt towards me. Their voices were respectful and devout. We greet the palace master. At this moment, Gu Yu, Lin Feifan, as well as the Go faction, everyone's minds went completely blank. The surroundings instantly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. However, faced with this shocking scene, I just nodded calmly and said, "Rise." I slowly raised my eyes and looked at Liu Xian, who was collapsed on the ground. I gave you a chance before. My indifferent voice betrayed no emotion, but it was precisely such a voice that made Liu Xian's heart instantly fall into an abyss. She looked at me stiffly. At this moment, she finally understood. The Liu family had truly failed this time. Liu Sidao gently shook her head. She muttered, "How is this possible? He's just a kid, not even 20 years old. How is this possible?" And at the same time, not far in front of me, the more than 200 henchmen hired by the Liu family looked at me in disbelief. Digong was a sacred place in the heart of every martial artist, but they never dreamed that the one in charge of Digong would be just a kid. Endless regret welled up in their hearts. Their chances of joining Digong were already slim. Now they had offended the person in charge of Digong. Their hopes of joining Digong were completely dashed. I didn't care about the reactions of these people. I turned my head, and my gaze fell on Lin Faifan. "I originally left you a way out, but you insisted on being difficult. I can only grant your wish. You just said you wanted to arrange a marriage with her, then be a pair of ill-fated lovers with her." When Lin Feifan heard me, his eyes suddenly widened. However, the next moment, thinking of Digong's nature, he tried to steady his mind. Then he stared at me. "Even if Digong is formidable, it can only run rampant in the outer domains. My uncle is a 3-star senior commander. If you dare touch me, the entire Xi Kingdom's military will not spare you." I raised my eyes and gave him an indifferent glance. My calm voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. "Then I really want to see, after I touch you, how the Xia Kingdom's military will not spare me." After speaking, I tilted my head slightly. "Dai Sat. Dai Zhan. Make your move." As my words fell, a slightly old but majestic voice suddenly rang out. "I'd like to see who dares." Countless people present were suddenly stunned. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. An old woman in a military uniform walked this way alone. The Liu family sighed. Everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Commander Liu. Because of her sensitive identity, Liu Fanxing didn't come out from the beginning, even if Liu Xian could have handled it well. She didn't intend to show herself, but she never imagined the Liu family would be pushed to this extent by a stinking brat. If she didn't come out, Liu Xian and Liu Sidao would lose their lives. Seeing Liu Fanxing, Liu Xian and Liu Sidao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. However, right after that, thinking of how they were made so wretched by a stinking brat, they both lowered their heads in shame. Liu Xian sighed. Her face showed self-blame. "Big sister, I am sorry. I was incompetent." But Liu Fanxing shook her head. "It's not your fault." This old woman also didn't think that this stinking brat could have such a background. After she spoke, her sharp eyes looked straight at me. "You stinking brat, you're very capable. I admit my sister and daughter are no match for you. Give me, Liu Fanxing, some face. Let's consider today's matter over. How about it?" I looked at her indifferently. "Yesterday, out of consideration for you, I left Liu Sidao a way out. As for giving you face, let's not even talk about you. Even if Feng Shen were standing in front of me, you can ask him. If he would dare ask for my face." Liu Fanxing heard me belittle the great commander Feng Shen she admired most. Her face instantly darkened. "I admit you have some ability, but you shouldn't rely on your little ability to look down on everyone. No matter how capable you are you stronger than the Xi Kingdom's military?" I looked indifferently. Liu Fanxing laughed with amusement. "The Xia Kingdom's military, a mere 1-star senior commander like you, can represent the entire Xi Kingdom's military?" Liu Fanxing was choked by my words. She gritted her teeth and yelled at me. You're being disrespectful to a senior military commander. I have the right to order your arrest. For an indefinite period, I laughed dismissively. If an ordinary person said that, they might really be convicted of defying a high-ranking military officer. But when I say it, it's a superior instructing a subordinate. Hearing this, Liu Fanxing was suddenly stunned. She looked at me with cold eyes. Impersonating a high-ranking military officer, you have some nerve. I gave her an indifferent glance. Then I suddenly raised my hand. A crisp sound was heard. A small, exquisite golden badge was thrown by me at Liu Fanxing's face. Liu Fanxing instinctively caught the badge. When she saw the pattern on it clearly, her pupils suddenly constricted to the size of a pinhole. 3 stars. The badge this stinking brat casually threw out is engraved with 3 stars, representing a 3-star senior commander. That's a full 2 stars higher than her. Liu Fanxing held that badge. Her knuckles turned slightly white. At this moment, she thought of the military. That legendary 7-year-old who became a senior commander. If Gu Chen is that legend. Liu Fanxing's old face instantly turned pale. At the same time, the people from the Liu family's side looked at Liu Fanxing. A sense of unease gradually arose in their hearts. Could that stinking brat also be from the military? And his position might be even higher than Liu Fanxing's. However, the next moment, everyone denied this thought. How is that possible? That Digong is an outer domain organization. Becoming the palace master of Digong is difficult. But with luck, it's not impossible. But to become a senior commander or higher in the military is not something that can be achieved through luck. After a while, Liu Fanxing struggled to raise her head. Her voice was hoarse. Where did you get this badge? She still clung to a final hope. What if this badge isn't his? However, Liu Fanxing was ultimately destined for disappointment. I just looked at her indifferently, the corner of my mouth curling into a smile. Has Commander Liu been living too comfortably these years? If this thing didn't belong to me, would anyone dare to casually show it to others? The last lifeline in Liu Fanxing's heart was instantly crushed by me. Her mind was left with only one thought. It's over. The Liu family is over. According to the laws of the Xi Kingdom, Liu Xian and Liu Sidao attempted to murder a 3-star senior commander. If caught, they would have to sit in prison until they died. And as Liu Sidao's mother, she, too, could hardly escape punishment. In terror, Liu Fanxing's legs instantly went soft. She knelt down before me again. The scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. Looking at Liu Fanxing, kneeling before me now, the Liu family members were stunned. What were they seeing? Liu Fanxing, who could call the shots in the military, was kneeling to this stinking brat. What's going on? What is this? Could that stinking brat hold a higher military position than Liu Fanxing? But he's just a stinking brat, not even 20 years old. At the same time, Liu Xian looked at the scene before her. She gasped suddenly. Her big sister, the biggest pillar of the Liu family, kneeling to that stinking brat just like that. Could it really be as he said? His rank in the military is even higher than her big sister's. She had thought I was afraid of Liu Fanxing. At this moment, she finally had an epiphany. Yesterday, I was able to make her kneel on the ground. It wasn't because she underestimated her enemy, nor was it because I launched a sneak attack. It was because I have at least the strength of a high-level warrior. At this moment, she suddenly felt that she was very ridiculous, and if it weren't for her judgment of my strength being so vastly mistaken, the Liu family wouldn't have been pushed to this point. She, Liu Xian, had always been proud of her intelligence, but now it seemed she was truly stupid. At the same time, Lin Feifan, who was just rejoicing that he had made the right decision, suddenly froze on the spot. He stared blankly at Liu Fanxing. His mind suddenly couldn't process it. The scene before him nearly shattered his perception. Isn't Liu Fanxing a senior military commander? Why is she kneeling to Gu Chen? This lowly commoner from Yuncheng is not only the palace master of Daigong, but also a senior military commander. He's only 19 years old, and not far from him, Gu Yu was also a bit bewildered. When she found out I was the palace master of Daigong, she was already shocked enough. Now Liu Fanxing suddenly comes out and tells her that his position might be even higher than hers. In front of Gu Chen, she, the future head of the imperial capital's Gu family, is simply useless. A person like Gu Chen facing the Liu family is like facing a swarm of ants. Can't he just crush them at will? And she just told him to run. Is there anything more ridiculous under the heavens? Liu Fanxing's mood at this moment was extremely complicated. She raised her head to look at me, her eyes showing a plea. Sir, I only have these 2 relatives left in the world. I beg you to spare them. I just looked at her indifferently. My face was unmoved. I just said it yesterday. Out of consideration for you, I spared Liu Sidao's life, but she didn't know how to cherish it. This can't be blamed on anyone. After speaking, I looked directly at Daizhan, and Dai sat beside me and spoke again. Make your move. Liu Fanxing's heart suddenly leaped. Then she hurriedly looked at me and spoke. Even if your position is higher than mine, but you want to kill people in public, this is also a violation of the laws of the Xi Kingdom. Hearing this, I suddenly laughed. My gaze on Liu Fanxing turned a few degrees colder. The law? When your daughter wanted to drain my sister's blood, Did she think about the laws of the Xia kingdom? When your sister led people to kill me today, did she think about the laws of the East A kingdom? If I were just an ordinary person, I would be dead by now. And you, who were watching all of this from the shadows, probably wouldn't have even shown your face. Now that they've lost, you're here talking to me about the law. Does the law belong to your family? To be taken out immediately when needed, and when not needed, directly thrown aside like trash. Liu Fanxing was choked by my words. However, right after that, she took a deep breath and spoke with stern righteousness. They are them. You are you. They are just commoners of the Xi kingdom. But you are a high-ranking military officer. Your every word and deed represents the entire authority of the Xie kingdom, unless you step over my dead body. Otherwise, don't even think about touching them. She knew her words were enough for me to charge her with insubordination, but compared to the lives of her only daughter and sister, these things were nothing. I just looked straight at her. My gaze grew colder and colder. Finally, my voice was icy. What if I insist on killing them? Liu Fanxing took a deep breath, her gaze becoming extremely firm. Then I can only report to the great commander Feng Shen and let him handle it. She knew. I am now only one step away from the position of great commander. As long as I want to be the great commander, I can't make any mistakes now. I want to kill Liu Xian and Liu Saido. This involves the laws of Xia country. If word gets out, the impact will be quite bad. She doesn't believe I'd dare to involve Feng Shen over this. As for why she wants to find Feng Shen and not the other two great commanders, because Feng Shen is the leader of the three great commanders. She holds the most authority. Secondly, and most importantly, just now, I said Feng Shen wouldn't dare to demand respect from me. If she says it in front of Feng Shen, the fact that I said this would be inadvertently revealed, at least for a short time. I can forget about ever sitting in the position of a great commander. Thinking of this, Liu Fanxing suddenly felt a surge of confidence. She straightened her back a bit, her sharp gaze fixed on me. She was waiting for me to change my decision, waiting for me to explain to her, but that what I said before about Feng Shen not daring to demand respect from me was just a slip of the tongue. However, a look of amusement suddenly appeared in my eyes. Then, I suddenly turned my head to look at a tree not far away. I slowly opened my mouth. Commander Feng, have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, can you come out now? As soon as my words fell, the surroundings became even quieter. Almost everyone looked over. Under everyone's gaze, an old but upright figure stepped out from behind that tree. The moment Liu Fanxing saw the old woman's figure, her eyes widened slightly. She couldn't help but whisper, "Great commander." However, the old woman didn't look at her. Instead, she smiled and said to me, "Young man, your intuition is really sharp. I hid myself so well, and you still discovered me." Everyone was stunned. Hearing her tone, it was not like addressing a subordinate. This was clearly an elder, the tone used when speaking to a favored junior. Hearing this, I gave a faint smile. I didn't think you had a peeping hobby. When Liu Fanxing heard me say that, she abruptly widened her eyes. He actually dared to use the word peeping on the great commander. Is he crazy? However, just as she thought Feng Shen would immediately turn cold and scold me for disrespecting a superior, Feng Shen just gave a light, embarrassed cough. She had no intention of pursuing the matter with me. She turned her head to look at Liu Fanxing. Liu Fanxing snapped out of her shock. She immediately stood up straight and saluted Feng Shen. With a booming voice, she greeted, "Greetings, great commander." Feng Shen nodded slightly. But when she looked at Liu Fanxing, her gaze wasn't as gentle as when she looked at me. Her eyes were a bit cold. She looked straight at Liu Fanxing, her voice laced with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Letting your family run wild. And today, you openly confronted your superior, Commander Gu. This is not something a high-ranking commander should do." The difference in attitude when facing him versus facing me, the attitude was completely different. Liu Fanxing was suddenly stunned. The next moment, she suddenly came to her senses and hurriedly explained, "The great commander is right. It is indeed my family. My discipline was not strict enough." However, in the next moment, she changed her tune. "But even though my family is at fault, their crime is not punishable by death. Even if it really warrants a death sentence, it shouldn't be carried out by Commander Gu." Liu Fanxing completely twisted black and white. I suddenly laughed. "Not punishable by death? Commander Liu? Haven't you heard that a murderer must pay with their life? Could it be that Commander Liu feels that after your daughter drained my sister's blood, I should still be grateful and even set off firecrackers to celebrate?" After Feng Shen heard my words, her eyes turned cold again. Liu Fanxing hurriedly said, "Sidao only wanted to draw some blood to save someone. She didn't intend for your sister to die, and your sister indeed did not die, right?" I shot a cold glance at Liu Fanxing. I had no interest in arguing senselessly with her. I looked directly at Feng Shen and said, "Whether Liu Saido wanted to drain my sister's blood or not can be found out by checking the hospital's security cameras." With me having said this much, she truly had no way to rebut. She gritted her teeth and took a step back. "I admit that Saido did wrong. But what about Xian? I just heard you order someone to kill Xian with my own ears. There's no way I misheard." I suddenly laughed. "The reason I came here today was because Liu Zian said she would give me an apology gift here, in order to resolve the conflict with the Liu family. I came from thousands of miles away. I just didn't expect that this sister of yours manages the underworld forces of Yun City. But she didn't have the slightest intention of apologizing. Instead, she brought over 200 people to kill me. If it weren't for these friends of mine being nearby, I might have already lost my life. Liu Fanxing was so angry she almost coughed up blood. If she really wanted to give you an apology gift, why would she send it here? You're not an idiot. How could you believe the lie about giving an apology gift here? And you, a high-ranking commander of the War Department, at least a high-level warrior. Even if the entire Liu family came at you at once, they couldn't touch a single hair on your head. But from your mouth, it became that you were almost killed by them. Were you just going to lie there and let them kill you? Most importantly, you said my sister brought people. Just say she brought people. Why did you have to emphasize that my sister manages the underworld forces? Do you want to highlight your role as a good citizen? Or do you think the great commander's attitude towards her isn't harsh enough? After a few breaths, Liu Fanxing forced down the blood rising in her throat. She took a deep breath. You're not answering the question. I'm asking, what right do you have to order the deaths of Sidao and Xian? I looked at Liu Fanxing indifferently, as if looking at a mentally disabled person. Commander Liu, you are also a veteran of the War Department. You should know that intentionally plotting to murder a high-ranking commander of the War Department allows for immediate execution according to this law. Don't even say they're not dead yet. Even if they were dead, they would have brought it upon themselves. Liu Fanxing stood frozen on the spot. She had been too furious just now. Her mind was a mess. She had forgotten that the laws of Xia country had such a clause. In that case, Gu Chen is actually not at fault at all. The next moment, the look in her eyes as she looked at me suddenly changed. This man is deeply calculating. I ignored Liu Fanxing's gaze and looked at Feng Shen again. I said, Great Commander. Liu Sidao intended to and attempted to kill a 6-year-old child. Liu Zian brought people here to kill a high-ranking commander of the War Department. How do you want to handle this? You decide. Liu Fanxing suddenly came to her senses. Her heart suddenly clenched. She was afraid the great commander would make a direct decision. She hurriedly opened her mouth. Great Commander. Although Sidao and Xian are at fault, it's not as serious as he says. Besides, no one has died because of them. I hope the great commander can spare my only 2 relatives. My eyes grew a few degrees colder. It's precisely because they have you, a high-ranking War Department commander, as their backer, that they dare to act so recklessly. If all the families of the War Department's high-ranking members are this chaotic, Xia country won't need to wait for other countries to invade. It could be destroyed by its own War Department. Liu Fanxing wanted to bite me to death, she said, 1 sentence. I retorted with 1 sentence. She had never been so wronged in her entire life. Liu Fanxing wanted to say more, but the great commander was cut off by Feng Shen raising a hand. Today's matter. The Liu family is indeed in the wrong. If you plead for them, and I let it go without punishing them. In the future, if a similar situation occurs with other high-ranking War Department members, how should I handle it? After speaking, she looked at the War Department soldiers who came with her, and said, Come. First arrest Liu Sidao, Liu Zian, and this Mr. Lin. Take them to Yun City prison. How to deal with them? Let the court decide. Liu Fanxing's heart sank. Liu Sidao's and Liu Xian's faces stiffened. Lin Feifan's face immediately showed fear. If it was left to the court to decide, once their crimes were established, even if they didn't die, it would be life imprisonment. The situation was urgent. He didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly shouted at Feng Shen. Great Commander, my uncle, Lin Chuan, is a 3-star high-ranking commander of the War Department. I just had a small conflict with him, and he even broke both my arms. You can't do this to me. Feng Shen only gave Lin Feifan an indifferent glance, but she was unmoved. Lin Chuan is Lin Chuan. You are you. Seeing this, Liu Fanxing's face showed an even more pleading expression. Great Commander. The aura around Feng Shen turned cold. If you are still not satisfied, I can only hand it over to Commander Gu to handle. Hearing this, Liu Fanxing's face changed. She hurriedly corrected herself. I accept the Great Commander's decision. After speaking, she glanced at me. Her eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. But Great Commander, Commander Gu may not be entirely without fault. You arrived earlier. You heard him say it with your own ears. He wouldn't even give you face. When you stepped out from behind that tree just now, he even directly called you by name, and even used the word peeping on you. Great Commander, he has absolutely no respect for you. With his arrogant personality, sooner or later, he will cause a great disaster, and bring unimaginable losses to the War Department. Feng Shen heard this, and frowned. What are you trying to say? Liu Fanxing continued. Commander Gu is too young. I admit he has made significant contributions to the country, but his qualifications are too shallow. Do you know, 2 years ago, when those veteran, mid-ranking commanders heard that a smelly brat not even 20 years old had become a 3-star high-ranking commander, how did they feel in their hearts? They galloped on the battlefield for the country their entire lives, but they still couldn't compare to a snot-nosed brat who hasn't even fully grown. Do you know because of this? How disappointed they were with the XI country's War Department. in order not to completely break the hearts of the veteran warriors, and also to give Commander Gu time to settle down, to wash away his arrogance and vanity, I suggest. First, demote Commander Gu to a mid-ranking commander. Wait until he is at least 30 years old. Then consider promoting him. Otherwise, the War Department will fall into chaos. After hearing Liu Fanxing's criticism and suggestion, I let out a cold laugh. Then I turned my head. My cold gaze fell on Feng Shen. Great Commander, since so many people feel that I am not suitable for this position, there's no need to go through the trouble of demoting me. Just let me leave the War Department directly. I will protect Xi country, only because of the promise to that friend. If the Xi country's War Department feels I am not worthy of my position, there's no need for me to risk my life to continue protecting CEA country, even that star card. I don't need to be in a hurry to unseal it. As soon as my words fell, the surroundings fell silent again, except for the members of Di Gong. Everyone looked at me as if I were a madman. Liu Fanxing couldn't quite believe her ears. Leave the War Department? Is he crazy? No, he's reached this height. He can't be willing to leave, so he wants to use leaving the War Department to threaten the Great Commander, to make the Great Commander not dare to demote him. Thinking of this, Liu Fanxing looked at me, her gaze filled with ridicule and contempt. Does he really think that without him, the Xia country's War Department cannot function normally? If the Great Commander could be threatened by him, she wouldn't have reached her current height. Using this trick to threaten the Great Commander is just shooting himself in the foot. He will definitely regret it. As Liu Fanxing was still thinking, Feng Shen looked towards her. Those majestic, inviolable eyes now revealed a hint of killing intent. Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? From now on, if you say one more word, the one who gets demoted will be you. At this moment, Feng Shen truly had the intention to kill Liu Fanxing. You must know. Right now, the War Department can barely provide me any help, but the War Department needs me to do many things, and it invisibly adds more constraints on me. I could absolutely leave the War Department and be a carefree palace master of Dai Gong, but the Exia country's War Department truly cannot be without me. Once I leave the War Department, the Heavenly Wolf squad I once led will definitely fall into chaos, and Xia country, which is currently besieged by many nations, will surely fall into a perilous situation. It is precisely because of this that a year ago, she wanted me to become the fourth great commander of the War Department. It's a pity, I felt it was too restrictive, and have rejected her twice in a row. Today, she shamelessly came for the third time. She hoped that by backing me up, she could make me understand her attitude, and then agree to become the fourth commander of Xia country. But this idiot Liu Fanxing actually told her to demote me. How could she not be angry? How could she not be furious? Liu Fanxing heard Feng Shen's words and was directly stunned. She didn't understand why Feng Shen told her to be quiet. She understood even less why. After I had already declared I was leaving the War Department, Feng Shen not only didn't kick me out of the War Department directly, but instead turned to tell her to be quiet. What was the reason for this? What was Feng Shen thinking? Before Liu Fanxing could figure it out, Feng Shen suddenly looked at me. Her expression, which was extremely solemn just a moment ago, revealed a somewhat mischievous look. The words she spoke were like a thunderclap, causing Liu Fanxing and everyone present to go blank. Feng Shen continued, Gu Chen. Commander Liu is old and confused. I apologize to you on her behalf, and to show my strong opposition to her suggestion, I am promoting you by 1 rank. From today onwards, you are the fourth great commander of the War Department. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They even thought they were hearing things. The fourth great commander. The 3 current great commanders of Xia country's War Department all made immense contributions to Xia country. Moreover, looking throughout the history of Xia country's great commanders, not a single one was promoted to great commander at my age. Now she's flattering me, making me a great commander before I am even 20. Gu, you stared at me, dumbfounded. She thought she was the strong one, who came to help me. The weak one. But it turned out I am not only the palace master of Daigong, but I also killed a high-ranking commander of the War Department. Now I've even become a great commander. Go Yu was stupefied. She had always been the most outstanding existence among her peers, but at this moment, she felt so insignificant. Compared to me, she was completely useless. If she had known she would experience this before coming, even if her grandfather beat her to death, she wouldn't have come. Lin Feifan was also instantly stunned. Just now, he didn't clearly see the insignia I threw in Liu Fanxing's face, and thought I was at most a 2-star high-ranking commander. But now Feng Shen said I had become a great commander, the fourth great commander of the Xi country's War Department, a figure that could make the Lin family tremble with just a stomp of his foot, and he had previously thought I was a commoner. At the same time, Liu Fanxing also recovered from her great shock. She had just suggested demoting me to a mid-ranking commander, but Feng Shen opened her mouth and promoted me to great commander. This Feng Shen was blatantly slapping her in the face. Liu Fanxing stiffly turned her head, looking at me with unwillingness, feeling that I, at my young age, had sat in a position that she wouldn't dare to even think about in her entire life. After I become a great commander, unless I commit a great crime like treason. Otherwise, no one can pull me from the position of great commander. Thinking of this, Liu Fanxing ignored Feng Shen's warning and sincerely advised Feng Shen, every great commander of Xia country can represent the entire War Department, even represent the will of Xia country. If the foreign nations find out that Xia country has pushed a 19-year-old kid into this position, they will definitely think the Xia country's War Department is incompetent. It might even cause the entire Xia country to fall into chaos. I hope the great commander will not joke about this matter. Afraid of being cut off by Feng Shen, Liu Fanxing said all this in almost one breath. After hearing this, Feng Shen stared at Liu Fanxing. At this moment, she wanted to sew that wretched mouth of hers shut, then chop her up and feed her to the dogs. If it weren't for Liu Fanxing today, her invitation for me to be promoted to Great Commander was simply a case of the right time, place, and people. She was confident she could get me to agree to become the 4th Great Commander, but such a good opportunity was ruined by this idiot Liu Fanxing. She understood my personality well. Since I had already opened my mouth to refuse, there was no way I would change my mind and agree today. And this was the 3rd invitation. The proverb says things don't happen more than 3 times. After today, it would be difficult for her to get me to agree, as long as I haven't sat in the position of Great Commander. I can resign from the War Department at any time. Feng Shen took a few deep breaths, suppressing the impulse to hack Liu Fanxing to death. Then, she suddenly looked at a soldier and coldly opened her mouth. From today onwards, Liu Fanxing is demoted from high-ranking commander to mid-ranking commander. She is not to receive any promotions in the future. Liu Fanxing clenched her fists. Great Commander, I know I am nothing in your eyes, but I have been in the War Department for so many years. If I have no merits, I at least have hard work. I need you to give me a reason for protecting Gu Chen like this. Feng Shen looked coldly at Liu Fanxing. Protecting? Liu Fanxing, has Xia country been too peaceful in recent years, making you forget the rules of the War Department just based on the attitude you used to speak to me and Commander Gu? I can deal with you, according to the War Department's rules. Liu Fanxing's heart clenched. She gritted her teeth and looked straight at Feng Shen. I accept any punishment, but I still want to know. He, a yellow-haired brat not even 20 years old, what virtue or talent does he have to sit in the position of Great Commander? Feng Shen glanced at her. With your rank, you are not qualified to know. Liu Fanxing clenched her fists and was silent for a moment, as if she was about to risk it all. Her eyes were resolute. If the Great Commander doesn't give me an explanation today, a corrupt War Department, I might as well not stay. Feng Shen, fine. I'll grant your wish. She then turned her head to look at the soldier behind her. Bring up all of Commander Gu's achievements in the War Department. Pull them up. The War Department soldier complied. He took down a phone-sized screen from his arm and quickly operated it for a while. 10 seconds later, the soldier spoke up. Great Commander, it's pulled up. Feng Shen, show it to her. Liu Fanxing looked at the first piece of information on the screen. Her pupils contracted. How is this possible? She looked at each of those impossible missions that I was able to perfectly overcome. The shock in her eyes grew deeper and deeper. Seeing what followed, her entire mind was in turmoil. The documents the Great Commander provided cannot be fake. She couldn't believe I could create these miracles. Feng Shen looked coldly at Liu Fanxing and opened her mouth. Now, do you have any more opinions on my decision? Liu Fanxing shook her head. Endless regret welled up in her heart. Not worthy of the position? Promoting me would hurt the hearts of the War Department's old veterans. All of this, in the face of my achievements, is nothing. At this moment, she finally understood how wrong she was, and also understood why Feng Shen was so angry. I continue to stay in the War Department purely out of old sentiment. Once I am completely disappointed, I can leave at any time. At that time, it will definitely be for the Xia country's War Department to suffer an irreversible loss. Thinking about how, because of her unwillingness, she had suggested demoting me, Liu Fanxing wanted to slap herself a few times. Feng Shen no longer looked at Liu Fanxing. Instead, she looked at me solemnly and said, Gu Chen, I am saving the position of Great Commander for you. As long as you want it, it's yours at any time. I gave a faint smile, rarely showing a hint of warmth. I have news about my lover in Xia country. As for the Great Commander position, let's talk about it after I find her. Thinking of her, an urgent look appeared in my eyes. Feng Shen was stunned by my words. The next moment, her face lit up with ecstasy. From what you're saying, once you find your lover, you will accept the position of Great Commander of the War Department. She believed that with my abilities, as long as that person was alive, there was no way I couldn't find her. This also meant, sooner or later, I will agree to become the Great Commander. It's just a matter of time. Feng Shen felt the surprise came too suddenly. She suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked me, is there any news about her? I didn't hide it. I said, she might be at D-City Academy. D-City Academy. Feng Shen seemed to think of something. She hurriedly said, the president of D-City Academy was appointed by the War Department. He's about to retire. The candidate for the new president hasn't been decided yet. Why don't you go and be the acting president for a few days? That way, it will be convenient to do anything. Feng Shen said she wanted me to be the acting president. Although my identity as president is unofficial, I can decide when to resign. Feng Shen's arrangement is very thoughtful. I gave a faint smile. Alright, but don't announce my identity. Also, prepare an academy admission notice for me to unseal the star card I got from the Li family. I might need the cooperation of the academy's upper management. The identity of the president is indeed convenient, but to find my darling, the identity of a student is better. Jiang Siqi opened her mouth to ask. Palace Master, you want to enter the Imperial City Academy as a student? I asked. Is there a problem? Jiang Siqi hurriedly shook her head. Her expression was a bit complicated. She said no. She received a notice 3 days ago. She will be in charge of the new students' military training in 10 days, which means, among the new students she will be training as the Palace Master. This is no different from telling her to die. Feng Shen didn't notice the change in Jiang Siqi's expression. She directly nodded. All right. I will have someone send it to you. After speaking, she then instructed her men to take Liu Zian and the others to Yun's city prison. Then she left. Not long after, everyone had left. The screen on Di Qing's arm flickered twice. He looked down. He looked at me with a serious face. Boss, we received news. The Chen family of Yun City has found traces of your lover. I was stunned. Di Qing continued. The youngest daughter of the Chen family, Chen Waner. She has been the school belle since she was young, but some time ago, her personality suddenly changed, and it closely matches the characteristics you provided. This is a photo of Chen Waner. Take a look. Di Qing held the phone in front of me. The girl in the photo was about 20 years old. Her skin was smooth and her features were as exquisite as a doll's. Her surrounding aura was impeccably clean. I was instantly stunned, because the eyebrows and eyes of the girl in this photo actually resembled my darling from my past life. I took a deep breath. After calming myself down, I looked at Di Shay. Find the location of the Chen family. We're going now. At the same time, Mom was sitting in front of a strange bank counter. Inside the counter, the initially indifferent bank teller's eyes widened. The computer screen showed the card's balance, 1 2 3 4 5 9 7 8, 8 zeros, 10 billion. He stared at that string of numbers, breathing heavily. He had worked at the bank for 3 years and had never seen so much money. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Then he carefully observed Mom. She doesn't look like a rich person at all. Greed appeared in his eyes. 10 billion. Even if he only took 1/10 of it, it would be enough to last a lifetime. Soon, he suppressed his excitement and questioned Mom in a cold voice. This card. Where did you get it? Mom quickly replied, my son gave it to me. Hearing Mom's answer, the teller's expression turned cold. How old is your son? What does he do? Mom frowned. What does this have to do with me wanting to withdraw money? Huh? Hearing this, the teller's face grew even colder. Today, you must tell me clearly the origin of this card. The female receptionist who had brought Mom into the bank heard this, the teller's threat. She suddenly reacted, and hurriedly gave the teller an inquiring look. The teller nodded slightly at her, then gestured the number 10. The female receptionist immediately gasped. She looked at Mom, her face sinking, and questioned. Tell me, where did this card come from? Is it yours or your son's? Did you find it or steal it? Mom felt the threatening aura from the two of them. She reached out to take the bank card from the card reader. I just want to withdraw money. You're questioning me like a criminal. I am not withdrawing this money anymore. Seeing this, the female receptionist quickly reached out and snatched the bank card. The origin of this card of yours is unknown. I bet if you didn't steal it, then your son stole it. Come with us to the station. 10 minutes away from the Chen family's house, I received a phone call. Mom was arrested and taken to the inspection office. The aura around me dropped by several degrees. Without hesitation, I went directly to the Yun City inspection office. The interrogation room of the Yun City inspection office. Mom was handcuffed and sitting in the interrogation chair. 3 people stood opposite her, the female receptionist and the bank teller. The other person was a fat, middle-aged woman, Deputy Chief Wang of the Yun City inspection office. Deputy Chief Wang slapped a piece of paper in front of Mom and said coldly, the confession form has been prepared for you. Sign it. Mom looked at the 3 people who had forcibly brought her here and were now forcing her to confess. This card wasn't stolen. Deputy Chief Wang looked at Mom and sneered. Not stolen? Do you know how much money is in this card? Look at your ragged clothes. There's no way you're a rich person. And your son. He was in Yun City prison before. He just got out yesterday. You say he gave you this card. Even if he had great abilities, there's no way he could get 10 billion while in prison. Mother Gu was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. 10 billion? She only felt a powerful bomb explode in her head. That card actually has 10 billion? Seeing this, the female receptionist looked coldly at Mother Gu and said, as long as you admit you stole this card from our bank and hand the card over to the inspectors as evidence, we will not hold your son responsible. Deputy Chief Wang nodded. As long as you sign the confession form, seeing that you confessed voluntarily, we will give you a lenient sentence. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending, and your son will surely die. Either confess voluntarily and get a reduced sentence, or kill your son to avoid going to jail yourself. You choose. Mother Gu asked. On what basis do you claim this card was stolen? Although I don't know why I have so much money, but I don't believe I stole this money. Besides, I am not stupid. If I could steal 10 billion, how could I still be safe and sound until now? If Exing Key Bank had 10 billion stolen, how could there be no news about it at all? Deputy Chief Wang looked coldly at Mother Gu and warned, "I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't sign, I will directly send people to bring your son here. At that time, you will all have to die." Mom said firmly, "My son did not steal this money. You have no evidence whatsoever to arrest someone. I want to see your superior." Deputy Chief Wang laughed in anger and said, "You poor wretch. What right do you have to see my superior? You want evidence, right? I'll give it to you." After speaking, he stepped in front of Mom and forcefully grabbed her wrist. Mom struggled. "What do you want to do? Didn't you want evidence? I can give you evidence right now." After speaking, Deputy Chief Wang twisted my mother's hand. He forcefully pressed her index finger into the ink pad, an evil smile on his face. He pressed my mother's finger onto the confession sheet. Just as her finger was about to touch down, the cell door was kicked open. The 4 people in the cell looked over in unison. They only saw me, radiating a coldness that seemed to freeze the air. I slowly walked inside. I saw Deputy Chief Wang's action of twisting my mother's hand. The aura around me dropped to freezing point. Mother Gu opened her mouth, a Chen. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was loud enough for Deputy Chief Wang and the other 2 to hear clearly. Deputy Chief Wang snapped out of his shock. He slowly put away the confession sheet that had been thumbprinted. He shouted towards the door, "Someone come! Arrest this man for me." Outside the cell, they had just been sent flying by my kick. The inspectors struggled to get up. One of them drew his weapon and pointed it at my head. The other 4 drew their electric batons and surrounded me. I didn't even glance at the inspectors. I looked straight at Deputy Chief Wang. "You're the one who arrested my mother." Deputy Chief Wang snorted coldly. "I didn't just arrest her. I am also arresting you. You are suspected of stealing a large amount of assets. If you know what's good for you, stop resisting immediately. Otherwise, we have the right to shoot you dead on the spot." He looked at me, a flash in his eyes, excitement. Feeling like his luck had exploded, he could solve 2 problems at once. And then, embezzle that 10 billion. The female receptionist and the counter staff also looked at me excitedly, as if by killing my mother and me, the 10 billion would be theirs. Thinking of this, the female receptionist took a step forward. She looked at me with a cold smile. "I heard you just got out of prison, and you immediately stole a huge sum of money. A dog really can't be taught not to eat shit. Trash like you should just be shot dead." The counter staff nodded, looking at the inspector aiming his weapon at me. He said, "What are you standing there for? A piece of scum who committed a crime right after getting out of prison. Do you still need to go easy on him? Shoot him dead immediately." My mother struggled fiercely. "Let me go. Even if I die, I won't let you touch my son." Her child was her bottom line. If someone wanted to harm her child, she would risk her life to take them down with her. However, she hadn't struggled twice before her arm was grabbed. My mother gasped. I opened my mouth. "Don't worry. It'll be fine." Deputy Chief Wang heard this and looked at me with contempt. The counter staff and the female receptionist looked at me, their faces also full of mockery, full of sarcasm. At this moment, the 4 inspectors holding electric batons looked for an opportunity. They struck at me fiercely with their electric batons. However, at the moment they were about to touch me, the sound of needles piercing the air was heard. The next moment, several of them went limp and fell to the ground. Deputy Chief Wang and the other 2 instantly froze. The receptionist took a cold breath, whispering, "How is this possible?" Deputy Chief Wang drew the weapon from his belt and aimed it at my head. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. The sound of a bullet leaving the chamber and then being deflected rang out. Then, a tam scream came from Deputy Chief Wang's mouth. The bullet had been deflected back, piercing through his knee. The counter staff and the female receptionist were stunned. I indifferently watched Deputy Chief Wang rolling on the ground in pain. I slowly walked to his side and raised my foot to stomp on the back of his hand. Feeling his fingers about to be crushed by me, Deputy Chief Wang's eyes widened. His voice trembling, he said, "You dare attack an inspector? You must have a death wish." I curled my lips, and the force of my foot suddenly increased. A few cracking sounds. The sound of fingers breaking echoed. It was extremely abrupt in the quiet room. The pain from the 10 fingers is connected to the heart. Deputy Chief Wang's scream was 10 times louder than before. Deputy Chief Wang was in so much pain he was about to faint. Seeing this, the counter staff and the female receptionist took a cold breath. The 2 of them looked at my mother with expressions of disbelief. They thought my mother was just an ordinary woman. In their minds, they never expected her to have such a ruthless son. The female receptionist muttered, "Are these 2 really mother and son?" I raised my head and looked at them. The 2 of them flinched. The female receptionist trembled. "I am telling you, this is the inspection department. Don't do anything reckless." The counter staff quickly nodded. Right. As long as you don't touch us, we can help you testify." That Deputy Chief Wang accidentally fell on his own. I let out a light laugh. Before I could speak, Disha quickly entered the cell. "Boss." Behind Disha was the person who had previously appeared at the Gu hospital, who intended to back Liu Xiao. Chief Zhang. When the 2 saw Chief Zhang, it was like seeing a savior. Joy of surviving a catastrophe immediately showed on their faces. The female receptionist looked at Chief Zhang. She shouted, "Chief Zhang is attacking an inspector. Quickly. Control him." Chief Zhang was panting. I looked at Dishay. I instructed coldly. My mother's hand was injured because of them. Cripple both their hands. The female receptionist and the counterstaff's eyes widened. They didn't think that even with Chief Zhang here, I would still dare to touch them. You must know. The female receptionist watched Disha get closer and closer. She was terrified. You dare? This is the inspection department. Chief Zhang is here. However, before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain shot through her hands. At the same time, the counterstaff's wrist also let out the sound of breaking bones. Chief Zhang didn't look at the two of them. He anxiously walked up to my stunned mother. With the fastest speed possible, he unlocked the interrogation chair and handcuffs. His attitude was deferential. Are you all right? Ma'am, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates well. I've frightened you. My mother shook her head. It's nothing. Deputy Chief Wang saw Chief Zhang's actions. He screamed, "Chief Zhang, you can't just let him go like that." I lowered my head and glanced at Deputy Chief Wang, then slowly raised my foot. I moved it towards Deputy Chief Wang's other hand. Again, there were a few sounds of breaking fingers. This time, Deputy Chief Wang fainted directly from the pain. I looked at my mother. Mom, how do you want to deal with them? My mother came to her senses and quickly asked, Chen. They said the card you gave me has 10 billion. Is that true? I nodded. Mom, use it first. Tell me when you run out. It'll transfer more to you. My mother opened her mouth, her face full of worry. Chen, where did you get so much money? I smiled faintly. This money comes from a legitimate source. Mom, spend it without worry. There won't be any problems. My mother opened her mouth again to ask worriedly, how did you earn so much money? Is it dangerous? Hearing this, I was a little surprised. I thought my mother was worried about the money's illegal origins. I didn't expect her to be worried about my safety. I looked at my mother. I unconsciously felt a bit warmer. Don't worry. In all of Xia country, almost no one can harm me. Chief Zhang heard my arrogant words. His heart jumped. He knew that, after I got out of that place, my strength would be very formidable. But he didn't think I could make such a bold claim. However, he believed that everything I said was true. Instantly, his gaze towards me became even more respectful. I turned my head to look at him. These three people just wanted to kill me. How will you handle it from here? I'll leave it to you. Don't disappoint me. Chief Zhang quickly nodded. Yes. Yes. Deputy Chief Wang knowingly broke the law and will be dealt with severely. The other two are accomplices. At the very least, they'll spend the rest of their lives in prison. I nodded. I took my mother out of the cell and back to the hospital, and I told Dishay to take good care of her. Just as I was preparing to go to the Chen family's home again, I suddenly received news. News that the Chen family was holding a party at the Century Global Hotel. A moment later, I appeared at the hotel entrance. As soon as I arrived at the door, someone who was about to enter the hotel, a handsome male student, suddenly stopped. Gu Chen. I raised an eyebrow. Liu Xuan. The previous owner of this body was weak and insecure. He didn't have good relationships in high school. At that time, Liu Xuan had been unintentionally saved by the previous owner. He considered the previous owner his savior and his only friend. Liu Xuan walked up to me worriedly. Gu Chen. Yesterday, I waited all day at the gate of Yun City Prison, but I didn't see you. Then I went to the Li family home, but I couldn't even get past the main gate. Are you okay? I looked at Liu Xuan. The worry on his face wasn't fake. My expression softened as well. I am fine. Liu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the hotel in front of him. He said, I heard the Chen family booked the entire hotel today. Are you also here for the party? I said, yeah. Are you too? Liu Xuan nodded. For people like us, the only way out is to get into an academy. But the academy I got into isn't ideal. At today's party, Senior Chen Waner will choose one person. She'll recommend them to the D-City Intermediate Academy. My mother used all her connections to get an invitation. She wants me to come and try my luck. After speaking, Liu Xuan took an invitation card from his pocket. To get this invitation card, my family spent 100,000. Gu Chen, what level is your invitation? Can you show it to me? Dai Qing put me on the guest list. I can get in without an invitation. Liu Xuan suddenly asked me for an invitation. I really couldn't produce one. I opened my mouth. I don't have an invitation, but I can get in. Liu Xuan opened his mouth worriedly. How is that possible? There are people checking at the door. You'll be kicked out without an invitation. I'll call my mom right now. I'll ask if she can get another invitation. Just as Liu Xuan was about to contact his mother, a female voice was heard. I have an extra invitation card. If Mr. Gu doesn't mind, please accept it. Liu Xuan stopped. He looked up and was stunned to see a woman slowly approaching. I also raised an eyebrow. Although I had never met this woman, her aura showed that she was no ordinary person. The woman walked up to me. She opened her mouth anxiously. Hello? Mr. Gu? I am the director of Yun City's Ex-Scene Key Bank. My name is Zhao Wuyu. Liu Xuan looked at Zhao Wuyu with shock and respect. Xingqi Bank is undeniably the #1 bank in the world. Zhao Wuyu, at 28 years old, held the position of director. She was the youngest of all the directors, holding an extremely high status in Yun City. Liu Xuan never expected that such a big shot would stand before me and use such a humble tone to speak to me, saying, "Mr. Gu, I am sorry for not managing my staff well. I've brought trouble to you and your mother. I happen to have an extra invitation card here. I hope it will be of use to you." With that, Zhao Wuyu took out a top-tier invitation card. She presented it to me with both hands. Looking closely, her hands were even trembling slightly. Before coming, Chief Shang had given her some advice. At this moment, she only hoped that I would see her sincere apology and not pursue her responsibility any further. Otherwise, the fates of Liu Xiao and Liu Zian would be her own precedent. Seeing this, Liu Exuan was completely bewildered. Such a big shot like Zhao Wuyu was apologizing to me so respectfully. The reason for the apology was that her staff had caused me trouble. How could he not know that the bank's service attitude was so meticulously good? I raised my hand and took the invitation. I said lightly, "Today's matter doesn't have much to do with you. I've accepted the invitation. If you need my help with anything in the future, you can find me." Zhao Wuyu quickly nodded. Yes. Then I thanked Mr. Gu in advance. Liu Xuan stared blankly as Zhao Wuyu breathed a sigh of relief. He had a feeling of unreality. I just got out of prison yesterday. In one day, have I become a formidable big shot? What is this situation? Before Liu Xuan could figure it out, I looked at him and said, "Let's go." After speaking, I walked into the hotel, the banquet hall. A young man about 20 years old, wearing an ill-fitting combat uniform, attracted the attention of many female students, chatted, "Your clothes are so special." Lin Huiyu heard this. He tried to hide the smug look on his face and smiled modestly. "There's nothing special about it. It's just that its origin is a bit special." Hearing this, everyone's faces were full of curiosity. Lin Huiyu smiled and introduced it. "My sister brought these clothes back from the War Department. I heard they were designed by a legendary figure under 20 years old, who became a high-level commander." As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. A high-level commander under 20? That's the existence who could become the 4th great commander at any time. Lin Huiyu was surprised. "You know that great figure?" Everyone heard Lin Huiyu's answer, which was as good as a confirmation. They all took a cold breath and looked at Lin Huiyu with shock. At this moment, Liu Xuan and I walked into the banquet hall. A classmate saw me and said, "Look quickly. His clothes. They're so similar to Huiyu's." Everyone looked at me in unison. Stunned. Not just similar. It's simply an upgraded version. Lin Huiyu stared at me, his expression darkening. He had just finished saying that his clothes had an extraordinary origin. Then someone appeared wearing clothes extremely similar to his, but with better material. An upgraded version. This was a public slap in the face to him. Suddenly, someone recognized me. He seems to be Gu Chen, who was arrested and sent to prison. It's true. He's out of Yun City prison. But a reformed prisoner isn't qualified to attend today's party. Everyone was gossiping about me. Lin Huiyu heard this and looked at me with contempt. However, he then smiled and walked up to me. "Gu Chen, why didn't you tell me you were out of prison?" He looked at me with pity. "I heard your family is having some difficulties. If you had told me, I would have definitely treated you to a nice meal. It wouldn't have come to you crashing a party for food. These clothes you're wearing. Is it because you have nothing else to wear? Did you bring them out from prison? Come quickly. I've prepared some clothes. This set will suit you better." I looked him up and down. I laughed lightly. The laws of Xia country stipulate that anyone not in the War Department who steals and wears a combat uniform will be sentenced to a minimum of 3 years in prison. How many years do you want to be sentenced for? As soon as the words left my mouth, the scene fell into a deathly silence. Almost no one present knew that Xia country had such a law, but not knowing doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's not strange for Xia country to have such a law. Soon, one of them came to their senses. He quickly went online to search. A few seconds later, he exclaimed in surprise, "There really is such a law. Last year, someone was even sentenced to 3 years. Everyone gasped. They stiffly turned their heads, looking at Lin Huiyu. Their shock was mixed with a bit of fear. Lin Huiyu came to his senses, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. He looked at me with eyes full of grievance and indignation. "Gu Chen, I know you don't like me, but you shouldn't be so vicious as to curse me like this. To be locked up, you're talking about wearing a combat uniform and impersonating War Department personnel to deceive people. I am just wearing the clothes my sister sent me. Have I broken the law?" I looked at him indifferently. "What's the name of the sister who sent them to you?" Lin Huiyu heard my calm question. He panicked for no reason. "My sister is a high-ranking commander in the War Department. Her information needs to be kept confidential. I can't tell you. Her name," I nodded. "She lives in Yun City, and her surname is Jiang, mid-level commander. So it shouldn't be hard to look up." Lin Huiyu became even more flustered. He looked at a dark-skinned male student. Immediately, the student stood up and questioned me. He You say wearing War Department personnel's clothes will get you sentenced to prison. Then what about you? Why do you dare to wear them? Everyone's gaze focused on me again. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, I curled the corner of my mouth. My indifferent voice carried a domineering tone. Who told you I am not from the War Department? Everyone was stunned. The dark-skinned man suddenly shouted, You just got out of prison 2 days ago. How could you be from the War Department? I raised an eyebrow. Who told you you can't join the War Department from prison? Hearing this, the dark-skinned man's face turned cold. You useless piece of trash. You're tricking idiots. Before he could finish, the dark-skinned man let out its hem scream and flew back 3 or 4 meters. His body slammed heavily onto the ground. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Everyone stared blankly at me as I retracted my fist, all taking a cold breath. Lin Hui's gaze towards me suddenly changed, but he quickly came to his senses. He ran to the dark-skinned man's side and asked worriedly, Zhang Tian, how are you? No matter how he shook, Zhang Tian, it was useless. He looked up at me. Zhang Tian, just asked you a few questions. How could you hit him? I looked at him indifferently. You should be glad you didn't curse at me. Otherwise, you'd be the one lying on the ground right now. Lin Huiyu stiffened. He realized that I had really changed now. Changed to the point where he was scared. I turned my head and my gaze swept over everyone. Next, I don't want anyone to say any insulting words to me. Do you hear me? Everyone held their breath. The scene fell silent. My aura became a few degrees colder. Didn't you hear what I said? A timid person muttered. I heard you. Although the others didn't respond, they didn't dare to voice any objection. Lin Huiyu clenched his fists. A useless piece of trash in high school who he almost pushed into a cesspool, but he didn't dare to stand up and refute me even a single word. Just as Lin Huiyu was about to cough up blood from anger, a cold and dignified voice came through. What's going on? Everyone looked towards the sound. A few people saw a middle-aged woman approaching. They greeted her respectfully. Manager Tai. By the hotel's lobby manager. Lin Huiyu's eyes flashed with wild joy. Then he said worriedly, Manager Tai, my friend was knocked unconscious. Is there a doctor who can help treat my friend? Manager Tai's expression turned cold. Who did it? Lin Huiyu looked at me, then quickly averted his gaze as if frightened. Manager Tai looked at me and questioned coldly. You did it? I glanced at her and nodded in acknowledgement. Me. Manager Tai saw that I seemed to have some backing. She narrowed her eyes. You ignorant fool. Is this a place where you can cause trouble? After speaking, she turned her head and ordered the bodyguards. Seize this reckless fool for me. I watched as more than a dozen bodyguards quickly approached me. I kindly reminded them, I came here today to find someone. I don't want to ruin this party. You better ask the person in charge first if they want to touch me. Manager Tai laughed coldly with contempt. Do I need to ask the person in charge for permission to touch you? Who do you think you are? After speaking, she shouted at the bodyguards. What are you standing there for? Seize him from me. Everyone revealed gloating expressions. The last person who caused trouble at the hotel had both his legs broken directly. And this useless trash not only hit someone, but he also dared to speak so arrogantly in front of Manager Tai. If Manager Tai lets me go, she might as well give up her position as lobby manager. Lin Huiyu watched me get surrounded. The corner of his mouth curved into an icy smile. Lin Huiyu stared at me, as if seeing me kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The two bodyguards' hands were getting closer and closer to me. However, just as their hands were about to touch me, a panicked shout came from afar. Everyone! Stop! The two bodyguards heard the command and instinctively stopped their movements. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. The person in charge of the hotel ran over at the fastest speed possible. His face had an extremely panicked expression. Manager Tai fawningly welcomed him. Director Jiang, why have you come? However, the hotel manager didn't even glance at Manager Tai. He stared at me, surrounded by bodyguards, his heart almost stopping in fear. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at Tai Weiwei. What's going on? Manager Tai thought Jiang Cheng was angry. She immediately smiled and said, Director Jiang, this kid is causing trouble at the hotel. Don't worry. I'll break his legs. I'll give the guests an explanation. Before she could finish the rest of her sentence, Jiang Cheng raised his hand and slapped her hard. Manager Tai was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Before anyone could come to their senses, Jiang Cheng anxiously walked up to me. This time, another slapping sound was heard. He didn't hit someone else. It was himself. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Jiang Cheng humbly said to me, Mr. Gu, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates well. I am sorry for frightening you. Everyone's minds went blank from Jiang Cheng's words. Jiang Cheng. He's the person in charge of the Century Global Hotel's Jiangcheng area. Even the heads of the first-class families in Jiangcheng have to give him face. And yet he's apologizing to me so humbly. It's because he didn't manage his subordinates well and didn't come to welcome me personally. They felt like they were dreaming. Lin Huiyu saw Jiang Cheng bow to me. The smile on his face froze. Before he could come to his senses, Jiang Cheng shouted at Manager Tai and the bodyguards, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Gu. If you don't get Mr. Gus forgiveness, you can all get lost. Manager Tai and the bodyguards snapped out of their shock and quickly looked at me. Mr. Gu, it's my fault for not being considerate. I've offended you. A great man like you shouldn't hold a grudge against a small person like me. Please forgive me this time. Although she didn't know why Jiang Cheng was so afraid of me, she knew that if she didn't do as he said, she would really lose her job. The bodyguards also all knelt down and begged me for forgiveness. I looked indifferently at Manager Tai and the bodyguards. I said to Jiang Cheng, "All right. They were just doing their jobs. If I really wanted to make things difficult for them, their hands wouldn't be on their own bodies right now." Jiang Cheng gasped. He quickly looked at Manager Tai and the bodyguards. He said, "Hurry up," and thanked Mr. Gu for his mercy. Manager Tai and the bodyguards quickly nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Gu." But while the bodyguards said that, their eyes showed contempt. Jiang Cheng saw the bodyguards' expressions and frowned. He apologized to me with a smile. "Mr. Gu, I am really sorry about what happened before. Let me take you to the best seat." I nodded. Under everyone's watchful eyes, I followed Jiang Cheng to the very front, central position. As soon as I sat down, a hotel staff member ran over. After whispering a few words in Jiang Cheng's ear, Jiang Cheng's expression changed. He looked at me awkwardly. I looked at him indifferently. "If you have something to do, go ahead." Seeing me nod, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's indeed a difficult matter. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Gu." Then he turned his head and instructed Manager Tai and the bodyguards, "You must not be negligent in any way." I had just left the banquet hall. A moment later, whispers could be heard all around. Didn't they say he just got out of prison? Why is Director Jiang so polite to him? Who is he? Some people's expressions changed when they looked at me. However, some people who knew me from high school snorted coldly, only because of Jiang Cheng's warning. They didn't dare to reveal my identity. Just as many people were looking at me with increasingly suspicious expressions, Butler Fu walked in from outside the hall. He scanned the crowd. Then he saw me and frowned. "Which family are you from?" Everyone was stunned. Butler Fu is the head butler of the Chen family. All the invitation cards went through his hands. Now he was asking this question. Could it be that I snuck in? Everyone's expressions changed. Before I could speak, Lin Huiyu quickly spoke up. "Butler Fu, his name is Ga Chen. He's from the Li family." He then looked at the dark-skinned man. Angrily, he said, "He also knocked out my friend. Please find a doctor to treat my friend." Butler Fu's expression turned cold. He first instructed the Chen family members to find a doctor, then his cold gaze fell on me. The Chen family did not invite anyone from the Li family. "Someone, come, seize this bastard who snuck into the party for me." More than a dozen Chen family members immediately stood up and surrounded me. The bodyguards looked at Manager Tai. Manager Tai hesitated for a moment. She shook her head at the bodyguards. "This is the Chen family's party. The Chen family wants to kick someone out. They have no reason to stop it." Seeing this, the bodyguards were immediately smug. The other people in the banquet hall looked at me with contempt. "So I am from a second-rate family. The Li and Chen families have never been on good terms. I still had the nerve to attend the Chen family's party. How shameless." Perhaps he's interested in the enrollment qualification. A toad wanting to eat a swan's meat. Lin Huiyu watched the Chen family members approach me and laughed. "What an idiot. You really thought Jiang Cheng was on your side. You thought you could squeeze into the upper class. Reality will tell you, no matter how you struggle, your background from the Li family can only make you a commoner. You will never become a member of the upper class, and you are even less qualified to receive an invitation from the Chen family." Just as the sarcasm on Lin Hui's face grew deeper, I suddenly raised my hand. The next moment, the highest spec black and gold invitation card flew towards Butler Fu's face. It hit Butler Fu directly in the face and slid down. Before Butler Fu could react, I said coldly, "Open your dog eyes wide. See what this is." As soon as the words left my mouth, the scene fell deathly silent. Everyone looked at the invitation card, stunned. No one expected that I would dare to throw an invitation card in the butler's face and fearlessly say such words. At this moment, everyone felt that I was finished. Butler Fu represented the dignity of the Chen family. Now that I had slapped Butler Fu's face, it was equivalent to slapping the Chen family's face. Slapping the Chen family's face at their own party. Today, at the very least, I would be thrown out with my legs broken. Lin Huiyu looked at Butler Fu, who was standing there stunned. A strange smile appeared on his face. The butler came to his senses. He stiffly lowered his head to look at the invitation card at his feet, then bent down to pick it up. After opening the invitation and looking at it a few times, his expression grew increasingly gloomy. A moment later, he looked up and asked, "Where did you get this invitation card?" I opened my mouth indifferently. "Do you need to determine if this invitation card is real? How I got it? What does that have to do with you?" Instantly, gasps could be heard from all around. Everyone felt that I had a death wish, but the deputy butler laughed in extreme anger. "It has nothing to do with me. Invitation cards are divided into levels. With your status, in your next life, you still wouldn't be qualified to receive this highest spec invitation card." Everyone was stunned. Because all the invitation cards were black and gold, only the patterns were different. No one had noticed that my invitation card specifications were different. At this moment, hearing Butler Fu's words, everyone's expression towards me changed again. Butler Fu narrowed his eyes. He shouted coldly, "Tell me how you got the invitation card." However, before I could open my mouth, Lin Huiyu suddenly shook his head. He opened his mouth in disappointment. "Guchen, I thought that after being locked up in Yun City prison for a while, you would turn over a new leaf. I didn't think you'd get even worse after coming out. You even resort to stealing invitation cards. You've disappointed me too much." Instantly, everyone's eyes revealed even more contempt for me. How could this kind of trash have an invitation? Turns out, it was stolen. A dog really can't be taught not to eat shit. The big shot whose invitation was stolen won't be able to get in. The Chen family won't be so unlucky. Will they? Butler Fu heard the last person's words. His heart tightened. He immediately ordered in a cold voice, "Seize him for me. If he dares to resist, deal with him on the spot." The Chen family members responded in unison. They attacked my weakest points simultaneously. Seeing this, the bodyguards looked at me with not only smugness but also a bit of anticipation. They wanted to see how I would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. After all, the Chen family had produced a phoenix like Chen Waner. Their status had soared. However, the next moment, the sounds of breaking bones and accompanying miserable screams rang out in the banquet hall. 10 seconds later, more than a dozen strong men from the Chen family had all fallen to the ground, screaming and groaning miserably. Everyone was stunned. I couldn't believe the truth before my eyes. Lin Hua's smug smile froze on his face. He looked terrified, as if had seen a ghost. Not far away, the bodyguards felt a chill down their spines. At this moment, they no longer doubted me. My words had shaken them to the core. At the same time, they were glad Jiang Cheng had arrived in time. Otherwise, the ones lying on the ground wouldn't be the Chen family members. It would be them. When the bodyguards looked at me, their gazes changed from contempt to respect. It was admiration for the strong. Butler Fu pointed at me, trembling. "Do you know how powerful the Chen family is? You not only stole the invitation, you also beat up a Chen family member, piling crime upon crime. I am warning you, surrender immediately. Otherwise, the Chen family will not rest until you are dead." As soon as he finished speaking, a threatening voice rang out. "The Chen family, since when is it a servant's turn to call the shots? Or does sending an invitation require your approval?" Butler Fu heard Zhao Wuyu's words. Fear showed on his face. Section Chief Zhao. Everyone heard Butler Fu's voice and came back to their senses. They couldn't believe their eyes. Section Chief Zhao is a hegemon-level existence in Yuncheng. How could I be involved with Section Chief Zhao? Lin Huiyu was also stunned. He never would have thought. Not only Jiang Cheng, even Zhao Wuyu was on my side. At this moment, he realized. I was not as simple as he thought. Zhao Wuyu stared at Butler Fu. Her tone was cold. "Answer my question forcefully." She didn't expect it. She had just met an acquaintance and was delayed outside for a bit, and I ended up suffering like this. Butler Fu took a deep breath. His tone was humble. "Section Chief Zhao, I am sorry. I didn't know you sent the invitation." Before Butler Fu could finish, Zhao Wuyu interrupted. "You didn't know?" Without any evidence. "You wrongly accused my friend of stealing an invitation and even ordered people to attack him." "What?" Butler Fu choked. Under the pressure of Zhao Wuyu's cold aura, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Section Chief Zhao, I was wrong about today's matter. You can punish me however you wish." Zhao Wuyu said nothing. She turned to look at me and asked respectfully, "Mr. Gu, how do you think we should handle this?" I glanced indifferently at Butler Fu and said, "He wanted to kill me." Section Chief Zhao, what do you think is the most appropriate way to handle it? Zhao Wuyu understood. She turned to look at Butler Fu. Butler Fu's body went limp. He slumped to the ground. He had no doubt. If the head of the Chen family knew he offended Zhao Wuyu, he would definitely not hesitate to kill him, and then bring his head to apologize to Zhao Wuyu. Terrified, Butler Fu knelt directly before Zhao Wuyu. "Section Chief Zhao, I know I was wrong. I beg you, a great person, to overlook a petty person's mistake. Please spare me." Zhao Wuyu frowned. She took a step back. "The one you should be apologizing to is not me." Butler Fu hesitated for a moment, then quickly knelt towards me. "Mr. Gu, I am extremely sorry. I handled today's matter incorrectly. I beg you to forgive me this time." I glanced indifferently at Butler Fu. However, before I could speak, gasps of surprise echoed all around. A person in a pure white dress, with an elegant aura, slowly walked out. All the male students present lit up when they saw her. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. The woman acted as if she didn't see them. Her gaze swept past everyone and looked directly at me. Seeing me, she was instantly stunned. She gasped a little. My gaze also fell upon her. I looked at Chen Waner's beautiful face. My heart was completely calm. I was even a little disappointed, because I had seen a photo. I recognized at a glance that she was Chen Waner, but upon sensing her aura, I determined she was not my treasure. The woman before me had a clean aura. But my treasure is aloof and inviolable. The goddess Chen Waner felt my gaze. The corners of her lips curved into a bitter smile. She had given up everything to follow me here. Although she was reincarnated, I am not as handsome as in my previous life, but the unparalleled, domineering aura around me. With just one glance, she knew I was the one she was looking for. But the truth before her eyes told her clearly. I had never developed feelings for her. Even though she stood right in front of me, I didn't recognize who she was. Chen Waner was still lost in her sad emotions. Lin Huayu suddenly stood up. He ran to Chen Waner's side and raised his hand to put an arm around her shoulder. However, his hand had not yet touched Chen Waner when Chen Waner suddenly moved, causing him to embrace nothing but air. Lin Huayu's face stiffened. Although he and Chen Waner hadn't met in many years, the younger Chen Waner was very good to him. She even said she would marry him when they grew up. Moreover, the Lin and Chen families also intended to match them. Previously, he had seen photos of Chen Waner and heard she was now a 2-star student at the Imperial Capital University. He decided that in this life, he would marry no one but her. He believed that with her looks and background, Chen Waner couldn't possibly refuse him. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. He never dreamed that Chen Waner wouldn't give him any face at all. The surrounding male students looked at Lin Huayu, all showing their displeasure, murmuring, "You scared Miss Waner." Lin Huayu looked embarrassed. He wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He never expected this. But thinking of how he had lost all face, he decided to press on. He looked at Chen Waner and asked unwillingly, "Chen Waner, don't you recognize me anymore?" Chen Waner glanced at him indifferently. Coldly, "I recognize you, but I don't like you touching me." Huayu froze. This sentence from Chen Waner was like trampling his dignity on the ground. The surrounding male students' eyes lit up when they heard this. At this moment, a stern male voice, carrying a tone of scolding, came from the entrance. "Is that any way to talk to Huayu?" Everyone looked over. Madame Chen and the head of the Chen family appeared before everyone. Madame Chen walked to Chen Waner's side and said with a smile, "Daughter, we didn't tell you before. Today's banquet is not only to celebrate you becoming a 2-star student, it's also for everyone to witness the matter between you and Huayu." Everyone was stunned to hear this. The matter between Chen Waner and Lin Huayu. What could be between them? Could it be? Instantly, many male students gasped. Chen Waner instinctively looked at me, but she found that my expression hadn't changed at all. A hint of relief flashed in her eyes, but it was followed by a bit of disappointment. She retracted her gaze. Her gentle voice carried a chill. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Hearing Chen Waner's tone, Madame Chen's heart sank. She still smiled and said, "Your father. And I wanted to give you a surprise. The matter between you and Huayu has long been arranged." "You liked Huayu a lot when you were little," Chen Waner said. "We were young then. That arrangement doesn't count." As soon as she finished speaking, the male students present sighed in relief at the same time. Thankfully, Chen Waner isn't blind. Otherwise, it would really be a gain for Lin Huayu. Before everyone could fully breathe a sigh of relief, Madame Chen frowned. "Waner, why don't you get along with Huayu for a few days?" Chen Waner said. "No need. I already have someone I like." Instantly, the scene became deathly silent. Countless male students were heartbroken. Lin Huayu stared blankly at Chen Waner. His smile cracked. Controlling his emotions a little, he asked Chen Waner, "Waner, who is it?" Chen Waner said heartlessly, "The person I like is here at the scene. But it's not you." Lin Huayu's legs went soft. He staggered back a few steps. The surrounding male students' eyes widened when they heard this. Some of them had a joyful look in their eyes, guessing in their hearts that Chen Waner was in love with them. Madame Chen spoke again. "Waner, who is it that you like?" Before she could finish, Chen Waner smiled gently. "Let's talk about it when we get back." After speaking, she looked directly at Butler Fu. "I heard you wronged a distinguished guest. It was Miss." Butler Fu trembled. However, before he could open his mouth, Chen Waner looked at the bodyguards behind him. "Drag him away. Deal with him according to family law." Butler Fu was terrified. Madam, spare my life. I beg you to spare me." Madame Chen wanted to speak but stopped. She sighed helplessly. If she really could call the shots regarding the matter of Chen Waner and Lin Huayu today, she wouldn't have thought of this method of moral coercion to force Chen Waner to submit. It's a pity Chen Waner isn't falling for it at all. After Butler Fu was taken away, many people looked at me, guessing that the male student Chen Waner liked was me. Even Lin Huayu looked at me. After seeing my ordinary face, he instinctively shook his head. Unless Chen Waner is blind. Otherwise, she would never fall for someone who just got out of prison and has an ordinary appearance. He looked at Chen Waner again. The next moment, his expression froze. He saw Chen Waner glance at me. That gaze was gentle and full of deep affection. His pupils shook. His face grew more and more grim. The head of the Chen family, who had been silent, laughed to break the strange atmosphere at the scene. "Today's banquet, we will choose one lucky person to be given a spot at the Imperial Capital Intermediate Academy." The words of the Chen family head successfully diverted everyone's attention. Many people came today for one purpose, which was for that admission spot. The head of the Chen family continued. "Please, everyone, find a seat quickly." Next, Waner will draw a seat number. The guest with the corresponding seat number will be today's lucky person and can freely use the admission qualification. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked for seats. Liu Fanxing also found a seat. He clasped his hands together in prayer. The head of the Chen family had a servant place the lottery box in front of Chen Waner. Chen Waner drew a slip of paper. After seeing the seat number on the slip, Chen Waner was stunned. She gave me a complicated look. Then, under everyone's expectant gazes, she showed the slip to everyone. Row 1, number 8. When everyone heard that, they immediately looked towards my seat. Seeing that I was the one sitting there, they were all stunned. A muscular male student with a burly physique said, "How is that possible? How could he be the one to get the academy spot?" Liu Fanxing came to his senses. He stood up abruptly. Trembling with excitement, "Gu Chen, this is great. We can go study in D-City together." The muscular male student suddenly shouted, "Miss Waner, he is not qualified to take this spot. I suggest we draw again." The person next to him quickly chimed in, "That's right. He didn't even graduate from high school. He was sent to Yuncheng prison. A reformed prisoner who was just released. What qualifications does he have? Miss Waner, let's draw again." Chen Waner's expression grew colder and colder. However, before she could speak, I suddenly looked at her and said, "I really don't need it. This admission spot to D-City Intermediate Academy, can I give it to someone else?" Chen Waner's heart skipped a beat. She smiled lightly. "Of course, you can. I just said, the chosen person can do as they wish with the spot." I nodded. Then I looked at Liu Fanxing. "This spot is for you." Liu Fanxing stared at me blankly, then suddenly frowned. A worried expression appeared on his face. "The spot was given to you. What about you?" I smiled faintly. "I have a better academy to attend." As soon as I finished, scoffing laughter filled the scene. A better academy? There are no more than 10 higher academies in all of D-City. Don't tell me you're saying you got accepted into a higher academy. You're a reformed prisoner. Even the low-tier academies don't want you. Stop bluffing. If you can get into a higher academy, I'll kneel and call you dad. I looked at that muscular male student. "I'll remember your words. If you don't keep your promise then, I'll find someone to help you." The muscular guy sneered. "If you can get into a higher academy in D-City, never mind kneeling and calling me dad. I'll even die if you tell me to. But can you get in?" Suddenly, a figure of a person around 30 years old, dressed in a military uniform, walked in from outside the door. Lin Huayu's eyes widened. He muttered, "Sister." The others saw the insignia on the newcomer's shoulder, and all took a sharp breath. The head of the Chen family stood up straight and quickly went to greet her. "I didn't know Commander Lin was coming today. Forgive Chen for not coming out to welcome you. I hope Commander Lin will forgive me." Lin Xuangshuang, 32 years old, a mid-level commander. Her potential is second only to Jiang Siki's. Lin Xuangshuang nodded and smiled at the head of the Chen family. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, she quickly walked up to me and spoke respectfully. "Mr. Gu, I am under the orders of my superior to deliver the acceptance letter from the Imperial Capital Academy to you." As soon as she finished, the banquet hall fell deathly silent. No one could believe their ears. The high-ranking commander didn't come to attend the banquet, but to deliver an acceptance letter to me. And it's from an academy in D-City. Before everyone could come to their senses, the muscular guy took a step forward. He looked carefully at Lin Xuangshuang and said, "This esteemed commander, may I ask, the D-City letter you've come to deliver, is it an acceptance letter from one of the academies, or from D-City Academy?" All eyes in the hall immediately focused on Lin Xuangshuang. Lin Xuangshuang looked at the muscular guy as if he were an idiot, and frowned. "Besides D-City Academy, is there any other academy worthy of Mr. Gus' attendance?" Everyone felt her words, like a bomb, exploding in their minds. Everyone was stunned. Those who had mocked me most fiercely before were slapped right in the face. They had just finished saying that I wasn't even qualified to enter a low-tier academy in D-City. Less than 2 minutes later, the acceptance letter from Sia country's top Imperial Capital Academy was delivered to me by a mid-level commander. Lin Huayu recovered from the shock. He stared intently at the letter in Lin Xuangshuang's hand. He was insanely jealous. That muscular guy wanted to find a hole to crawl into, desperately wanting to flee the hall. He shrank his head, reducing his presence to a minimum, praying that I wouldn't notice him. I didn't even look at the others and just nodded at Lin Xuangshuang and accepted the letter. "Thank you." Lin Xuangshuang felt unexpectedly pleased. She replied, "You're welcome. To be able to serve Mr. Go is my honor." The head of the Chen family saw Lin Xuangshuang's attitude towards me. His gaze towards me became more serious. As for Chen Waner, she looked at me with admiration and pride. I turned my head and looked towards the muscular guy. "Normally, I wouldn't bother with someone like you, but I am in a good mood today. I don't mind teaching you how to behave." The muscular guy's body stiffened. He looked up and saw my mocking smile. He wanted to slap himself a few times. He managed to say with difficulty, "Friend Gu, I am sorry." I opened my mouth. "I accept your apology." The muscular guy heard me. A flash of joy appeared in his eyes. Before he could be happy for long, I spoke again. But whether I accept it or not doesn't affect the fact that you have to fulfill your promise. The muscular guy froze. He looked towards Lin Huayu. Lin Huayu noticed his pleading gaze and nodded at him. To gain a lackey for the future, and also to prevent me from getting too smug, it was time to step up. Thinking of this, he ran to Lin Shuang's side and said affectionately, "Sister, I remember you said, without permission from someone in the military, one is not allowed to wear a military uniform without authorization, right?" Lin Shuang heard Lin Huayu's words. Her gaze fell on the military uniform he was wearing. Immediately, Lin Shuang's mind started buzzing. This foolish little brother actually wore it secretly in front of me. The glorious military uniform that she still couldn't bear to wear. He's done for. He's done for. Lin Huayu didn't notice Lin Shuang's abnormality. He even looked at me smugly, then put on a look of pity. "Sister, this friend just got out of prison. He doesn't understand anything. If you, because of this, send him back to Yunchang prison, he will lose all hope." Lin Shuang was frozen. Hold Commander Gu accountable. Isn't being alive good enough? Why does he have to seek death? However, the people around heard Lin Huayu's words, and all looked at me with either ridicule or pity. Lin Huayu has a sister who is a high-ranking commander. The one about to be convicted is probably not Lin Huayu, but me. Lin Huayu saw that Lin Shuang didn't respond, and became even more arrogant. "Sister, please spare him today." Everyone immediately advised, "Huayu, you're too kind. You were just bullied by this reformed prisoner. You can't spare this kind of person. This time it's wearing a uniform secretly. Who knows what he'll do next time." Lin Huayu looked at me with a troubled expression. He sighed helplessly. "Sister, my friends have a point. The country has its laws. Families have their rules. We should still handle him according to the law. I won't interfere." Lin Shuang heard Lin Huayu's suicidal words. She subconsciously looked towards me. Her heart was filled with extreme fear. Everyone saw Lin Shuang's action and thought she was about to attack me. Their gazes towards me were full of mockery. Lin Huayu stared intently at the acceptance letter in my hand. His eyes showed that he thought after I was imprisoned, this letter would belong to him. However, I looked coldly at Lin Shuang and smiled. "Commander Lin, your brother said to handle it according to the laws of Xia country. I'm sure I don't need to teach you what to do next." As soon as I finished speaking, everyone was baffled. They looked at me as if I were a freak. If they didn't know the details of today's events, they would all think that Lin Shuang was not Lin Huayu's sister, but mine. Lin Huayu was baffled for a moment, then suddenly laughed. It must be said, in his heart, he mocked that I was dead for sure today, but on his face, he showed an expression of self-blame and helplessness. "Gu Chen, how my sister will handle you, she definitely doesn't need you to teach her. But rest assured, after you get in there, I will ask my sister to find someone to give you a psychological evaluation, because you haven't even gone in yet, and you're already starting to talk nonsense." However, before Lin Huayu could finish speaking, a slap rang out. Lin Huayu covered his face. He looked at Lin Shuang in disbelief. Not just Lin Huayu. Everyone looked at Lin Shuang, stunned and confused. "Sister." Lin Shuang looked coldly at Lin Huayu and questioned, "Who allowed you to wear my military uniform?" Lin Huayu trembled. Lin Shuang, since they were kids, had always treated him well. He never thought that Lin Shuang would use such a tone to question him. Lin Shuang saw Lin Huayu's fear. She turned to look at me. "Mr. Gu, my little brother has been spoiled rotten. I didn't think he would secretly wear the uniform." Lin Huayu couldn't believe it. "Sister, the one who secretly wore the uniform is him. Why don't you?" Before he could finish, Lin Shuang's face darkened. She shouted, "Silence." After speaking, she looked at me again. "Mr. Gu." I raised my hand to stop her words. He already said it. Handle it according to the laws of Xia country. Then just follow the law. Lin Shuang saw that I wouldn't change my mind. She opened her mouth and reluctantly agreed. Lin Huayu froze. Handled according to Xia country's regulations, he would have to serve at least 10 years in prison. At this moment, he didn't have time to think. He grabbed Lin Shuang's arm in fear. "Sister, he's just a reformed prisoner who just got out of jail. What are you afraid of? You're my sister. What's the big deal if I wear your clothes once? What right does this useless person have?" Before Lin Huayu could finish speaking, his mouth was covered by Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang looked at me and forced a smile. "Mr. Gu, I'll take him to the prison first. I won't disturb you any longer." I glanced at Lin Huayu and nodded. Lin Shuang sighed in relief. Then, with the fastest speed, she dragged Lin Huayu out of the hall. Everyone stared at the spot where Lin Shuang and Lin Huayu disappeared, unable to recover for a long time. Some people recalled what Lin Shuang said when she gave me the letter. "Superior. Perhaps I knew some important figure in the military." Thinking of this, everyone looked at me with complicated expressions, and quite a few people clearly showed their jealousy, including that muscular guy. At this moment, he looked at me resentfully. I felt his gaze and turned to look, and was met with eyes bloodshot with jealousy. I raised an eyebrow and waved the letter in my hand. You can fulfill your promise now. The muscular guy stared at me and gritted his teeth resentfully. I said you had to rely on your own ability to get the admission qualification, not through connections. The Imperial Capital Academy has a fixed number of enrollment spots each year. You used improper means to take a spot. That means someone else lost this opportunity, unjustly taking what belongs to others. Doesn't your conscience bother you? I frowned. So, you're planning to go back on your word? The muscular guy sneered. He raised his chin and looked at me with disdain. If you truly obtained it through your own ability, I would naturally keep my promise. But did you? I looked at him and raised an eyebrow. What do you call having ability? The muscular guy looked at me. Cultural achievements are hard to verify here, but to get into a D-City Academy, your martial prowess must meet the standard. I previously passed the martial arts exam for a D-City Academy. As long as you can defeat me, I will naturally keep my promise. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure flashed before his eyes. The next moment, he was kicked hard in the stomach by a powerful force. His body flew out and smashed into a table, causing the table and food to shatter. Everyone looked at the miserable state of the muscular guy, and all took a sharp breath. The muscular guy cried out in pain. I walked up to him. Now, am I qualified for you to fulfill your promise yet? The entire hall fell silent. Everyone looked at me as if they had seen a ghost. A strong person who had passed the martial arts exam was like a weak chicken in front of me, completely unable to fight back. The muscular guy panted heavily. He slowly raised his head and looked at me in disbelief. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "How did you do that?" I said nothing. I just looked at him coldly. "Your willpower is pretty good." The muscular guy was taken aback. He didn't think I would praise him and not take advantage of my victory to belittle and insult this defeated opponent. He stared at me for a moment, then suddenly laughed, enduring the pain. He struggled a few times and knelt down before me. He looked up at me and called out, sincerely, "Dad." Everyone present couldn't believe it. No one thought that the muscular guy would so easily fulfill this humiliating promise and calmly say those two words. Those who knew the muscular guy were in turmoil at this moment. They knew how proud the muscular guy was. I looked at him with an unchanged expression. I raised my hand and threw a gold coin engraved with the letters XD, tossing it down in front of the muscular guy. "Take this and report to the Yuncheng military department tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to pick you up." The muscular guy was taken aback. He stared at me. A look of joy and disbelief gradually appeared on his face. The Yuncheng military department. He had a chance to enter the Yuncheng military department. Actually, compared to the Imperial Capital Academy, he wanted to join the Shire country military even more. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say the military was the place he wanted to join most in this life. But with his background, getting into the military was as hard as climbing to the sky. Now I was letting him report directly to the military. Happiness came too suddenly. Everyone looked at the muscular guy who had received a blessing in disguise. Their faces showed jealousy. Seeing Lin Shuangshuang's attitude towards me earlier, no one doubted the truth of my words. That means, as long as the muscular guy performs well in the military, his future is limitless. The muscular guy picked up the coin. He looked at me gratefully. "Thank you." I nodded. Chen Waner saw that I had finished handling the matter. She walked up to me and smiled. "Gu Chen, congratulations on qualifying for the Imperial Capital University. Next, you will become my junior. Have you thought about when you'll go to the Imperial Capital?" A little doubt arose in my heart. I don't know why. At close range, I had a familiar feeling with Chen Waner. I stared at Chen Waner for a moment and replied, "Tomorrow, D-City Academy. School starts in 10 days. My business in Yuncheng is almost finished. I am preparing to go to D-City Academy early to find my baby." When Chen Waner heard that, she smiled gently and said, "Me too. Why don't we go together? When we get to the academy, I can show you around." Madam Chen and the head of the Chen family looked at each other. Didn't she say in 7 days she was going? Why did it suddenly become tomorrow? The male students around were taken aback when they heard Chen Waner's words. They looked at me in disbelief, guessing that I was the one she liked. I was also a little surprised by Chen Waner's proactive invitation, but I still shook my head. If we're fated, we will naturally have a chance to meet again in the future. The surrounding male students were stunned when they heard my refusal. I had just refused an opportunity they dreamed of. A flash of disappointment appeared in Chen Waner's eyes, but immediately after, she revealed a gentle smile. "Okay, I respect your decision. I had no interest in staying at this kind of banquet any longer." I said goodbye to Chen Waner and left. Chen Waner watched my departing back, a contemplative look on her face. The next morning, I received a call from Di Qing. "Boss, the unsealing location of Xia country's only star card has been determined, just like the man you're looking for. It's all related to the Imperial Capital Academy." I took a light breath. "Okay, help me book 3 tickets for the next flight to the Imperial Capital." That afternoon, I took my mother and sister to the Imperial Capital. When we arrived at Yuncheng Airport, a series of shocking news about Yuncheng was revealed. Latest news. Head of the Liu family, Liu Xian, CEO of Gu Group, Liu Xia, direct heir of the Lin family, Lin Feifan, have committed suicide in Yunqing prison to atone for their crimes. Latest news, before Liu Xian and Liu Xiao died, former high-ranking military commander Liu Fanxing attempted to help the two escape from prison. She is now under criminal detention. Latest news, young masters of the Lin family, Lin Huiyu and Lin Feifan, plotted to harm a high-ranking member of the Xi country military, which is tantamount to treason, have been sentenced to death. My mother looked at the big screen for a moment. A moment later, she suddenly smiled. At the same time, after the 3 consecutive news broadcasts, the entire airport terminal was in an uproar. Liu Xian and Liu Xiao were top figures in Yunqing. For them to die like this, not just Liu Xiao and Liu Xian, they were also the 2 young masters of the Lin family, whose backgrounds were even more powerful than Liu Xian's. They were also dead. What powerful figure did the Lin and Liu families offend? My mother froze when she heard the discussions around her. The Gu family couldn't possibly offend the equally powerful Lin family for his sake, so he must have done it himself. Just as my mother was feeling confused, I took out my phone and sent a message to Di Qing. Qinger, well done. On the other end of the phone, Dai Qing looked at the message. The corners of her mouth curled up. In the main hall, while everyone's emotions had not yet calmed down, a group of bodyguards in black suddenly rushed in from outside the main hall. A large number of enthusiastic fans rushed in at the same time. Luo Bai, look here. Look at me. Everyone in the main hall was stunned for a moment. Soon, some people reacted and also pushed forward. Luo Bai. It's really Luo Bai. I heard before that Luo Bai was accepted into Di Cheng Academy. Today he is coming early to Dai Cheng Academy to get familiar with the environment. My idol is worthy of being my idol. Other artists either apply to D City University or the Central Academy of Drama. But my idol got into D City Academy. I tilted my head and glanced over. Then I took my mother and sister to the VIP lounge. Just as we reached the door, another commotion came from outside. Oh my God! A goddess has descended. After that voice was heard, many of the female students who were originally chasing Luo Bai immediately looked over. Then, one after another, cries of admiration were heard. Luo Bai heard the commotion. His footsteps halted. He followed the sounds of discussion and looked over. The next moment, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. His heart beat uncontrollably fast. It seemed he had fallen in love at first sight. Under the astonished and infatuated gazes of the male students, Chen Waner walked towards the VIP lounge. Luo Bai hesitated for a moment. He didn't go forward. As a rising male star, he was confident in himself. Being too proactive wouldn't be beneficial. He glanced at Chen Waner but didn't greet her. He looked directly at Mother Gu and Gu Wan and said, "Let's go." Mother nodded. She sighed in her heart. This girl, so beautiful. I saw my mother's expression. I smiled and shook my head. I didn't think my mother was also a fan of beauty. I wonder what my baby looks like after reincarnating. But I have a feeling she definitely won't be bad looking. As for me, as long as I want to, I can restore my handsome appearance from my past life at any time. Not far away, Luo Bai saw us entering the lounge. He hesitated for a moment, then followed us in. Luo Bai and the 3 of us sat in the same row. After Chen Waner entered, she walked directly towards me. Luo Bai watched Chen Waner walk towards him. His heart pounded. However, just as he was about to greet her, Chen Waner walked right past him and straightforwardly came to stand in front of me. She said gently to me, "Yesterday, you told me we'd meet again if it was fate. Does this count as us being fated?" My mother looked at Gu Wan. She also widened her eyes and said, "You're so pretty, big sister." Luo Bai looked at Chen Waner's perfect profile. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. However, my expression remained normal. I looked at Chen Waner with a half smile. "Are you sure our meeting today is a coincidence?" Chen Waner was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. She looked towards my mother. "Hello, ma'am. My name is Chen Waner. I am Gu, Chen's future classmate." Mother Gu was taken aback. Then she warmly greeted, "Student Chen, please sit." Hearing this, Chen Waner revealed her signature smile again. "Thank you, ma'am." After speaking, she sat down right next to me. She tilted her head and looked at me with a gentle gaze. "There are still 10 days until school starts. Are you planning to go directly to the academy, Student Gu, or will you find a place to settle down outside the academy first?" I replied straightforwardly. "First, I'll arrange a place for my mother and sister to live. Before school starts, I'll move into the dormitory arranged by the academy. Id City Academy has a rule. All new students at D City Academy are required to live in the dorms for the first year. If you don't follow the rules, you'll be expelled. As the incoming acting dean of D City Academy, I have the authority to make an exception. But in my past life, I never experienced academy life. So I want to try it once." Chen Waner smiled and suggested, "My family has a vacant villa in D City. It's very close to the academy. You can arrange for your mother and sister to stay there first." Mother Gu spoke up. "That wouldn't be very appropriate." Chen Waner said gently, "In the entire academy, Only student Gu and I are from Yun City. Besides, the villa is just sitting there empty. If it can help student Gu, then it can be considered putting it to good use. My mother said nothing, looking at me, waiting for my decision. I looked at Chen Waner. I could feel that Chen Waner was intentionally trying to get close to me. Because of that familiar feeling, I instinctively felt she had no ill intentions towards me. I just don't understand what Chen Waner's ultimate goal is. After a moment of thought, I still nodded lightly. In that case, it'll have to trouble you then. Senior Chen. I must say, Chen Waner has piqued my curiosity. I want to see what Chen Waner is planning. Luo Bai frowned. He hesitated for a moment, took off his hat and mask, and walked towards Chen Waner. However, at this moment, the electronic boarding announcement came from the gate. We quickly boarded the plane and found our respective seats. First class only had 2 seats per row. My mother and sister were in 1 row, and next to me was Chen Waner. Chen Waner looked at me and smiled. I told you we were fated. At this moment, Luo Bai suddenly walked up to my side. He said to me in a commanding tone, "Can you switch seats with me?" I looked at him. Coldly, no. Luo Bai's mentality exploded. He had never been rejected by anyone, but today, some nobody dared to refuse him. However, there were still a few of his fans in first class. They were looking this way. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He gritted his teeth and stared at me. 10,000. I'll give you 10,000. Give this seat to me. I looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think I need your 10,000? Luo Bai looked at my clothes, his eyes full of contempt, wearing all cheap market clothes. And you have the nerve to sit in first class, putting on a brave face. 100,000. Give me the seat. 100,000 is enough for you to buy dozens of first-class tickets. Hearing Luo Bai's aggressive tone, my expression also turned cold. I don't need money. Don't you understand human language? Luo Bai shuddered under my gaze. 200,000. Even though I have money, I am not a spendthrift. Don't push your luck. As soon as Luo Bai finished speaking, the aura around me instantly turned completely cold. I slowly took out a bank card and slapped it against Luo Bai's face. At the same time, my cold voice rang out, 1 million. Get off this plane. As soon as I finished speaking, the first-class cabin fell silent. The few fans of Luo Bai who were watching the commotion over here all gasped. Luo Bai was slapped in the face by an ordinary male student. Luo Bai's father is the head of the Luo group, and he's also a member of the underground palace. They thought I was crazy. Provoking Luo Bai would definitely not end well. Chen Waner curved her lips into a smile. My dazzling display made it impossible for her to look away. A moment later, Luo Bai came to his senses. He raised a hand to touch his burning face. He looked at me in disbelief. You dare to hit me? Before I could answer, Luo Bai suddenly raised his hand to slap my face. He was able to get into D City Academy. Naturally, he wasn't some weak, useless person. Just now, he hadn't reacted in time. That's why he got hit by some trash with a bank card. He put all his strength into this slap. He thought that as long as this slap landed, my face would definitely be ruined. However, just as the slap was about to land, a hand gripped his wrist tightly. The next moment, a clear slapping sound landed on Luo Bai's face. Under that powerful force, Luo Bai was knocked back several steps. Fresh red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. I said to him coldly, "Just now, I was only giving you money, telling you to get lost. This is what you call a slap." This slap directly stunned everyone around again. They were curious how I did it. Luo Bai was able to get into Di Cheng Academy. His combat power was not low. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and doubt. Luo Bai covered his injured face. His voice was filled with suppressed, immeasurable anger. You've really pissed me off. I just looked at him coldly. My voice was serious. Apologize to me now. Then, slap yourself 10 times and get back to your seat. Otherwise, after we get off the plane, what you'll have to endure won't just be a few slaps. I can guarantee that if my mother and sister weren't here, and I was worried about them, Luo Bai would absolutely not remain unharmed. Standing in front of me, Luo Bai was suddenly stunned again. He didn't think I would be so arrogant, after learning about his father's identity, and still daring to tell him to slap himself. Fine. Well, see, after we get off the plane. After Luo Bai finished speaking, he gave me a deep look, then went straight back to his seat. Sitting down, he took advantage of the fact that the plane hadn't taken off yet. He took out his phone and called his father, Luo Ching Cheng. After the call connected, Luo Bai exaggerated the story, recounting what had just happened. A moment later, his father replied that he would come to the airport to pick him up. Luo Bai told his father to bring a few more people, then hung up, satisfied. Then he turned his head to look at me. Luo Bai was thinking, should he beat my mouth to a pulp first later, or break my legs first? Not long after, I received a message from Di Ching. Boss, I can't leave from here. I've sent a subordinate to pick you up. 2 hours later, the plane landed at D City Airport. Luo Bai followed closely. We got off the plane. Luo Bai's fans also followed. They were in the mood to watch a show. A moment later, we reached the airport exit. Luo Bai's gaze fell on a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, with an extraordinary aura. Luo Bai called out, "Dad, you're here." He hurriedly ran towards the man. After standing firmly in front of Luo Qingcheng, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at me. "Dad, it's him, quickly get him." Just as Luo Bai finished speaking, Luo Qingcheng's gaze fell on me. He immediately walked towards me. The crowd of fans behind Luo Bai, seeing Luo Qingcheng's actions, all looked at me with complicated expressions. They thought that although I came from an ordinary background, I was a genius whose combat power far surpassed Luo Bai's. Was I about to fall into this situation? At the same time, watching Luo Qingcheng get closer and closer to me, the corner of Luo Bai's mouth curved into a cruel smile. He thought Luo Qingcheng would send someone to deal with me, but he didn't think he would want to do it himself. He thought that even if I didn't die today, I would at least lose a layer of skin. He was thinking about how he would torture me later. Before Luo Bai could decide, his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost, because he saw his father, who had never bowed his head to anyone, stand firmly in front of me, then bowed deeply. A serious voice, almost reverent, came from his father's mouth. "Subordinate Xuan Shen pays respects to the palace master." Luo Bai froze on the spot. He didn't understand why his father was bowing to me, nor did he understand what palace master meant. Speaking of which, Luo Bai's gaze fell on me, sizing me up carefully. He was suspecting that I was the master of the lesser underground palace, an existence of an even higher rank than his father. The look in Luo Bai's eyes as he watched me suddenly changed. He suddenly felt a little panicked. He had misjudged again, and had thoroughly offended me. He was thinking about what to do. I looked at Luo Qingcheng in front of me. Without my permission, he didn't dare to stand up straight. I smiled and said, "Your son told you to arrest me. I don't think I can handle such a grand gesture." Luo Qingcheng's face turned several shades paler. He never would have dreamed that the person his son called about getting into a fight with was actually me. Luo Qingcheng didn't dare to move from his bowing position, but he sternly scolded, "Luo Bai, kneel, and apologize to the palace master." Hearing Luo Qingcheng's words, Luo Bai knelt before me without hesitation. He raised his head slightly. In a sincere voice, "I am sorry. I am sorry. I didn't know your identity. I hope the great palace master will not hold this against a lowly person like me. Please spare me." Seeing this, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but sigh in relief. He spoke to me with a bitter smile. "Palace master, my son has been spoiled rotten. He's getting more and more unruly. Why don't you help teach him a lesson? I heard before that you would be going to D City Academy. Coincidentally, he has to go there too. You can keep him by your side. Let him do things like pouring tea and water." I glanced indifferently at Luo Bai and said, "Do you remember what I said on the plane?" Luo Bai was stunned for a moment. Then he hurriedly nodded. "I remember." Immediately after, he suddenly raised his hand. Slap, slap, slap. The sound came from Luo Bai's face. Everyone was dumbfounded. None of them thought that the esteemed CEO of the Luo group would bow to me, and no one could have imagined that the top-tier idol Luo Bai would kneel in front of me and slap himself. A long time later, I don't know how many times Luo Bai slapped himself. I lightly curved my lips and said, "That's enough." Only then did Luo Bai finally stop, because he knew my identity. He felt the burning sensation on his face, but he felt no resentment towards me. Luo Bai, was not a good person, but he understood the law of the jungle. I indifferently observed Luo Bai's expression. I understood that he wouldn't dare to play any tricks on me, so I slowly opened my mouth. "Just as your father said, I do need an attendant at D City Academy. Someone who is available at my beck and call at all times." Before I could finish, Luo Bai hurriedly interjected, "I am willing." He was only blinded by jealousy before, but he wasn't stupid. He understood that his father was seizing an opportunity for him. As long as he performed well by my side, he would be qualified to enter the lesser underground palace. He might even be able to enter the underground palace itself. Thinking of this, Luo Bai looked at me with even more enthusiasm. I said nothing more. Seeing this, Luo Qingcheng's eyes suddenly flashed with ecstatic joy. He believed that if his son could stay by my side, his future would surely be incredibly bright, and he, and even his family, could all advance further because of his son. Some people around took photos of Luo Bai kneeling, and some took photos of me. Luo Qingcheng had them all delete the photos and warned everyone. If anyone dared to speak of today's events, they would absolutely not have a good end. After that, Luo Qingcheng took us to the vacant villa in D City. We had a simple meal at the villa. Then my mother took my sister to rest. I followed Chen Waner and Luo Bai to Dai Cheng Academy. At this time, in the dean's office of Dai Cheng Academy, an old man stood with his hands behind his back in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window. Behind the old man were a man and a woman. Two assistants were reporting important information. Suddenly, the office door was kicked open. The woman in the lead had a noble aura, beautiful as a goddess. The male assistant gasped. He couldn't believe it, that such a perfect woman could exist in the world. The female assistant was also left breathless by the woman who entered. Soon, she determined that the 5 people who entered were all students of Di Cheng Academy. Her expression suddenly turned cold. She scolded coldly. "Who let you in? Get out." Hearing this, the woman in the lead stopped walking. She tilted her head slightly, her pupils looking towards the female assistant. The next moment, a dark golden glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. The female assistant was forcefully sent flying. She slammed into the white wall 3 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her body slowly slid down the wall. The male assistant couldn't help but gasp. He looked at the woman in fear, but for some reason, his heart beat a few shades faster. He actually found such a woman to be even more attractive. At this moment, the dean was completely frozen. He used all the strength in his body, just to withstand the immeasurable pressure from behind him. He turned around extremely slowly, looking at that woman. Just as he turned around, the woman asked coldly, "The person I told you to find, have you still not found him?" In the Xi nation, the dean, who had never feared any leader, trembled. He looked at the woman, opened his mouth, but couldn't get any words out. Seeing his state, the woman already knew the answer. The aura around her turned utterly ruthless. Useless. As soon as she spoke, the 4 people behind her knelt on one knee at the same time, and the dean could no longer hold on. With a thud, he knelt before the woman. He really wanted to cry. How could someone come back from the dead in this world? Even if they did, they wouldn't announce it. Moreover, the boy this woman was looking for was reincarnated half a year ago. Why didn't she look half a year ago? Half a year ago, a few people were accepted into Dicheng Academy, but they didn't have money for tuition, so he expelled them. Then this woman suddenly showed up and beat him up. He had no choice. He could only give them the scholarships he had withheld. Only then did this woman temporarily spare him. After that, he found out that this woman had come to find him to ask for his help in finding someone. If this woman hadn't run into that incident, facing a woman who came to ask for help, he wouldn't have fallen into such an aggrieved situation. The woman's eyes were cold. She looked straight at the dean on the floor. Her voice was icy, leaving no room for argument. 3 months. Ill. Give you 3 more months. If you can't find where he was reincarnated, you will no longer have a reason to exist. The dean's heart suddenly clenched. He knew the other party wasn't joking. He had no doubt that within 3 months, if he didn't find the boy's whereabouts, this woman would really kill him. He hurriedly said, "I just received news. The acting dean is on his way to the academy. After he arrives at the academy, I will lose my authority as dean. Why don't you communicate directly with him from now on?" The male assistant's phone suddenly went off. It was a message notification. He subconsciously took out his phone. He looked at the message that appeared. The next moment, he raised his head to look at the goddess-like woman before him and said, "The acting dean has already entered the academy." Meanwhile, in the office of the Supreme Commander of D City's War Department, Feng Shen looked at the reports one by one. The situation on the battlefield was not optimistic. Her brow furrowed deeper and deeper. She knew the battlefield would have problems without me, but she never thought the problems would be this severe. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Feng Shen said, "Come in." A high-ranking commander entered, his face full of joy. "Great Commander, good news. The woman that Commander Gu was looking for. We found her whereabouts." Hearing this, Feng Shen stood up abruptly. She hurriedly asked, "Where is she?" Feng Shen knew that I had previously refused to become a great commander in order to use my energy to find that woman. Now that the woman had been found, she thought it was time for me to take the position of great commander. The high-ranking commander said, "At Dicheng Academy." Feng Shen looked at the war report on her desk and slowly exhaled. The tide of the war is finally about to turn. Thinking of this, she looked at the high-ranking commander before her, her face serious. "Prepare the car. Come with me to welcome the new great commander of the Xi nation to his post." The high-ranking commander said, "Yes." In front of the D City Academy gate, Luo Bai and I both marveled at the perfection of D City Academy. Seeing my satisfaction, Chen Waner's lips curved into a faint smile. "Let's go," she said, leading the way into the academy gates. Luo Bai couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He quickly stopped. "Chen Waner, D City Academy only allows academy students and those with academy passes to enter. If you just barge in, it'll be a lot of trouble." He knew I was the master of the lesser underground palace of D City Academy, but he didn't think that I would give Chen Waner a spot at Dicheng Academy. However, as soon as Liu Bei finished speaking, a male student happened to walk out from the academy. Seeing Chen Waner, he immediately showed a surprised expression. "Chen Dian." A few passing students around were attracted by this voice. They whispered and discussed Chen Waner's beauty. Luo Bai stared blankly at Chen Waner. Chen Dian. If he remembered correctly, only campus bell-level figures at Dicheng Academy could have the character Dian added after their surname. This meant Chen Waner was already a student at Dicheng Academy. Luo Bai's face was full of shock. Chen Waner looked at him and smiled faintly. "Everyone just calls me that, casually. You can just call me by my name." Hearing this, everyone around looked at Liu Bei at the same time. The male students almost fell silent in unison. They roughly understood why it felt like Chen Dian was in love. A few female students around immediately got excited. They thought Luo Bai had feelings for Chen Waner. Hearing this, Luo Bai suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He subconsciously looked at me. After confirming that my expression was normal, he sighed in relief. He quickly explained to everyone, "Don't misunderstand. I only met Senior Chen Waner today. We just came to the academy together. We're not a couple." However, everyone didn't fully believe him. They thought Luo Bai and their Chen Dian were a perfect match. Even if they weren't a couple now, they probably would be soon. Luo Bai felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by them. He quickly looked at me. "And Chen Waner, let's go in first." I nodded and started walking towards the academy gate. As for the people around, after hearing his words, they finally noticed that between Luo Bai and Chen Waner, there was also me, the third wheel. As I walked past Chen Waner suddenly spoke. Wait, my footsteps suddenly stopped. I looked at Chen Waner. Chen Waner said nothing, but suddenly took 2 steps forward. In the blink of an eye, the distance between us shortened to the point where we could hear each other breathe. She looked at me naturally and slowly raised her hand to my face. Her long, soft fingers pinched a piece of lint on my cheek. "There," she said, slowly turning her wrist, releasing the 2 fingers holding the lint. The piece of lint floated down into her palm, framed by the lint and the midday sun. Her eyes were fixed on me, a smile on her face. This girl, beautiful as a work of art, left everyone dumbfounded. They always knew Chen Dian was beautiful, but no one knew that their Chen Dian could be this enchanting. Luo Bai was also dumbfounded. Even though he knew Chen Waner belonged to me, he was still captivated by Chen Waner's charm. However, I looked at the Chen Waner before me, and there wasn't the slightest ripple in my eyes. I said faintly, "Thanks," then walked towards the academy by myself. Seeing my action, a hint of disappointment flashed across Chen Waner's face. She thought that even after reincarnating, I still had no feelings for her. But quickly, her face returned to its usual gentleness. When she chose to reincarnate, she had already thought of this scene. What she needed to do was to do her best to help me and try to win my affection. Even if she failed, she would have no regrets. Chen Waner smiled calmly. Who would have thought she would turn her head to look at everyone around? The smile at the corner of her lips deepened a few shades. She knew these male students were guessing about her and Luo Bai, but she didn't want them to think of pairing her with another man. Luo Bai saw the change in Chen Waner's expression. He sighed, looking at my back with envy. He understood that in this life, he was fated to have no chance with Chen Waner. As we stepped through the academy gates, the male students around finally came to their senses. Some suspected that Chen Waner liked me. Some thought it was impossible. They thought I had seduced her, so they wanted to follow me to see how I seduced Chen Waner. I entered the academy. Chen Waner showed me around to familiarize me with the environment. Soon, we were standing in front of a white building. According to Chen Waner's introduction, the dean's office was located here. I looked at the building entrance before me and looked at Chen Waner. I said, "Take him to complete the dormitory registration procedures first. I have something to do." Chen Waner nodded and asked, "Should I take care of your procedures as well?" I nodded. "Do them together. After you're done, send me the dormitory location and room number. I'll go over myself." Chen Waner nodded and took Luo Bai away. I then entered the building by myself, heading straight for the dean's office. Not far away, the students who had followed us saw me enter the building. They didn't understand what I was doing here, and they understood even less what tricks I had used to win over Chen Dian. Thinking that if someone like me could seduce Chen Dian, then they also had a chance. Thinking of this, they chased after Chen Waner and Luo Bai. At the same time, I appeared at the door of the dean's office. Before I could enter, the sound of shattering porcelain suddenly rang out. Shards of porcelain flew everywhere. A few shards slid to my feet. The dean's roar came from inside. "What gives her the right to be so arrogant in front of me? If you poor people don't have money, then don't go to school. What gives her the right to demand that I give them scholarships? If it weren't for the scholarships, why would I still be this crappy dean? Now she's even forcing me into early retirement, and she still won't let me go. Besides, the new scapegoat has arrived. I've already told her. The new dean is here. I no longer have the authority of a dean. What gives her the right to make me help her find someone? I don't know what happened here, but hearing the dean's furious voice, I already had a rough idea. I came this time, originally intending to discuss work with this dean, but I didn't expect that in the dean's eyes, I was just a scapegoat. Well then, things will be much easier for me." Thinking of this, I glanced at the 2 assistants in the office. They were trembling with fear. I avoided the debris on the floor and stepped into the office. Because all of my information is classified, the dean only knew that the new acting dean was male, but he had never seen my photo. In his eyes, the acting dean should be over 30 years old, so when the furious dean saw me, he assumed I was a new student applying for a scholarship. The anger in his heart immediately intensified. He raised his hand and pointed at me, and shouted, "Is this a place you can just casually walk into? Get out!" I looked at him indifferently. My pupils gradually turned cold. "A person like you, how did you become dean?" The dean grew even more furious. He looked at me with a cold face. "D City Academy is an elite academy. It's not a shelter for poor students like you. The tuition is 1 million a year. Hand it over to me in 3 days. If you can pay, You stay. If you can't, get lost. Hearing this, I smiled. But the smile didn't reach my eyes. I walked forward a few steps and sat down in the chair in front of the desk. Then I looked at the dean and spoke unhurriedly. I have this 1 million. But I dare to give it. Do you dare to take it? The dean was first taken aback. The next moment, he burst out in angry laughter. Just based on your attitude towards me, never mind 1 million, even for 10 million. D City Academy can't accommodate you. After speaking, he raised his hand and pointed to the office door. Get out of D City Academy for me. Immediately, I heard the dean speak. My expression suddenly turned cold, a fierce aura pressed down. The dean subconsciously took 2 steps back. He hadn't steadied himself yet. Suddenly, 2 cold glints flashed in his line of sight. The next moment, 2 silver needles pierced his legs. His legs immediately lost all feeling. He collapsed to the ground. However, at this moment, he no longer cared about his legs. He looked at me. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Impossible. He was a high-level warrior. After all, he couldn't believe it, that he had no strength to resist me, and we were clearly 2 different people. Yet he felt from me, an aura extremely similar to that woman's. Thinking of this, the dean asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you?" Just as the dean finished speaking, the male assistant's phone rang again. He saw the message on the screen. The male assistant's eyes widened. The next moment, he quickly raised his head. He turned his head and said to the dean, "Dean, he is the new acting dean who just arrived." The assistant's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the dean to freeze on the spot. Several seconds later, he slowly came to his senses. He stared at me blankly. "You are the new acting dean." I smiled faintly. "Correct. I am the new sacrificial lamb you spoke of." The dean's body stiffened. He knew I had come to replace him. This was an announcement issued by the great commander Feng Shen. Although he didn't know my identity, he knew I must have a close connection with Feng Shen, a person like me. He couldn't afford to offend. But then he remembered what he had just done. The dean's smile was uglier than a cry. I was provoked by a student earlier. In a moment of impulse, I spoke out of anger. Please consider it my careless words. Don't mind it. I slightly raised my eyes. You say I came to be a sacrificial lamb. What did you do wrong, that you need me to take the fall for you? The dean's heart tightened. He quickly opened his mouth. You're here to manage the academy. How could you be a sacrificial lamb? I was talking nonsense. I was talking nonsense. I smiled faintly. These legs of yours could have been restored. But if you don't tell the truth, I am afraid they will be completely crippled. The dean's heart suddenly tightened. He could feel that I was no longer joking. He hesitated for a moment. He could only speak honestly. I did run into some trouble. Half a year ago, a woman suddenly appeared at the academy. She forced me to help her find someone. I could never find them, so she wanted to find a new dean to replace me. My breath hitched suddenly. Find someone? What's her name? Who is she looking for? Her name is Xie Qingming. She's looking for a male student who was reborn half a year ago. A huge wave suddenly surged in my heart. At this moment, I could completely confirm the information Dai Qing gave me. That's right. My baby is at the Imperial City Academy. Even her name is the same as in our past life. I tried to calm my emotions. I stared at the dean and asked, "Tell me, where is she now?" Feeling my pressuring gaze, the dean's heart trembled. He quickly opened his mouth to answer. She just left here not long ago, but her movements are erratic. I also don't know where she is now. I immediately walked to the window. I looked out at the entire academy. In my line of sight, there was no trace of a figure resembling that woman. After a moment, I withdrew my gaze. I looked at the dean and asked, "Is there a way to contact her?" The dean quickly shook his head. "No," I continued to ask. "Didn't she tell you to find someone? If you found the person, how would you inform her?" The dean quickly said, "She enrolled in D City Academy half a year ago. She became a student of the academy. As a student during the school term, I can find her on campus." After the dean spoke, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He quickly said, "I heard. The academy is holding a gathering tonight. She has been invited." Hearing the dean say that, my expression finally softened, but I still wanted to see her soon. Do other people not have a way to contact her either? The dean shook his head. No, she barely interacts with anyone at the academy. Hearing this, I confirmed it. I couldn't get from the dean any more useful information about Xie Qingming. I directly took out my phone and sent a message to Di Qing. I told her to find Xie Qingming's location. In less than a minute, I received a reply from Di Qing. 10 minutes ago, she appeared at the Imperial City Academy. Then she disappeared. This person is very mysterious. I can't find any specific information about her. My finger rubbed the screen. I was silent for a moment. Then I looked at the dean and asked, "When did she come to D City Academy? What has she been doing during that time?" The dean heard this and quickly replied, "She enrolled in the academy half a year ago. During her time here, she often skips classes. Many teachers are very dissatisfied with her. But even though she has barely spoken to anyone, many male students really like her. Any class she attends, many male students will come to listen. Basically, every class is packed." Although he wanted to kill that woman, he had to admit, that woman was truly beautiful. Thinking of this, the dean couldn't help but look at me. He thought I wanted to find that woman. Perhaps I had designs on her too. He looked at my face and secretly shook his head. The person who was thrown out of the classroom by that woman back then was probably one of the Academy's male gods. If it were this person before him instead, it probably wouldn't be as simple as just being thrown out. I glanced at the dean. I didn't delve into what he was thinking. I just said faintly, "Where is the gathering tonight?" The dean quickly looked at his male assistant, Shen Jitai, beside him. "Quickly look it up." The male assistant quickly took out his phone and sent a message to a number. Soon, he received a reply. "The gathering is on the 3rd floor of the Global Century Hotel. It starts at 7 p.m. sharp." I looked at the time. It was still nearly 4 hours until the gathering. So I wasn't in a hurry. I looked at the dean and asked, "I've heard before, someone at D City Academy successfully unsealed a star card. Do you know how to unseal it?" The dean was a bit embarrassed. Then he looked at me and replied, "It's true that someone at D City Academy unsealed one, but that student unsealed it themselves." But he didn't reveal the unsealing method to anyone. I continued to ask, "Where is the student who unsealed that star card now?" "I don't know where he is now, but I know he is from the Gu family of D City." I nodded. "I have no more business here. Don't announce your resignation for now. You will still be in charge of handling the Academy's affairs for the time being. If this were an old dean of retirement age, I wouldn't mind working harder. But now that there's this free labor, why wouldn't I use it?" After speaking, I prepared to leave. The dean saw my action and immediately spoke in a slight panic. "What about my legs?" Until now, his legs still had no feeling. I looked at him coldly. "Next. Well, see how you perform. If I am satisfied with you after 3 months, you will naturally be able to stand up. But if you do something that displeases me, then you can say goodbye to these legs forever." The dean heard me say this. His eyes suddenly widened. He immediately opened his mouth to beg. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. My expression suddenly turned cold. "If I hear one more word of nonsense from you, if you don't need them, after 3 months, you don't need your legs anymore." The old dean's breath hitched. He quickly shut his mouth. But in his panic, he suddenly thought of something. The next moment, he quickly raised his hand and took the golden badge from his chest. Then he said carefully, "You won't let me announce my resignation. Your identity cannot be declared. All the students know this thing. The person holding this badge can exercise the dean's authority on my behalf." I raised an eyebrow at that. I slowly walked in front of the dean. I reached out and took the badge. I looked at the small, exquisite badge. Then I smiled at the dean. "Very good. 3 months can be reduced to 2. The dean saw this and quickly said, "Thank you, my lord. In the time to come, I will definitely perform well." I hummed lightly and then walked out of the office. After I left, the dean immediately collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Are all young people this terrifying nowadays? I had just gone downstairs when I saw Luo Bei and a female student walking over. The female student looked at me coldly. Her face showed disgust. Luo Bei smiled and said to me, "Tonight, a senior is holding a gathering at the Global Century Hotel. They say he will publicly confess to Feng Dian. You should come with us." I heard that and looked at him faintly. The expression on my face was a bit hard to read. Confess to Feng Dian? If I am not mistaken, this Feng Dian is my baby. Luo Bei nodded. "That's right. In the academy, Her Highness Chen Waner and Her Highness Xia Qingming are the most prestigious. Today, His Highness Xiao Yunqi will confess to Her Highness Xia Qingming." After he spoke, it was as if he thought of something. He quickly looked at the cold male student beside him and introduced to me, "Gu Chen, I've already arranged your dormitory. Let me introduce you. This is your roommate, the young master of the Tang group, Tang Bashan." Tang Bashan was lukewarm. He glanced at me. "Let's go." He didn't wait for me to say anything. He walked towards the parking lot by himself. Luo Bai saw this and said to me a bit awkwardly, "Gu Chen, Bashan's personality is like that. Don't mind him too much. Let's go." I nodded. I said nothing. We got out of Tang Bashan's luxury car and stood in front of the Global Century Hotel. It was still nearly 2 hours until the gathering. There weren't many people going in and out of the hotel. However, before we could enter, a male student happened to walk by. Tang Bashan saw the student and smilingly went forward to greet him. "Hello, Senior Chu." The other person looked at Tang Bashan faintly and hummed coldly. He was about to enter. However, the next moment, his gaze fell on Luo Bai. "You're the coward who wanted to harass Her Highness Chen." Luo Bai's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to get angry directly. Instead, he looked at Tang Bashan. Tang Bashan quickly spoke up to introduce him. "Luo Bai, this is Senior Chu Langsing. He's also the dean's only grandson." Luo Bai sucked in a cold breath. He immediately felt a little lucky. It was a good thing he wasn't impulsive. You should know the dean has the power of life and death over the students. If he offended him, this grandson of the dean, even I, might not be able to save him. Chu Langsing looked at Luo Bai's pale face and proudly lifted his chin. Then he ordered Luo Bai, after returning to the academy, Keep a distance of more than 10 meters from Chen Waner. If I hear any more rumors about you harassing her, you don't need to stay at the Imperial City Academy anymore. Do you hear me? Luo Bei quickly nodded. Chu Langsing nodded. Then he tilted his head slightly and casually warned me and Tang Bashan. And you guys should also keep your distance from Chen Waner. Tang Bashan quickly smiled and said, the person Senior likes. How would I dare to compete with Senior? Chu Langsing's gaze fell on me. I looked at him, neither humbly nor arrogantly. He frowned. Didn't you hear what I said? Tang Bashan quickly reminded me. Answer quickly. I ignored Tang Bashan. I just looked at Chu Langsing faintly and asked, does the academy have a rule that we can't approach a certain student? Tang Bashan snorted. You're a newcomer. Then let me tell you. My words are the academy's rules. I smiled lightly. Is that so? What if I don't comply? Chu Langsing's face turned pale. Then the three of you can get out of the academy together. Tang Bashan heard this. His heart tightened. He warned me. Quickly apologized to Senior Chu. It's fine if you want to die alone. We don't want to be dragged down by you. Luo Bai was also a bit worried. He was also worried that if I provoked the dean's grandson, I would get expelled. I directly ignored them. I just looked faintly at Chu Yao. Make me get out of the academy? You're probably not qualified. Chu Yao stared at me. He didn't get angry but laughed. I am not qualified? Good. 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 In that case, I'll show you whether I am qualified or not. After speaking, Chu Langsing took out his phone and called the dean's number. Tang Bashan was so scared he almost stopped breathing. This time, he ordered me. Quickly apologize to Senior Chu. Chu Langsing laughed coldly. It's too late to apologize now. Only if you kneel down and repent. Will I forgive you? Tang Bashan said quickly. Kneel down. Quickly kneel down. You're not thinking about yourself. You have to think about us too. After he spoke, he raised his hand to press my shoulder, wanting to force me to kneel. However, before he could touch me, I kicked him in the knee. Tang Bashan cried out in pain. He directly half-knelt on the ground. At the same time, the call on Chu Langsing's phone connected. The dean's voice came through. My dear grandson, what's wrong? Chu Langsing looked at me with hatred and said angrily, Grandpa, someone is bullying me. I want him and his two classmates to get out of the academy. The other end was silent for a moment. The voice revealed surprise. Someone doesn't know their place, dares to bully my grandson. Tell me their names. I'll have them expelled immediately. Tang Bashan heard this. His face immediately turned pale. He looked at me with hatred. It's over. The spot at the Imperial City Academy that he worked so hard for. It was all gone. Luo Bei's face was also pale. His eyes showed grievance and unwillingness. Chu Langsing heard the dean speak and immediately smiled. Grandpa, I know you're the best. Wait a moment, I'll ask him. After speaking, he arrogantly opened his mouth to me. Idiot. What's your name? I didn't answer him. Instead, I looked at his phone and spoke unhurriedly. Old Dean, do you still remember what I just told you? The other end of the phone suddenly fell silent, and Chu Langsing, Tang Bashan, and Luo Bai were all stunned. They thought that besides begging the dean for a scholarship, I couldn't say anything else. They thought that I was now using this tone to question the dean, because I knew I couldn't stay at the academy, and was prepared to go all out. Tang Bashan looked at me with ridicule and pity. Chu Langsing looked at me with a cold smile. On one hand, he proudly said to the dean, Grandpa, he's not just bullying me. He's also disrespecting you. I want to make it so he can never attend school again in this life. Before Chu Langsing could finish his sentence, the dean's scolding cut him off. His angry voice carried a hint of fear. Chu Langsing was stunned. His face was full of disbelief. His grandpa, who usually doted on him the most, was telling him to shut up. Chu Langsing suddenly turned his head to look at me and spoke coldly. It's useless, even if you kneel and beg now. My grandpa won't forgive you. The old dean on the other end of the phone was almost scared to death by this sentence. He immediately gave a cold order. Chu Langsing, apologize to Mr. Gu, immediately. Chu Langsing was completely stunned. Just now, his grandpa was really telling him to shut up, and now he was telling him to apologize to this country bumpkin. Why tell him to apologize to this kind of person? It was no different from telling him to die. Seeing Chu Langsing speechless, the dean was extremely panicked. He started urging, Didn't you hear me? Apologize to Mr. Gu. In his heart, he prayed his grandson wouldn't do anything reckless. Otherwise, his grandson would definitely be in trouble, and he wouldn't be able to keep his legs either. Chu Langsing glanced at me. Extremely unconvinced, he said, Grandpa, are you senile? He's just an ordinary student. Why are you telling me to apologize to this kind of person? The dean was almost in despair. Chu Langsing, apologize immediately. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. At this moment, he truly regretted spoiling his grandson rotten. Chu Langsing heard this and rolled his eyes. I think you're getting old. Your mind isn't clear. All right. I have things to do. I am not talking to you anymore. After he spoke, he directly hung up the phone. Tang Bashan and Luo Bai stared blankly. Their faces were full of confusion. Tang Bashan was completely frozen. He looked at me in disbelief. How could this be? The dean hasn't resigned yet. He can't really be senile. He suspected that I had some unknown identity. Liu Bai also looked at me, stunned. He knew I was the palace master of the small underground palace at the Imperial City Academy, but he didn't expect the dean to tell Chu Langsing to apologize to me. He thought he had underestimated my threatening power. Before Liu Bai could think it through, Chu Langsing had already turned his head and looked at me coldly, and said, "I don't know what trick you used to deceive my grandpa, but you've provoked me. I can't forgive you." I looked at him and smiled faintly. "I am also curious. How will you not forgive me?" Chu Langsing's eyes narrowed. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and raised his hand to slap my face. Tang Bashan held a moment of silence for me. He knew Chu Langsing was an ultimate warrior. This slap used his full strength. If it landed, my face would need plastic surgery. However, a clear slapping sound rang out. Tang Bashan's eyes suddenly widened. He only saw Chu Langsing being knocked back by my slap. Tang Bashan sucked in a cold breath. He couldn't believe it, that Chu Langsing was beaten by me with no power to resist. He thought I wasn't as simple as he appeared. At the same time, Chu Langsing staggered to steady himself. He covered his face, which was almost numb with pain. The teeth in his mouth were loose. He looked at me, stunned. "You dare to hit me?" I just looked at him faintly. "Kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, it won't be as simple as just getting out of the academy." Chu Langsing was slightly stunned. He suddenly shouted, "Apologize? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of my apology?" I smiled faintly. The next moment, another slapping sound rang out. This time, Chu Langsing fell directly to the ground. He was completely stunned. He suddenly raised his head to look at me. His eyes were full of hatred. "I'll kill you. I must kill you." He forcefully stood up from the ground and rushed towards me. However, just as he stood up, I sent him flying several meters with a slap. He slammed heavily onto the ground. I slowly walked in front of Chu Langsing. My voice carried a threatening pressure. "In 2 hours, if your grandfather doesn't come and give me an explanation, neither you nor your grandfather will need your legs anymore." After I spoke, I didn't spare Chu Langsing another glance. I went straight into the hotel. Tang Bashan and Luo Bai stared blankly at my back. Then they looked at Chu Langsing lying on the ground. They looked at each other. Tang Bashan, I didn't think. He had the power to kill an ultimate warrior in 1 second. Luo Bai looked at Chu Langsing and hesitated to speak. Should we help him up? Tang Bashan was also a bit hesitant. If they didn't help, they would offend Chu Langsing. But if they did help, wouldn't that be opposing me? Tang Bashan's eyes suddenly lost focus. "What's wrong? Why can't I see anything?" Luo Bai, "Where are you? Why can't I see anything?" After speaking, he walked unsteadily into the hotel. Luo Bai was frozen. "You can do that?" But quickly, he quickly followed. "Bashan, your eyes aren't good. Don't run around. Be careful not to fall." Chu Langsing spat out a mouthful of old blood. Feeling the intense pain all over his body, fear filled his heart. He looked at the incoming call from his grandfather on his phone. He finally answered it. At the same time, I entered the hotel alone. Not far away, whispers could be heard. "This party today. I heard that more than half of the important figures from D City's families were invited. It's really grand." Someone said, "How could it not be grand? The Gu family only has a few enemies in total. One is a 24-year-old who was promoted to a mid-level commander in the War Department this year. Another is a 19-year-old who has become a student at the Imperial City Academy. Such talents. The Gu family produced 2 in 1 year. By the way, I heard the Gu family head's daughter was just brought back." Someone interrupted. "What are you thinking? The Gu family head brought her back this time, so that she would kneel and apologize to the entire Gu family in front of everyone, to warn the family members who don't follow arrangements." That person echoed in agreement. "That's right. I heard that woman also has a useless son. He just got out of prison 2 days ago. The Gu family head values his reputation. Because of this son, he can't acknowledge her either. In my opinion, well." However, before that person could continue speaking, a cold hand gripped his neck. The young man saw my action. He was immediately scared stiff. The next moment, he reacted strongly. He quickly shouted to the hotel security, "Who are you? Everyone, come quickly." My eyebrows twitched slightly. "If you don't want to die, shut up for me." The young man heard this. His heart tightened. He subconsciously shut his mouth. My voice was cold. "Tell me where the Gu family head is now." The young man quickly replied, "In the second-floor banquet hall." I directly raised my hand and threw the person out. The man's body fell, hitting a security guard who was running over. The 2 of them fell to the ground at the same time. I turned and waved my hand. The next moment, a few silver glints flashed. The bodies of the remaining security guards immediately froze in place, and I, without even looking, walked up to the second floor of the hotel by myself. At the same time, the second-floor banquet hall. It was still some time before the party began. There were only a few Go family members in the banquet hall. Mother Jiu was being forcefully held down by 2 middle-aged people, and standing in front of Mother Gu was an old man of about 70. The old man had a cold expression. He questioned coldly, "You've returned to D City. Why didn't you come to the Gu family home immediately, to fulfill your promise to me? Mother Gu raised her head. I just arrived in D-City this afternoon. I was planning to wait for Wan to wake up to say goodbye before coming. The Gu family head's eyes suddenly narrowed. He scolded coldly, talking back. Since you didn't keep your promise, don't blame me for not considering our father-daughter relationship. Today, you must do it. Not only in front of all the guests, but in front of the entire Gu family. Accept a whipping from every member of the Gu family. Whether you can survive in the end depends on your own luck. Mother Ju stared blankly at the Ju family head. Her body completely stiffened. After a long while, she opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Am I really your daughter? The Gu family head's expression grew several shades colder. His words held no warmth. The weight of my children in my heart must be measured by your value. Your older brother and younger sister can contribute to the family's development. And you? What use are you as a daughter? Your only use is for a political marriage, but because of that bastard. You even threw away your only value. Why should I still acknowledge you? What use is this daughter? Mother Ju forcefully raised her head and looked at the Ju family head. Her face was filled with suppression and unwillingness. The achievements I made at the Gu group back then were more than all of your sons combined. Just because I am a daughter, you were afraid I would affect your sons' positions in the company. You revoked my position and credited all my achievements to them, while I was accused of stealing their achievements and was blacklisted by almost all businesses in the Shia Kingdom. What did I do wrong? You tell me. What did I ultimately do wrong? The aura around the Gu family head was frigid. Who do you think you are? To dare question your parents? She unconsciously trembled, but still bravely asked, Why? Why do you treat me like this? A murderous intent flashed in the Gu family head's eyes. He sneered contemptuously. Why? Because you have to get married eventually anyway. Because you were born as a losing proposition. You have no right to compete for the Gu family's assets with your brothers. Is that enough? Mother Ju looked blankly at the Ju family head. Her whole body was as if soulless. No matter how lazy her brothers were, they would be cherished, while she, despite being outstanding, would be abandoned. Mother Go hadn't recovered from the shock. The Go family head watched her and spoke. What I just said, you must follow it later. Otherwise, I will let you watch with your own eyes as your daughter and son suffer an even more brutal punishment in your place. Mother Gus' eyes widened forcefully. Deep despair was in her eyes. She didn't think that in order to make her submit, her father would use a Chen and Wan to threaten her. Gu Yu entered the banquet hall at this moment. When she saw Mother Gu, she was first stunned. Quickly, she guessed the general situation. She quickly said, Grandpa, the deaths of Old Master Li and CEO Liu are not related to me. I didn't kill them. The previous agreement between you and Little Ant doesn't count. You should quickly release Little Ant. The Gu family had laughed coldly. You didn't kill them. Then you tell me, who else in Ning City could touch them? It was Little Ant's son. Hearing Gu Yu's answer, the Gu family head looked at her with disappointment. For his sake, you dare to lie even to your grandfather. You quickly said, Grandpa. It really was Gu Chen. He is your grandson. You just need to accept him back. And the Gu family can become a first-rate family in D-City at any time. The Gu family head's expression suddenly turned cold. Enough? Do you really think I am senile? Words like that, no one in the Gu family can believe. A brat who just got out of prison a few days ago. What ability does he have to kill two top figures of Yun City? This so-called Gu Chen of yours is just a country bumpkin. He doesn't even have the qualifications to serve the Gu family. How can he possibly shoulder the great responsibility of making the Gu family a first-rate family? Just as he finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly came from the door. I really don't know who is qualified for me to serve, and I know even less within the Saya Kingdom. What matter is there that I cannot interfere in? I hope the Gu family head can enlighten me. As soon as I finished speaking, the people in the banquet hall all looked towards the door at the same time. When they saw me, everyone frowned, thinking a wet behind the ears brat dared to boast. Does he not want to live? Mother Gu saw my figure. She quickly shouted, to me, a Chen. Go quickly. A Chen. Get out of here quickly. She clearly understood her father's ruthlessness and was worried I would provoke him. He would not show mercy. However, Gu Yu looked at me. Her breathing quickened again. At this moment, only two words were in his head. It's over. Thinking of his grandfather's stubborn nature, he wouldn't spare Mother Gu and me, and with my nature of killing without blinking, I absolutely could not back down in front of my grandfather. He was thinking about how to prevent me from clashing with his grandfather. The Gu family had heard Mother Gus shout. He looked at me, his face turning pale. You are the bastard she gave birth to outside. Gu, you heard these three words. His mind felt like it exploded. Today is probably really the end. My footsteps stopped. I stared at the Gu family head for 2 seconds. Suddenly, I laughed. Old fool, you're already close to the grave anyway, and you still don't know how to speak like a human. As soon as I finished speaking, a gasp of cold air immediately echoed through the banquet hall. At this moment, the Gu family members looked at me in disbelief. They thought I was definitely dead. They looked at me, as if they were looking at a dead person. Mother Gu also looked at me, stunned. She knew her son wasn't afraid of trouble, but she never thought that I would dare to say such words to the Gu family head. But she didn't advise me to shut up, because she believed her son was not stupid. If I dared to say that, I must have the capital to not fear the Gu family head. Gu, you heard me speak. She finally confirmed that the Gu family was in trouble. She couldn't watch the Gu family head towards ruin. She subconsciously looked at the Gu family head. Grandfather, you. However, before Gu, you could continue speaking. The Gu family head furiously raised his hand and pointed at my nose. You rebellious brat. His raised arm was trembling. Then he ordered a few Gu family members, men, seize this animal who doesn't respect his elders. For me, he wouldn't strike me himself. It would only dirty his hands. Among them, 2 middle-aged men from the Gu family heard this. They quickly responded, yes. Just as the 2 of them walked towards me, Gu Yu blocked their path. She looked at the Gu family head with a worried expression. Grandfather, Gu Chen, you can't touch him. The Gu family head's face suddenly turned cold. You not only protect your useless little aunt, you also shelter the bastard she gave birth to. At this moment, he was truly a little disappointed. It seems the future heir of the Gu family. He should consider changing to someone else. Gu, you heard the Gu family head's questioning. She took a deep breath. She tried her best to persuade him. Grandfather, stop. Otherwise, the Gu family will not only fail to become a first-rate family, it will even face the danger of annihilation. The Gu family head's gaze immediately grew a few shades colder. Gu Yu, are you determined to oppose me? Seeing the Gu family head still unmoved, Gu Yu looked at me anxiously, still making a final attempt. Grandfather, although Gu Chen didn't strike himself, but Liu Saidao, Old Master Li, even Liu Zian, all died because of him. Liu Fanxing, the 1-star high-ranking commander of the Liu family, also resigned because of him. Not only that, he's also D. However, before Gu, you could continue speaking. The Gu family head suddenly shouted coldly, enough. Gu Yu, I see you've been bewitched by them. Don't you forget, he's just a lowly coward who just got out of prison. Tell me, what ability does he have to kill Liu Saidao and Liu Zian? Heh, let alone kill them. A low-class embryo like him doesn't even have the right to meet them. Just as the Gu family had finished speaking, a surprised voice rang out from the banquet hall entrance. Gu Chen, so you're here. Luo Bai and Tang Bashan quickly walked in. Seeing the 2 enter, the Gu family head was visibly flustered. CEO of the Luo Corporation. Young master of the Tang Corporation, the Gu family is only a second-rate family. Today's banquet, although the Gu family invited many dignitaries, but they were all from second- or third-rate families. As for the Luo Corporation and the Tang Corporation, the young masters of these top 10 corporations in the imperial capital, the Gu family had no right to invite them, but now, 2 such people appeared, seemingly looking for me. I wondered what virtue or talent I had to be acquainted with these 2, but the Gu family head was only flustered for a moment. He quickly recovered. He hurried to greet the 2. At this moment, the coldness on his face had completely vanished. A brilliant smile. It's an honor to have you 2 young masters here. Please forgive my poor reception. Luo Bai and Tang Bashan saw this. Their footsteps stopped. Luo Bai showed a look of doubt. You are the Gu family head? He hurriedly said, I am the head of the Gu family. At the Jiang family head's birthday banquet before, I was fortunate enough to meet you 2 young masters. Both of them looked confused, but soon after, they thought of me. Luo Bai's face showed realization. So it's the Gu family head, the Gu family head asked. Then, may I know your relationship with Gu Chen? Luo Bai said, classmates. Gu Chen and I are classmates. The Gu family head heard this. He couldn't help but be flustered. He thought I had just gotten out of prison. How could I be classmates with Luo Bai? Young Master Luo must have been admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. With my background and criminal record, how could I possibly get into D-City Academy? Thinking of this, the Gu family head looked at Luo Bai. He quickly asked, may I ask? Classmates at which school? Luo Bai didn't understand. Aren't you Gu Chen's elder? How could you not know he got into D-City Academy? Such a big deal. As soon as Luo Bai finished speaking, the Gu family members all widened their eyes in disbelief. After Gu Yuru was expelled from the family, the bastard child she had with a wild man actually got into D-City Academy. The Gu family head also couldn't believe this fact. Young Master Luo, you're not joking, are you? Luo Bai couldn't help but find it a little funny. He said, joking? Gu Chen isn't just my classmate. He's also my and Tang Bashan's roommate. How could I joke about this? After Luo Bai said that, the Gu family members were even more stunned, thinking I was a coward with a criminal record. Not only could I get into D-City Academy, but I also became roommates with Luo Bai and Tang Bashan, 2 young masters from wealthy families. How could I have such good luck? They didn't doubt me at all. Even if I did nothing next, just by flattering these 2 young masters, my future would be bright. The Gu family head suddenly looked at me. He frowned and asked, how did you get into D-City Academy? He didn't believe D-City Academy would accept a student with a criminal record. His greatest pride before was his granddaughter getting into D City Academy. If even someone like me could get into D City Academy, then the grand banquet he held today to celebrate his granddaughter getting into D City Academy, what meaning would it have? At this point, he quickly looked at a middle-aged man from the Gu family. He ordered, "Check Yu Chen's entrance exam results for me. The ranking for entering Imperial Capital Academy has extremely strict testing standards. The academy will rank students based on their comprehensive performance. The highest rank is S level. Next is A+, then A, and finally A. Each student's ranking can all be looked up on the official website of D City Academy." As the Gu family head finished speaking, I finally stepped forward and said, "No need to check." The Gu family head took this as me being guilty. He sneered. He immediately questioned, "No need to check. Is it because the rank is too low, or is there no rank at all?" Tang Bashan heard this. He immediately seized the opportunity to show off in front of me. He immediately sneered back, "Rank too low. I am afraid Gu Chen's rank is beyond your imagination. He's afraid his rank will shock you to death." Luo Bei knew I didn't take the exam. I couldn't have a rank, but knowing my strength was extremely powerful. He also questioned along, is this Gu family head doubting friend Gus' ability, or is he doubting the authority of D City Academy? As soon as Luo Bai finished speaking, the middle-aged man checking my entrance exam rank suddenly spoke up, "Family head, I really can't find Gu Chen's rank." Tang Bashan was embarrassed. He looked at me, stunned. His face was full of disbelief. He thought, I clearly had the power to kill an intermediate warrior in an instant. How could I not have a rank? The Gu family had heard this. His gaze on me immediately turned cold. "Tell me how you got into D City Academy." I just looked at him blandly. "Why should I report to you?" Hearing my rhetorical question, the Gu family had looked at the stunned Tang Bashan. He sneered. "You're right. You have no reason to report to me, but your behavior of not following the rules has harmed the interests of the Imperial Capital Academy and other students." After speaking, he turned his head to look at Tang Bashan and Luo Bai, two young masters. "I know you went through countless difficulties to get into the Imperial Capital Academy. Towards this kind of scum who cheated their way in, you must hate them to the core. As Gu Chen's elder, I feel angry and apologetic for his behavior. Now I hand him over to you. Whether you want to kill or slice him is entirely up to your wishes. I won't have the slightest objection." The Gu family members heard the Gu family head speak. They looked at me smugly. At this moment, they could already imagine the two young masters beating me to a pulp as I begged for mercy. However, the next moment, everyone froze, because they saw that not only did Luo Bai not turn against me, but he also looked at them reproachfully. "Family head, Gu Chen was able to get into the Imperial Capital Academy as his elder. Shouldn't you be happy for him? Why do you look like you want him to die immediately?" Tang Bashan nodded and echoed, "Right, family head Gu. No matter how Gu Chen got into D City Academy, he is a member of D City Academy. The Gu family has two new students from D City Academy at once. Shouldn't you be happy?" The Gu family members heard this. It felt a bit unreal. They thought these two young masters were famously eccentric. I used improper means to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. It's unfair to them. Yet they tolerate it like this. The Gu family head was also not calm. He quickly calmed his mood. He looked seriously at Luo Bai and Tang Bashan, two young masters. "Don't you know what it means to have no rank? This means you tried your best to get into D City Academy, while he used some dishonest means and got in without any effort. This is an insult to D City Academy, and it's also unfair to you." However, Luo Bai and Tang Bashan heard this. Their faces showed no fluctuation. Luo Bai said, "With or without a rank, Gu Chen was able to get into D City Academy. What you said is completely unimportant." Tang Bashan nodded in agreement. "Right, as Gu Chen's elder, it's one thing not to help him. Why are you siding with outsiders?" The Gu family head was exasperated. Anger suddenly rose from his chest. His tone was no longer gentle. "Two young masters, have you been deceived by him? He's just a low-class coward from a remote small city. He's not even worthy of carrying your shoes. You don't need to offend others for his sake." Luo Bai and Tang Bashan heard this. Their eyes couldn't help but widen. They had just seen it with their own eyes. The dean of the Imperial Capital Academy being humble towards me. If I were a low-class coward, then what would the dean and they be? Both of them felt insulted. Tang Bashan's eyes grew slightly cold. He looked at the Gu family head. "Family head Gu, you've lived for so many years after all. You should understand the principle that disaster comes from the mouth." Luo Bai quickly added, "Gu Chen is not someone you can afford to offend. I advise you to take back what you just said." The Gu family head trembled with anger. If not for being wary of their status, he really wanted to curse. His life, he had never seen such an ignorant thing, but he took a few deep breaths and still suppressed his anger. He stared at me coldly for a few seconds. His eyes glinted slightly. A moment later, he once again spoke with heavy-handed advice. "Gu Chen cheated to get into D City Academy. If the Academy investigates, the court could sentence you to at least 3 years. So, give your admission spot to me. I will go find the dean to negotiate to let this spot be given to someone more suitable for D City Academy. I suddenly laughed when I heard that. So, should I thank you? The Gu family had heard this. His face grew cold again. You intend to refuse? I smiled faintly. You shouldn't be asking me, but whether the dean would agree. After speaking, I turned my head directly towards the main entrance of the banquet hall. Since you're here, come on in. Everyone in the banquet hall heard this. They looked towards the main entrance of the banquet hall. The dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, sitting in a wheelchair, was slowly pushed in by someone. All the Gu family members were a little surprised. No one thought a big shot like the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy would appear in the Gu family's banquet hall. The Gu family head was first flustered. The next moment, his face showed ecstatic joy, because he suddenly remembered his granddaughter, Gu Jing, was the only student in this year's batch at the Imperial Capital Academy to have an S rank on the entrance exam. He just didn't think the dean would value talent so much. For his granddaughter's sake, he would proactively attend the Gu family's banquet. Thinking of this, the Gu family head quickly looked at a person beside him, quickly called Gu Jing down. That person heard this and quickly responded, then quickly went upstairs. The Gu family head calmed his excited mood. He hurried to greet the dean. Dean, it's an honor to have you here. Please forgive Gus' poor reception. Gu Jing is upstairs preparing for today's banquet. Please wait a moment. She will be here immediately. The surrounding Gu family members heard this. Their faces showed realization. They were just saying, why did the dean suddenly appear here? If it was for Gu Jing, then it was nothing. Surprised. They then began to flatter the dean. The dean heard these flattering words. His expression grew increasingly unsightly. Just one S-rank student was not worthy of him coming in person. He really didn't know who gave the Gu family such confidence, but he came today to apologize to me. He didn't have time to waste talking with these people. He didn't say anything to the Gu family members, but looked at me apologetically. The Gu family head saw the dean looking at me. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Gu Chen, aren't you going to come over and apologize to the dean? The dean's heart suddenly trembled. However, the Gu family head was still immersed in how to get rid of me and have his granddaughter take my place. He didn't notice the dean's expression. After giving the order, the Gu family head quickly looked at the dean. He said with a pained heart, Dean, you just arrived, so you probably don't know. The bastard my daughter gave birth to, through some shady means, obtained the admission qualification for D City Academy. It's a good thing I discovered it in time. Otherwise, letting this kind of person into D City Academy would definitely disgrace the reputation of D City Academy. As the Gu family head finished speaking, the dean's face was no longer gloomy. He felt as if he had found an opportunity in front of me to atone. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. So, family head Gu thinks we should revoke Gu Chen's admission qualification to let your so-called more suitable person replace him at the academy. The Gu family head saw the smile on the dean's face. His heart was immediately filled with joy. Just as he was about to say something, a few juniors of the Gu family came down from the preparation room upstairs. The Gu family head quickly turned to look. Soon, he saw a tall, slender, female student, full of scholarly air. He quickly greeted, Gu Jing. Quick, look. Who's here? Gu Jing heard this and looked over. The dean. The Gu family head smiled. He quickly greeted, to celebrate you getting into the Imperial Capital Academy. The dean himself has come. Aren't you going to quickly thank the dean? Gu Jing walked a few steps quickly. She came before the dean. She stood in front of the dean with a respectful expression. Student. Gu Jing pays respects to the dean. The dean nodded lightly. His gaze never left the Gu family head. The Gu family head saw that the dean was not in good health. He was worried the dean would want to leave right after meeting Gu Jing. He didn't dare to delay either. He quickly pointed to a fat guy among the juniors. Dean, this is my granddaughter, Gu Ruoyan. With her talent, getting into the Imperial Capital Academy would be a piece of cake. One could even say 10 Gu Chens aren't even a match for one of her. However, speaking of this, the Gu family head sighed regretfully. Before this Imperial Capital Academy entrance exam, Qing Shan was not feeling well and missed the exam. Otherwise, her entrance exam results probably wouldn't be much worse than Gu Jing's. The dean gave the fat Gu Ruoyan a bland look. Then he smiled and asked, so, what does family head Gu want? The Gu family head saw the dean's gentle expression. His heart settled down. The Imperial Capital Academy has a fixed number of admission slots each year. With Gu Chen's status, he is not worthy of entering the Imperial Capital Academy. But if Gu Chen is kicked out of the Imperial Capital Academy, the spot he occupies will be vacant. Instead of letting that spot go to waste, why not? In consideration of me reporting Gu Chen, give it to this exceptionally talented granddaughter of mine. My mother, who was beside me, heard the Gu family head's words. Her face grew a few shades paler. Wasn't it enough for father to ruin her whole life? Now he even wants to steal my son's spot. Mother's face grew paler and paler. I glanced blandly at Gu Ruoyan, showing clear contempt. Are you blind? She's not even a junior warrior. How do you have the face to say she's exceptionally talented, having her sore spot poked by me? Gu Ruoyan was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She raised her hand and pointed at my nose. You, a released prisoner, still dare to look down on the direct granddaughter of the Gu family. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took a few steps forward, raising her hand to slap my face. The Gu family head had no intention of stopping her. This granddaughter isn't good at other things, but her fighting skills are first class. He thought I was the one who started the trouble. It was the perfect time. He could let his granddaughter show her strength. However, before Gu Ruoyan could get close to me, a slap suddenly rang out. Gu Ruoyan was hit by a huge force and was sent stumbling back a few steps. She slumped to the ground. Just as she fell to the ground, Tang Bashan suddenly took a few steps forward. He stepped on her stomach with one foot. He looked down at Gu Ruoyan, full of mockery and contempt. A piece of trash like you wants to make a move? On Brother Chen? You don't want to live? Half a second. As soon as Tang Bashan finished speaking, the scene suddenly fell silent. All the Gu family members stared blankly at Tang Bashan. They were too stunned to react. They thought I was Tang Bashan's subordinate, but they didn't expect Tang Bashan to call me Brother Chen. Gu Ruoyan, lying on the ground, looked at Tang Bashan stepping on her. She immediately felt humiliated. She wanted to kill this man. However, Tang Bashan felt her struggle. The force on his foot immediately increased. He looked down at Gu Ruoyan. You just called Brother Chen a bastard. Are you even worthy? Gu Ruoyan sneered again. The Gu family, a piece of trash like you, has completely lost all face. Every sentence from Tang Bashan was like a dagger stabbing into Gu Ruoyan's chest. Gu Ruoyan struggled frantically. She wanted to kill Tang Bashan, but she couldn't escape. The Gu family head saw this. He clenched his fists. He tried to suppress the impulse to strike Tang Bashan. He warned coldly, Young Master Tang, even if you want to stand up for someone, you have to look at the situation. If the dean hadn't come, no matter how angry he was, he wouldn't dare speak to Tang Bashan like that. But the dean, because he saw the potential in his granddaughter, came to the Gu family's banquet himself. With the academy's dean backing the Gu family, what was he afraid of? Tang Bashan heard this. He couldn't help but be taken aback. He was directly addressed by the Gu family head and laughed in anger. I can't see the situation clearly. Good. Very good. I can tell you clearly. I can be even more unclear. After speaking, Tang Bashan looked directly at the dean. He said, since family head Go said, the academy spot must be given to a suitable person. I think Yu Jing's academy spot is very unsuitable. Why not just cancel it and give it to someone who needs it? The Gu family head was taken aback. He looked at Tang Bashan, as if looking at an idiot. Why did the dean come today? Wasn't he here to attend Yu Jing's school acceptance party? Even if the dean cancelled Tang Bashan's admission qualification, he couldn't possibly cancel Gu Jing's. Just as the Gu family head was about to warn Tang Bashan to be careful that disaster comes from the mouth, the dean nodded. Gu Jing's spot was originally added as a special case. Canceling Gu Jing's spot, the number of new students, will match the fixed admission quota. As soon as the dean finished speaking, all the Gu family members at the scene froze. No one thought the dean would actually, because of one sentence from Tang Bashan, cancel Gu Jing's admission qualification. Under the disbelieving gazes of all the Gu family members, the dean turned his head and looked at me with extreme reverence. Brother Gu, this is how I've handled it. Are you satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I can directly place the Gu family on the academy's blacklist. The direct line of the Gu family for 3 generations will have their qualification to enter the Imperial Capital Academy permanently revoked. The dean's words were no different from a clap of thunder exploding among the Gu family members. They thought the dean had gone mad. Before the Gu family members could recover, the dean continued to speak to me. Brother Gu, today, my nephew had a conflict with you. He has eyes but no talent. I hope you won't hold it against him. As long as Brother Gu can forgive him, from now on, in the academy, he will definitely follow Brother Gus' lead. After the dean said that, all the Gu family members were stunned. No one thought the dean would let his own nephew be my subordinate. They finally realized that the dean today didn't come to attend the Gu family's banquet, but to apologize to me. My expression was bland. Not again next time. The dean heaved a huge sigh of relief. Thank you for your magnanimity, Brother Gu. After speaking, he turned to look at the Gu family members. Then he turned back and asked me, so, how does Brother Gu plan to deal with these people? Before I could speak, a female student with a resolute face suddenly stepped forward. She said, Dean, you only belong to the astrology department. Why not give me some face today? Let's both take a step back on this matter. Father will no longer pursue Gu Chen's responsibility, and you won't cancel Gu Jing's admission spot. How about it? The dean looked at the insignia on the female student's shoulder. His face immediately showed surprise. A 1-star intermediate commander. The person before me became a 1-star intermediate commander at the age of 24. If she has good luck and achieves great merit in the future, she could very well become a high-ranking commander of 3 stars or more in the future, a great political leader. Towards such a character, he must be cautious. The Gu family head saw the dean hesitating. He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. He didn't know what trick I used to bewitch the dean, but he was certain. As long as Gu Muwei was present, even if I used heaven-defying tricks, the dean wouldn't dare to be too harsh on the Gu family. However, the dean was still hesitating. A female voice suddenly came. Hasn't the Gu family's banquet started yet? Why is it so lively? Everyone followed the voice and looked. They couldn't help but be taken aback. Commander Jiang. The Gu family head's face immediately lit up with joy. He quickly smiled and greeted Jiang Siki. Commander Jiang, I wonder if the old master has been in good health lately. The greatest luck of his life. He was getting to know old Master Jiang. The only moment in his life he got close to the top echelon of the imperial capital was 2 years ago when he attended the Jiang family's old master's banquet. It was also thanks to old Master Jiang that he met Jiang Siki a few times, although they weren't familiar with each other. But he was certain. Today, old Master Jiang had instructed Jiang Siki to come and back the Gu family. Even the dean wouldn't dare to do anything to the Gu family. However, Jiang Siki gave a perfunctory nod to the Gu family head. My father is very well. Thank you for your concern, family head Gu. The Gu family head didn't mind Jiang Siki's tone. Seeing Jiang Siki walk towards me, the Gu family head quickly said, Dean, Commander Jiang is here. A filthy thing like Gu Chen is not fit to appear in her sight. Please take him away from here immediately. However, just as the Gu family had finished speaking, Jiang Siki stood firm not far in front of me. She saluted me with extreme reverence. Her expression was solemn. Commander Gu, currently, all combatants in charge of military training at D City Academy have all arrived in D City. The great leader has ordered this subordinate to invite you to give the combatants special training before the military training. All the Gu family members heard this. They all froze. They didn't expect Jiang Siki to call me Commander Gu and even invite me to give special training to the combatants before their military training. One must know that Jiang Siki is a 1-star high-ranking commander of the War Department. The person who could make her take the initiative to salute must be at least a 2-star high-ranking commander or above. Such a character. How could I be a released prisoner? Moreover, they thought I was 10 years younger than Jiang Siki. How could it be that I could sit in the position of a high-ranking commander? The Gu family head was also stunned. It's no exaggeration to say, Gu Miye was the granddaughter he was most proud of. There was no other. If not for Jumo's lack of interest in the Gu family's future, the position of family heir wouldn't have gone to Gu Yu. But now, the maternal grandson he desperately wanted to cut ties with, unexpectedly. My title was even higher than his most proud granddaughter, Gu Mui, by several ranks. Tang Baishan and Liu Bai were also stunned. They guessed my identity was not simple, but they never would have dreamed that I would be a person from the War Department, and even less so, that I was a high-ranking commander of 2 stars or above. Mother also looked at me in disbelief. She didn't think I was a commander of the War Department. She finally realized. She understood my skills, why they were so good, understood why I had so much money, understood why she always felt that I had the aura of a ruler around me. She just didn't understand. I was imprisoned in Yun City prison at the age of 14, without any background or connections. How did I reach this height? She thought I must have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, Mother looked at the scene with heartache. She was silent for a moment. Gu Muye looked at Jiang Siki in disbelief. Commander Jiang, did you mistake the person? The proudest thing in her life was at such a young age, becoming an intermediate commander of the War Department. But now, Jiang Siki's words were no different from telling her, this cousin, who was considered a disgrace to the Gu family, at an age younger than hers, had already reached a height that she could never reach in this lifetime. Jiang Siki only looked at me anxiously. She didn't even spare her a glance. I looked blandly at Jiang Siki. My gaze swept past Gu Muye, and blandly instructed, add her to the list of instructors receiving special training. Jiang Siki heard this. She was so excited she almost cried. She looked at me without hesitation, and shouted, Yes, Commander Gu. Gu Muye heard our conversation. She was suddenly stunned. She didn't want to be an instructor. Why was she suddenly added? Moreover, she didn't understand. To become a military training instructor for this academy, one had to register in advance. Why could I decide with a single sentence? Before Gu Mui could think of an answer, Jiang Siki hesitated for a moment, then she carefully asked, Commander Gu, the combatants can start training at any time. When can you come over? My identity is extremely special. The soldiers in charge of military training have never met me. She was worried that the soldiers in charge of my class would offend me, so she hesitated for a long time. Only then did she go and ask the great commander to invite me to give the instructors special training before the military training. Jiang Siki looked as if she was afraid I would run away. I couldn't help it. It was a bit funny. Send me the address for the special training. After I am done with things here, I'll head over immediately. Jiang Siki quickly said, It's okay. I am not in a hurry. I'll wait for you here. That way, I can drive you over. I saw Jiang Siki's insistence and didn't say anything more. I nodded. All right. After speaking, I turned my head. My gaze fell on the Gu family head. Everyone in the Gu family gasped. At this moment, they finally realized the person they previously saw as a lowly commoner was an existence they could never reach. They instinctively felt the Gu family was in danger. The Gu family head immediately gasped for air. He looked straight at me. Today's matter was all started because of me alone. It has nothing to do with the other Gu family members. Whatever you want to do, directed at me. I just looked at him blandly. I sneered lightly. That's not for you to decide. The Gu family head's heart suddenly tightened. He glanced at my mother. After a moment's hesitation, he looked at me with a serious face. Originally, your mother stole the Gu family's secrets. She is the sinner of the entire Gu family. But as long as you spare the Gu family, I can clear her name, and she won't have to abide by the promise between us. How about it? Although my mother's heart was already dead to him, hearing him use this as a bargaining chip, she still widened her eyes. Father, how can you twist black and white like this? A hint of killing intent flashed in the Gu family head's eyes. You. Shut your mouth. However, as soon as his words fell, a slapping sound echoed from his old face. Jiang Siki's cold voice rang out. Commander Gus, mother, is someone you can just yell at? The Gu family head subconsciously raised a hand to cover his face. He looked at Jiang Siqi in shock. This was the first time he had been hit after becoming the head of the Gu family. Before he could recover from his shock, my gaze fell upon him. What secret of the Gu family did my mother steal that year? What promise did you two have? Let's hear it, my gentle voice. Made the Gu family head feel a trembling sensation from his very soul. He understood that if he panicked now, the Gu family would truly be finished. He tried to steady his mind. Then, with a serious face, he stated the promise between Mother Gu and him. After he finished speaking, I suddenly laughed. Even a vicious tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Gu family head, you are truly worse than a beast. The Gu family head forcefully raised his hand to point at me. Another slap rang out. Jiang Siki's voice was a few degrees colder than before. Gu family head, show some respect. The Gu family head nearly exploded with anger, but because of Jiang Siki's identity and the Jiang family's power, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his blood. I looked at the Gu family head blandly. This so-called secret of the Gu corporation that my mother stole. What was it? After 2 consecutive slaps, the Gu family head finally learned to behave. Hearing my question, he immediately opened his mouth to answer. Your mother. At that time, she stole the core data of the corporation's product R and wanted to sell it. If I hadn't discovered it early, the Gu corporation might have gone bankrupt. But even so, the corporation still lost tens of millions because of her. She brought upon the long-term development of the corporation an extremely negative impact. After the Gu family head finished speaking, my mother's face was as pale as paper. She shook her head. Chen, no. It's not like that. I quickly comforted her. Mom, don't rush. Mom, speak slowly. I believe you. My tone was rarely this gentle. However, before my mother could continue speaking, the Gu family head suddenly opened his mouth to warn. Gu Yuru, no matter how I treat you, the blood of the Gu family flows in your veins. Before you speak, I advise you to think clearly. Mother Gu hesitated for a moment, then she looked at me. Chen, the other members of the Gu family have all treated me well. Can we not involve the innocent? I nodded upon hearing that. My mother heard my guarantee, and was immediately relieved. Under the murderous gaze of the Gu family head, she recounted the story of that year. After listening, I slowly turned my head to look at the Gu family head. The Gu family head's body trembled. The next moment, I suddenly laughed. Then I took a step forward. You said my mother was a compensatory good. The Gu family head subconsciously took a step back. However, just as he tried to steady his body, I took another step forward, and the aura around me was even more terrifying than before. You said my mother's only use was for a political marriage. She was just a tool for a political marriage. The aura around me was overwhelmingly powerful. Under the pressure of this aura, the Gu family head took another step back. I took another step forward. You said that because my mother chose my father, she lost her only value, becoming a useless person with no benefit to the Gu family. As soon as my words fell, the Gu family head collapsed weakly to the ground. He looked at me in horror, not letting him off. I still advanced towards him, step by step. The achievements my mother made at the Gu Corporation back then were more than all of your sons combined. But you credited all her achievements to your sons because you were afraid my mother would speak the truth and affect your sons' positions in the corporation. You branded my mother as a traitor. Because of the good deed you did, nearly all the enterprises in the XI country put my mother on their blacklist. The Gu family head heard my interrogation. The fear on his face grew deeper. He subconsciously shuffled backwards. Soon, he backed up against a wall. He couldn't retreat any further. He watched my footsteps steadily approaching. His breathing nearly stopped. My voice was cold. Old man, how dare you use the attitude of punishing a traitor to say you would help clear my mother's name? As my last sentence fell, my aura was unleashed without restraint. Everyone in the Gu family was pushed back several steps at the same time. As for the Gu family head, who was closest to me, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked at me, his eyes filled with thick fear. He had to admit, Gu Mu Ye, whom he had considered his pride and joy, was nothing compared to the youth before him. Before he could recover, I looked down at him. I can leave the innocent members of the Gu family untouched, but you must kneel down to every single member of the Gu family and kowtow 3 times to each of them, except a whipping from every single Gu family member. Whether you live or die is up to fate, even if you survive the whipping. You must spend the rest of your life in the Gu family's private prison. Otherwise, while I won't annihilate the Gu family, I can make the Gu family never able to become a first-rate family in the capital city. As the words fell, 2 words appeared in the minds of everyone in the Gu family. Arrogant, but no one dared to say it. After all, the person before them had the capital to be arrogant. The Gu family head panted weakly. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, he opened his mouth. All right, I agree to your terms. Just then, a woman with a tall, slender figure, as noble as a goddess, stepped out of a limited edition Bentley. Those eyes were beautiful enough to make countless youths scream. She looked towards the entrance of the Global Century Hotel, a hint of hope in her eyes. Just as she stepped towards the hotel entrance, a beautiful girl got out of the car and followed closely behind. She looked at the woman with a resentful face. Master, the person you're always looking for can't be like this. That Xiao Yunqi only covets your beauty, so he claimed to have news of that person and tricked you into coming here. The woman gave her a cold glance. This time is different. This time, I can feel that I am close to him. The beautiful assistant continued. Master, you say that every time. Last time, a fortune teller said you were fated to attract many suitors. You were worried that the person you're looking for would find out about those dense suitors and get jealous, so you directly gave that person 10 million and told them to eliminate all suitors besides that person. I told you then that he was a swindler. You swore at the time that. Before the assistant could finish, the woman coldly interrupted her assistant. Shut up. The beautiful assistant's heart tightened. She immediately closed her mouth. The woman tilted her head slightly. I'll go by myself. Don't follow me. If this assistant wasn't so capable, she would have fired her long ago. The beautiful assistant looked at her master's back. She hesitated for a few seconds, but still followed after her. Her master was usually so domineering and cold it was terrifying, but as soon as she got information about that man, her IQ would drop to a negative number. She was worried. Her master would be taken advantage of by that Xiao Yunqi. However, not long after the woman entered the hotel, her footsteps suddenly stopped. Then, as if she sensed something, she walked straight towards the Gu family's banquet hall on the 2nd floor. Just as the woman took a step, a male student approached from the opposite direction. This male student had a noble air. Dressed in a white suit, he was untainted by the dust of the mortal world. He was the undisputed #1 male god of the Capital Academy, Xiao Yunqi. Xiao Yunqi saw the woman immediately. The cold aura around him softened. A smile appeared on his face. Feng Dian. Sai Qingming's footsteps stopped. She looked at him coldly. She had no interest in wasting words with Xiao Yunqi. She asked directly, "Where is the person I am looking for?" A smile on Xiao Yunqi's face froze. He had only tricked Xia Qingming into coming here. He had no news of that person at all. In his eyes, as long as Xia Qingming came, everything would be easy. He believed in his own charm, and believed even more that no one could resist the temptation of a new card. But he never would have thought that Xia Qingming would look at him without a trace of emotion, and immediately ask for news of another man. Xiao Yunqi had never failed so miserably, but thinking about what he planned to do today, Xiao Yunqi took a few steps forward to stand in front of Xia Qingming. Feng Dian, there's no rush. I prepared a surprise for you. Come with me first. After speaking, he wanted to pull Xia Qingming's arm, but Xia Qingming took a step back. Xiao Yunqi missed. Xia Qingming's face was suddenly covered in a layer of frost. Tell me where he is. Xiao Yunqi felt the powerful aura around the woman. His face suddenly paled. He clearly felt, if he dared to say he had lied to her now, he would definitely not have a good ending. Seeing this, Xiao Yunqi sighed. Xia Qingming, do you really not have any feelings for me? Xia Qingming's eyebrows slowly furrowed. Her gaze was fixed on Xiao Yunqi. She said, what kind of feelings do you want me to have? Feeling that gaze that sent a chill down his spine, Xiao Yunqi's heart suddenly trembled. But he understood. If he missed today's opportunity, perhaps for the rest of his life, he would never have a chance to be with her. Thinking of this, he looked directly at Xia Qingming. His voice was unprecedentedly solemn and serious. Xia Qingming, I like you. From the first time I saw you, I knew you were the woman of my destiny. I, Xiao Yunqi, will marry no one but you in this life. After Xiao Yunqi finished speaking, he stared nervously at Xia Qingming before him, hoping to see some other emotion on her face, but he never would have thought that Xia Qingming was clearly getting impatient. She looked at Xiao Yunqi coldly. Her voice was like a knife, stabbing fiercely into Xiao Yunqi's heart. I didn't come here to listen to you say this nonsense. Xiao Yunqi heard Xia Qingming's heartless voice. His eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. Perhaps this woman's standards were so high that she completely looked down on him. He thought his family background and appearance and strength were all top tier. Why didn't the woman before him like him? Before he could figure out the reason, Xia Qingming's patience had run out. Where is the information I need? Xiao Yunqi clenched his fists. He seemed to have made some decision. He placed a wood star card in front of Xie Qingming. Xie Qingming, this star card is for you. As he spoke, Xiao Yunqi stared at Xie Qingming's face. He thought, no matter how heartless Xia Qingming was, she couldn't be completely unmoved by a treasure like a star card. However, to his shock, when Xia Qingming saw the star card in his hand, her face became even gloomier. "I'll ask you one last time. Where is the person I am looking for?" Xiao Yunqi clearly felt it around Xia Qingming, the aura of an impending storm. At this moment, he suspected that if he didn't give her the information she wanted, she would directly kill him. Under this strong sense of crisis, he subconsciously opened his mouth. "Upstairs." "He's upstairs." Xia Qingming nodded. Her cold gaze swept over him. "Come up with me." After speaking, she didn't look at Xiao Yunqi again, and went up to the second floor by herself. Xiao Yunqi looked at Xia Qingming's back, and suddenly revealed a determined smile. He firmly believed that as long as he continued to actively pursue her, he could sooner or later melt this great iceberg. Xie Qingming. After that, he thought of an excuse for when Xie Qingming discovered his deception, took a deep breath, and hurried after her. At the same time, the second floor banquet hall, I turned to look at my mother. My mother saw the miserable state of the Gu family head. Her face showed no sign of joy. I looked at the Fei Gu family head, and said blandly, "You said it yourself. You are you. The Gu family is the Gu family. You need to take responsibility for the wrongdoings you've committed, but your wish for the Gu family to become a first-rate family is not impossible to achieve." The Gu family head forcefully raised his head, looking at me. A gleam suddenly flashed in his eyes. If he had a chance to live, and could see the Gu family become a first-rate family, even if he died, he would have no regrets. But immediately after, he became cautious again. "What are your conditions?" I smiled blandly. "I heard that the Gu family has someone who can unseal star cards." The Gu family had heard this. First, he was taken aback. He nodded, and looked at me in surprise. "You have a sealed star card in your hands." Sealed star cards in the entire Saya country. There aren't many in total. Even a sealed star card is definitely not something an ordinary person can obtain. I heard the Gu family head's question, but I didn't answer and asked instead, "Do you know the unsealing method?" My answer was as good as an admission, causing the Gu family head's eyes to sparkle slightly. A moment later, he looked straight at me, and said, "I'll tell you the method to unseal the star card. How about you help the Gu family establish a foothold in D City?" I heard that the Gu family had only possessed the method to unseal the star card. He couldn't directly unseal the star card. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but I could see, although the Gu family head had hurt my mother's heart, my mother still cared about the Gu family. In that case, I didn't mind helping the Gu family out. I nodded at the Gu family head. "All right." The Gu family head heard this and looked at everyone around. Then he looked at me hesitantly and said, "You are a commander of the military. I believe you won't deceive me." I couldn't help but smile faintly. Making the Gu family a first-rate family in the capital city is just a matter of a single sentence for me. I don't need to deceive you about this. Everyone in the Gu family gasped upon hearing this, but no one doubted the truthfulness of my words. The Gu family head heard me speak. He nodded. He directly took off a pendant from his neck. This was left by the Gu family ancestor who unsealed the star card. He left it behind. You just need to find the other half of this pendant. The two pieces will automatically merge into a star key. Star key. It can unseal all the sealed items in a star card, and it also has some extremely powerful abilities. But as for what other specific uses the star key has, you'll need to find the other half and discover them yourself. I took the silver pendant from the Gu family head. I looked at it and put it away. I asked the Gu family head, "Do you know where the other half might be?" The Gu family head said, "When our ancestor left, he gave the other half to a high-ranking member of the military. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be in the XI country's military department." As soon as the Gu family head's words fell, two figures suddenly walked into the banquet hall. A Gu family member noticed them. The two of them quickly opened their mouths to ask, "You two are?" Everyone in the Gu family heard the voice and looked over, and saw Xia Qingming and Xiao Yunqi. Xia Qingming's eyes scanned everyone in the banquet hall. Suddenly, her gaze stopped on one person. At the same time, I also looked towards the door. Our eyes met. We seemed to have isolated all the people and things around us. In our eyes, only each other remained. Even though we were separated in our past and present lives, even though our appearances had changed considerably. But at this moment, we were absolutely certain the other person was the true love we had been searching for. It might have only been a moment, but it felt like a century had passed. I suddenly smiled. My voice carried a hint of doting. "Baby, did you miss me?" As soon as my voice fell, the Gu family members were initially surprised. The #1 beauty of the Capital Academy found a divine boyfriend. Hearing this, everyone looked at me at the same time. Disbelief was in everyone's eyes. They suspected they were hallucinating, thinking that I had fallen in love at first sight with the beautiful girl at the door, thinking that even though I held a high position in the military, I couldn't just openly steal someone else's girlfriend. Xiao Yunqi was a little embarrassed. He looked at me with a cold expression. He looked straight at me and warned coldly, "This gentleman, please be careful with your words and actions." However, I didn't even look at him. I walked towards Xia Qingming on my own, and Xia Qingming, seeing my actions, slowly came to her senses. Her originally ice-cold face, as if shone upon by a warm ray of sunshine, slowly blossomed into a smile, enough to make the heavens and earth lose their color. Everyone subconsciously took a deep breath. They couldn't believe there could be such a perfect woman in the world. Xiao Yunqi subconsciously wanted to look at Xia Qingming. However, he was standing behind Xia Qingming. Before he could step forward, I had already walked up to Xia Qingming and hugged her. Xia Qingming felt the arms embracing her. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Her red lips pressed against my ear. A voice that softened my heart came out. "I missed you so much." I held the woman's arm and tightened my grip slightly. The next moment, I suddenly let go of Xia Qingming. Then I gave her a light kiss directly on her red lips. Under Xia Qingming's slightly surprised gaze, I smiled faintly. "A reward for you." Some of the older members of the Gu family saw this and couldn't help but turn away. Xiao Yunqi immediately froze on the spot, but the next moment, he glared at me angrily, thinking that this wretched man dared to defile his goddess. He believed that Xia Qingming would definitely push me away and might even kill me in a fit of rage. At this moment, Xiao Yunqi was already imagining the pathetic scene of me being pushed to the ground by Xia Qingming. However, the next moment, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened. He saw that Xia Qingming, faced with my presumptuous behavior, not only was she not angry at all, but she even stood on her tiptoes slightly and gave me a deep kiss. Xiao Yunqi's mind seemed to explode. It went completely blank. Luo Bai was also stunned. He didn't understand who the woman who suddenly appeared before him was. Why did she suddenly kiss me? He thought I should be a couple with Chen Waner. Tang Bashan was also hit hard. He had seen pictures of Xia Qingming before. He understood that this person before him was the most popular Feng Dian in the academy. But he remembered. A senior told him. A male god once confessed to Xia Qingming and was directly thrown out by her. He didn't understand what was happening now. The male relatives around the Gu family all showed looks of jealousy towards me. Of course, there was also jealousy among them. They stared at me and Xia Qingming. Their eyes filled with unwillingness. They didn't understand. This woman who was beautiful enough to bewitch all living beings, why was she possessed by a man with an ordinary appearance? It wasn't until Xia Qingming and I separated that everyone came to their senses. Xiao Yunqi stared at me, his gaze growing colder, under a strong sense of unwillingness. He suddenly took a few steps forward and walked to my side and Xia Qingming's. He stared at me and asked, "Who are you?" I tilted my head slightly. When my gaze fell on Xiao Yunqi, the smile in my eyes immediately faded. I didn't answer Xiao Yunqi. Instead, I looked at Xiao Qingming in front of me, your admirer. Xia Qingming felt that I was a little unhappy. Her face also turned cold. She said, without leaving any room for negotiation, "There's nothing for you to do here anymore. Get out." When Xiao Yunqi asked me who I was, she knew that Xiao Yunqi didn't know I was here before. In that case, she didn't need to be polite to him anymore. Faced with Xia Qingming's heartless tone, Xiao Yunqi only felt his heart being fiercely cut by a knife. He stared at Xia Qingming. He shook his head lightly. He thought it was impossible. Feng Dian. How could she abandon him for a man like that? This must be fake. Suddenly, Xiao Yunqi seemed to have thought of something. His eyes were fixed on me. The next moment, a look of realization appeared on his face. Feng Dian. You don't have to be afraid of me harassing you and purposely find a man to act with you. There's no need for that. I, Xiao Yunqi, am not a thick-skinned person. You don't need to reject me and make such a big sacrifice. I heard Xiao Yunqi's self-deception. I sized him up, then I shook my head and said, "This gentleman, don't you think too highly of yourself? If it were some other trash coming to cause trouble, I wouldn't even be bothered to pay attention. But a big matter like tearing a love rival apart with my own hands is still better done by myself." Feeling my invasive gaze, a hint of anger flashed across Xiao Yunqi's face. "Someone like you. What right do you have to judge me?" I saw his urgent and defeated appearance. I raised my eyebrows without a change in expression. "Someone like me? What about someone like me? Someone like me is loved, no matter how good you are. My baby still doesn't care for you." After speaking, I turned to look at Xia Qingming in front of me. I gave her another light kiss on her red lips and raised my eyebrows. I asked, "Baby, am I right?" Xia Qingming stared at me. Her voice was extremely soft, but it could be heard by Xiao Yunqi and everyone else. "Yes." I smiled brightly. Another kiss landed on the woman's lips. After that, I turned my head and said carefully, "My baby doesn't like you. Stay away from her in the future. Do you hear me?" Xiao Yunqi couldn't suppress his anger. His originally cold voice became sharp and piercing. "What right do you have to speak to me like that?" As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yunqi suddenly raised his hand, wanting to teach me a lesson. However, his hand had just been raised halfway, when his wrist was gripped tightly by a hand That hand didn't seem to be using any force, but it was like an iron clamp, making him unable to move. I advised him sternly. Good students shouldn't fight recklessly. However, just as I finished speaking, a slap echoed from Xiao Yunqi's face. Xiao Yunqi stared at me wide-eyed. I lowered my hand without a change in expression. Xiao Yunqi's face was filled with shock and anger. He couldn't believe that he, Xiao Yunqi, had been hit. Moreover, he had just said that good students shouldn't fight recklessly. I saw the thoughts in Xiao Yunqi's heart. I directly smiled faintly and said, among the people you shouldn't hit recklessly, you are not included. Xiao Yunqi's mentality was on the verge of exploding. This sentence of mine made him explode instantly. He stared at me, almost word for word. You're looking for death. As soon as the words fell, the aura around Xiao Yunqi was unleashed without restraint. Gasps came from everyone's mouths. High-level warrior. In an instant, the attitude of everyone looking at Xiao Yunqi completely changed. No one would have thought that Xiao Yunqi, at the age of over 20, had become a high-level warrior. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Xiao Yunqi looked straight at me. His ice-cold voice commanded, leave Feng dying on your own. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. I raised my eyebrows. Impolite? The next moment, the sound of a slap rang out again. At the same time, my clear, faint but cold voice also rang out. You don't have the right to be impolite with me. Everyone saw on Xiao Yunqi's face. 2 symmetrical slap marks appeared. They all took a cold breath. Xiao Yunqi had just turned 20 and was already a high-level warrior. He would definitely be a great figure in the future. But such a figure was slapped twice in a row by me. Xiao Yunqi felt his face burning. A wave of anger rushed to his head. In his anger, he directly ignored the fact that he couldn't even see my movements clearly. He clenched his fists and said viciously, you're looking for death. As soon as the words fell, he swung towards my face. Just as his fist was less than an inch from me, Xia Qingming slowly raised her hand. A clear sound of a wrist breaking rang out. Xiao Yunqi suddenly groaned in pain and took a few steps back. He looked at Xia Qingming in shock. Xia Qingming had actually hurt him for another man. At this moment, his heart felt like it was being cut by Xia Qingming's knives. The physical pain was not even 1/10 of the spiritual trauma. Xiao Yunqi had been proud his whole life. He never thought he would like such a heartless woman. But even though she was so heartless to him, he still liked Xia Qingming. The Gu family was also stunned. Xiao Yunqi's wrist was broken. A few men turned to look at me, their faces full of jealousy. Xia Qingming's voice rang out again. Disappear in 3 seconds. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. Xiao Yunqi gasped. He knew he was no match for Xia Qingming, and he understood even more that Xia Qingming really didn't like him. Then he turned to look at me. His eyes filled with unwillingness. I felt his gaze and raised my eyebrows. You don't want to go? That's fine, although dealing with you will be a little troublesome. But the Xiao family can't touch me. Xiao Yunqi was so angered by my sentence that he spat out old blood. But Xiao Yunqi understood. He was no match for Xia Qingming. If he insisted on attacking me, not only would he not hurt me, he would also be beaten more time by Xia Qingming. Most importantly, he would completely lose the possibility of being with Xia Qingming. After hesitating for a few seconds, he gave me a look, then left in embarrassment. An hour later, the Gu family's banquet hall was filled with guests from all over the capital city. The Gu family head publicly clarified the matter of his mother stealing the corporation's achievements 20 years ago. At the same time, he confirmed that the real researcher was his mother. My mother was removed from the blacklist of Saya country's enterprises. Then, under the shocked gazes of the guests, he was taken away by Jiang Siki's subordinates and imprisoned in the Gu family's private prison. After the banquet ended, Xia Qingming was called away by her little assistant. As for me, I took my mother back to the villa. After confirming that my sister was fine, I followed Jiang Siki and Go Muye to the D-City military department. Feng Shen had just arrived at the D-City Academy when she received the news. She immediately turned back to the D-City military department. Meanwhile, in a military family villa in downtown D-City, a man in his 20s, around 23 or 24, a slightly chubby but strong-looking figure stood up from his chair. What? Gu Munya was taken away by a man for training. He told her that in 10 days, she would go to conduct military training for the students of D-City Academy. The butler, Uncle Zhang, spoke up to advise. Young master, I heard that Lord is a high-ranking official in the War Department. Be careful with your words and actions. Lin Weichen snorted. A 19-year-old punk. No matter how high his rank is, how high can it be? Munya is a 1-star intermediate commander. At most, he's a 5-star intermediate commander. In front of my father, a 3-star senior commander, he's nothing. Uncle Zhang, with this kind of person, what is there that I wouldn't dare to say? The butler opened his mouth. In the end, he said nothing. Lin Weichen snorted again. He could have picked anyone else, but he had to pick my Munya. That piece of trash must have designs on Munya. Uncle Zhang, let's go to the special training grounds. I want to personally kick that guy out of the War Department. Half an hour later, I appeared at the D-City War Department. No soldiers from the branch were there to greet us. Seeing this, Jiang Siki's expression turned ugly, but Gu Munya was gloating. Commander, it seems the soldiers aren't giving you any face. Hearing this, I looked at her and suddenly gave a faint smile. Munya's heart turned cold. I said nothing. I looked towards the living quarters. The next moment, an extremely authoritative voice came from my mouth. You have 10 seconds to assemble in formation in front of me. Otherwise, get the hell out of the Xie Nation's War Department. As soon as I finished speaking, Jiang Siqi looked at me with a fervent passion rising in her eyes. Her palace master was still as domineering as ever. Gu Munya, on the other hand, was extremely embarrassed. Then, a hint of disdain flashed in her eyes as she looked at me. What a show-off. Get out of the War Department if you don't show up in 10 seconds. Does he even have the authority to say that? Gu Munya's feelings were written all over her face. I glanced at her. I didn't say much as time passed. My expression grew colder and colder. Meanwhile, Jiang Siqi watched as the soldiers failed to arrive. Her forehead was gradually beaded with cold sweat. These soldiers were usually quite obedient. What was wrong with them today? After a long hesitation, Jiang Siqi braced herself and said, Commander Gu, why don't I go and get them? I looked at her. No need. Just dismiss them by name. After speaking, I turned around to leave. Soldiers who don't even have the initiative for training. Keeping them would be a waste of food. Jiang Siqi said stubbornly. Commander Gu, these people were all severely injured on the battlefield. They were withdrawn for health reasons. I hope you will consider their contributions. Please spare them this time. Gu Munya frowned. She didn't understand why Jiang Siqi, who was also a senior commander like me, at most, there was a 1-star difference. Why was she being so humble? My steps paused. I tilted my head and glanced at Jiang Siqi. Then I looked back. I saw 9 young soldiers coming out of the living quarters. They saw Jiang Siqi and ran over at top speed. In a few seconds, they had lined up in front of Jiang Siqi. Commander Jiang. The 9 of them stood at attention. They saluted in unison. Jiang Siqi looked at the 9 of them. She questioned coldly. Didn't I inform you that the instructor for your special training was about to arrive? Hearing this, the 9 of them stiffened. They knew the special training instructor was coming, but, according to custom, the instructor was supposed to come to the living quarters to invite them one by one. If they hadn't heard the shout to assemble, they would have sent someone out to check. Knowing Commander Jiang was also here, they had no intention of coming out on their own. Seeing them silent, Jiang Siqi shouted coldly, Speak. The soldiers trembled inwardly, under Jiang Siqi's pressing gaze. One soldier braced himself and stepped forward. He opened his mouth and replied, Reporting. Commander Jiang, we were in the wrong. We apologize to you here. Hearing this, Jiang Siqi, her expression softened slightly, but she spoke coldly. The person you need to apologize to is not me. It's this Commander Gu, who is in charge of your special training. The soldiers were embarrassed. They finally looked at me, standing beside her. My age made them doubt my ability to conduct their special training. Jiang Siqi saw the abnormality on their faces. She spoke coldly. Didn't you hear me? The 9 of them straightened their backs a little more. Even though they didn't want to in their hearts, under Jiang Siqi's watchful gaze, they could only shout, Commander Gu, sorry. My slightly cold gaze fell upon the 9 of them. You should thank Commander Jiang. Otherwise, your names would no longer be on the list of War Department members. Someone was confused. Our names wouldn't be on the list? What does that mean? The next moment, they remembered the order just now to assemble in 10 seconds, or else they were told to get out of the War Department. Instantly, the 9 of them looked at me as if I were an idiot. They were heroes of the Xi Nation, people who were injured on the battlefield and almost became national martyrs, and I was just a kid who hadn't even fully grown up. I could tell them to get out of the War Department with a single sentence. It was truly lawless. A punk of this age, even if he became a commander, he was probably just the lowest-ranking 1-star junior commander, while the 9 of them were all 3-star and above. I glanced at the 9 of them. I raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. What? Not convinced? A dark-skinned soldier stepped out from the ranks. He puffed out his chest, stood straight, and looked forward. His voice was as hard as iron, reporting, Instructor, we respect you for coming to give us special training. We must respect our instructor. Jiang Siqi heard this clearly unconvinced rebuttal. Her expression grew even gloomier. However, I smiled. It's been a long time since a member of the War Department dared to speak to me like that. I looked at the 9 soldiers and slowly curled the corners of my mouth. It's just that this smile was terrifying. I looked at Jiang Siqi. Commander Jiang, leave these heroes of the Xi Nation to me. You can go and attend to your business. Jiang Siqi looked worriedly at the men. She nodded respectfully at me and turned to leave. After she left, each of them stood further away. Their upright postures relaxed. They started talking as if no one else was there. That scared me to death. It's a good thing we didn't anger Commander Jiang. Otherwise, there would have been trouble. The captain is so clever, he apologized in time. As expected of our captain, he can endure any great humiliation. Gu Munya watched this scene and gloated. I stood to the side. My expression didn't change as I listened to the 9 of them talk. After a long time, the 9 of them fell silent. I spoke blandly. Are you done? The dark-skinned soldier heard this and laughed. His respectful demeanor in front of Jiang Siqi changed. He looked at me like a hooligan and said, "All right, kid. Recite the military training instructions you've memorized. Read them to us once. Then you can get lost." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed before his eyes. The next moment, my hand was wrapped tightly around his neck. He immediately felt a strong sense of suffocation. Everyone was stunned into action. The dark-skinned soldier's eyes were already rolling back in his head. The mocking smile on Gu Munya's face froze. It was replaced by disbelief. How could someone be so fast? As an ultimate peak warrior, she couldn't even see a shadow. Was this man even human? One soldier came to his senses. Under the tense feeling that his comrade could die at any moment, he didn't think. He directly shouted at me coldly, "Stop." I tilted my head to look at him. My gaze was calm, but it made one's hair stand on end. The soldier subconsciously retreated. The next step, I threw the soldier in my hand a few meters away like trash. I stepped towards him. Many soldiers seemed to see the god of death walking towards him. In fear, he backed away. His legs went soft and he fell to the ground. As I approached, he felt the cold aura around me. He trembled and opened his mouth. "What do you want to do?" The other soldiers beside him didn't dare to breathe loudly. The aura I emitted made them feel cold all over. At this moment, all the soldiers were doubtful. Just someone to give them a lecture. The War Department could have sent anyone. Why did they have to send a being like me? Was this special training for them? Or was it to play them to death? Just as some soldiers were doubting their existence, the tall soldier on the ground had already pissed himself in fear. "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, ill. I stopped in my tracks. I looked at him and raised an eyebrow. "Are you ordering me?" The tall soldier panted. "No. Absolutely not." I saw his timid appearance. I nodded in satisfaction. Then my unquestionable voice rang out again. "From today, for the next 10 days. What I say, what I do. I don't want anyone to say the word no to me. Understand?" The tall soldier heard this. He nodded without hesitation. "Understood." I glanced at him blandly. I turned my head to look at the others. "And you?" Everyone felt my gaze and came to their senses at the same time. They replied in unison. "Understood." My eyes swept over everyone. Then I looked at Gu Munya. "What about you?" Gu Munya didn't dare to say a single word of refusal. She quickly opened her mouth. "Listen to you." I nodded. I looked at the thinnest and smallest person among the team members. "You just said 12 sentences at most. Run 120 laps around the training ground. You can rest when you're done running." As soon as I finished speaking, gasps were heard all around. After running 120 laps, they'll probably be crippled after running. I looked at the skinny soldier who was frozen in place. "Is there a problem?" The skinny soldier wanted to say there was a problem, but as soon as he met my gaze, he nodded without thinking. "No problem." After that, I looked at the others. I pointed at them one by one. "You, 110 laps. You, 100 laps." I pointed to the last person. "You, 50 laps." The handsome-looking soldier said innocently, "Instructor, I didn't say anything disrespectful to you just now." He was glad he hadn't run his mouth, but he didn't think he'd have to run too. I said blandly, 60 laps. The handsome soldier was stunned. He spoke without thinking. "No, 70 laps." The handsome soldier didn't dare say another word. The other soldiers saw his tragic plight. They deeply understood the meaning of my words. They all warned themselves in their hearts. From now on, whatever I said, goes. There must be absolutely no opposition. Gu Munya looked at the tragic scene of everyone. Luckily, she only complained a few sentences in her head. She didn't say it out loud, but before she could be happy for a few seconds, my gaze fell on her. "You, 200 laps." My words were like a thunderclap from the ninth heaven. It struck her head hard. Gu Munya froze on the spot, but with the handsome soldier's precedent, she didn't dare to ask why. She dared even less to bargain. Gu Munya had never been so aggrieved in her life. She hoped her boyfriend would come and save her soon. At the same time, a slightly chubby figure stepped into the training ground gate. It was Gu Munya's boyfriend, Lin Weichen. Lin Weichen saw me and Gu Munya standing face to face. Anger rose in his heart. He cursed, "You turtle, trying to steal my girlfriend. Are you tired of living?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers looked over. Then, the 9 of them looked stunned. Gu Munya saw Lin Weichen. Her heart was filled with wild joy. She didn't think Lin Weichen would arrive so quickly. Thinking she had someone to back her up, she raised her head and puffed out her chest. She looked at me smugly. Her future father-in-law, Lin Weichen's father, within 10 years. He would very likely be promoted to Grand Commander. Thinking that I was about to face a great disaster, Gu Munya's thoughts were surging when Lin Weichen brought the Lin family's butler and bodyguards. He quickly walked over. I watched as Lin Weichen quickly approached. My face showed no emotion. Until Lin Weichen was about to reach me, I lightly curled the corners of my lips. "What did you call me?" Lin Weichen raised his chin. He sneered, "Turtle. You want to steal my girlfriend too? What? Is there a problem with me calling you that?" The 9 soldiers heard this. They looked at Lin Weichen with admiration in their eyes. Actually, they wanted to call him that too. It's a pity they didn't dare. They praised him in their hearts. A true hero. Gu Munya also looked proud. I heard what Lin Weichen said. I nodded with an unwavering expression. Then I walked towards Lin Weichen. Lin Weichen looked at me. He sneered. What? Want to apologize to me? Fine. Kneel before me and kowtow 3 times. I won't pursue this, the responsibility for seducing the girlfriend of the son of a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. Otherwise, it'll make it impossible for you to stay in the War Department. The 9 soldiers heard Lin Weichen speak. They all sucked in a cold breath. They didn't expect that this person was the son of a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. Instantly, they all looked at me with pity in their eyes, even if my strength was decent. But because of my age, and the fact that I was sent to give them special training, at most, I was only an intermediate commander, perhaps even just a junior commander. A rank like that, in front of the son of a 3-star senior commander, he had no status at all. Gu Munya glanced at the expressions of the soldiers. She sneered inwardly. Under everyone's expectant gaze, I nodded at Lin Weichen. I uttered the word okay. The soldiers and Gu Munya heard me speak. Their faces showed no surprise. In the end, no one thought I would dare to be so presumptuous in front of the son of a 3-star senior commander. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes widened as if they'd seen a ghost. It was because I suddenly raised my foot and kicked towards Lin Weichen's knee. Lin Weichen screamed miserably. He cried out as his knees went weak. With a thud, he knelt before me. Everyone turned to stone. I said coldly, 3 kowtows. Do it. Lin Weichen raised his head. He looked at me in disbelief. Are you crazy? My father is a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. How dare you do this to me? What Lin Weichen didn't expect was that, after hearing his words, I remained completely calm. You just said 3 kowtows. Will you do it yourself? Or should I help you? As soon as my words fell, a dead silence fell around us. Everyone thought I was crazy. Lin Weichen stared at me blankly. An inexplicable fear arose. The next moment, he snapped back to his senses. He turned his head to look at the butler and bodyguards who were still in a daze. Seeing their dazed appearances, he was instantly enraged. Are you all dead? Get him! All of you. I want this turtle dead. Their eyes turned cold. They rushed towards me at the same time. The next second, only a blur was seen flashing past. Everyone who came fell to the ground. The 9 soldiers were extremely lucky. Because of the aura around me earlier, they hadn't stood up to oppose my decision. Otherwise, the Lin family's bodyguards on the ground now would be their fate. As for Gu Munya, her attitude towards me also changed. My strength was terrifyingly beyond her comprehension. The Lin family's butler immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly took a few steps back. He quickly took out his communication device. For Lin Weichen's father, who was also Commander Lin, he sent a message, telling him to come quickly. I glanced at him. My gaze fell back on Lin Weichen's face. Will you do it yourself? Or should I help you? Lin Weichen looked at me. He felt my slightly cold gaze. He subconsciously turned his head to look around. He saw Gu Munya standing frozen on the spot. His eyes lit up, as if grasping a life-saving straw. He shouted, Munya, save me. Gu Munya heard this. She immediately stiffened like a log. At this moment, she wanted to run over and cover Lin Weichen's mouth. Save him? How could she? The strength of the Lin family's bodyguards was no less than hers. They were all killed on the spot in an instant. Even if she rushed up, she would just be cannon fodder. Lin Weichen saw Gu Munya's reaction. He was completely desperate. Seeing this, I smiled blandly. How about you come and help him? Lin Weichen and Gu Munya were both embarrassed at the same time. The next moment, they both reacted. I said help him. It wasn't telling Gu Munya to help Lin Weichen deal with me. It was to help Lin Weichen kowtow 3 times. Lin Weichen clenched his fists. My father is a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. Are you tired of living? However, I didn't even look at him. I just said to Gu Munya, come here. Gu Munya heard my unquestionable voice. She was close to tears. Previously, she thought that once Lin Weichen's father arrived, I would be finished. But now, looking at me before her, she was actually a little scared. She was trembling so much she didn't know what to say. I spoke coldly. I don't want to say it a second time. Gu Munya trembled. She looked at me. Then she looked at Lin Weichen. Her face was full of struggle. If she chose to obey me today, it meant abandoning Lin Weichen, abandoning the status of the future daughter-in-law of a 3-star senior commander. In the War Department, she would no longer receive any special treatment. She looked at my calm eyes. Then she thought of Jiang Siqi's attitude towards me, and my terrifying strength that took down the bodyguards in an instant. She was suddenly startled. Maybe I wasn't what she had previously thought. Through special means, he obtained the position of a 2-star senior commander. A 19-year-old, relying only on himself, to become a senior commander of 2 stars or more. His future achievements couldn't be bad. The possibility of becoming a grand commander was perhaps even greater than Lin Weichen's father. Thinking of this, Gu Munya took a cold breath. I saw that she hadn't acted for a long time. I was gradually losing patience. Next, a countdown with a strong sense of compulsion entered the ears of everyone at the scene. 3, 2, 1. Before I finished counting, Gu Munya suddenly closed her eyes. She shouted loudly, "Ill help," immediately after. Under the disbelieving eyes of Lin Weichen, she walked heavily in front of me. She looked at Lin Weichen with a complicated expression. She blamed herself. "Weichen, I'm sorry." Lin Weichen was stunned. He shook his head. "Munya, didn't you say you loved me? You can't do something that lets me down." Before Lin Weichen could finish, Gu Munya spoke again. Her voice carried a sense of finality. "I am sorry." She walked behind Lin Weichen. She had just bent down. One hand pressed on Lin Weichen's shoulder. The other hand pressed on his head. Then, with a burst of strength, she directly pressed his forehead to the ground. The sound of a forehead hitting the ground was heard. Lin Weichen was forced to kowtow to me for the first time. After his forehead touched the ground, he immediately struggled to sit up straight. At the same time, he looked angrily at Gu Munya. Then he looked straight at me. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "I, Lin Weichen, swear, when my father arrives, I will definitely make sure you die a horrible death." Just as his words fell, Grand Commander Fengshen's ice-cold and extremely authoritative voice came from afar. "Who did you say you wanted to leave this world?" Everyone heard the unexpected voice. They all looked in the direction of the sound. When they saw Fengshen, Gu Munya, Lin Weichen, and the 9 soldiers were all embarrassed. Fengshen was the highest spokesman for the entire War Department. Almost all the people of the Xia nation recognized him. Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers came to their senses at the same time. They subconsciously saluted Fengshen. At the same time, they shouted solemnly, "Grand Commander." Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers looked at Fengshen with doubt. A big shot like Fengshen. Why did he suddenly appear here? Normally, they were not qualified to meet Fengshen, but now Fengshen appeared before them. What was he here for? Some of them thought about the question Fengshen had just asked. "Who do you want to leave this world?" They could roughly guess that he wasn't here for Lin Weichen. Then they all glanced at me at the same time. Could it be? This top Grand Commander of the Xia Nation's War Department came looking for me. Thinking of this, the 10 of them gasped. The Grand Commander came specifically to find me. What an honor this was. Unlike Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers, Lin Weichen felt Fengshen's attention on him. His face showed joy. He shouted towards Fengshen, "Grand Commander, my father is the 3-star senior commander of the War Department, Lin Chuan. Please save me quickly." Fengshen heard this. His face immediately showed understanding. "So it's Lin Chuan's son." Lin Weichen nodded hurriedly. "Grand Commander, he was disrespectful to the family of a superior, according to the rules of the War Department. How should this be handled?" Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers were embarrassed. The War Department did seem to have a rule regarding the punishment for subordinates beating up or insulting the family of a superior, if they remembered correctly. According to the rules, the lightest punishment was 100 war lashes. For serious cases, one could even be imprisoned in the War Department's dungeon for a year of reflection. Thinking of this, Gu Munya and the 9 soldiers looked at me. It was a bit complicated. The rules of the War Department are greater than the heavens. Even if Fengshen was the Grand Commander of the War Department, he had to follow the rules. I had someone forcibly control Lin Weichen to kowtow to me. This definitely constituted an insult. According to the War Department's rules, I would be beaten at least 100 war lashes. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes showed expectation. However, Fengshen heard what Lin Weichen said. He just smiled blandly. "Who said he is your father's subordinate?" As soon as Fengshen's words fell, the 9 soldiers were stunned. Not a subordinate. What does that mean? Not just the 9 of them. Even Gu Munya was stunned, although she had secretly guessed before that I might be a 3-star senior commander. But now, hearing Fengshen say it with her own ears, it was still a little hard to believe. After all, in the entire Xia Nation's War Department, there were over 100 2-star senior commanders, but there were less than 10 senior commanders of 3 stars or more. They only accounted for a small fraction of the total number of soldiers in the Xia Nation's War Department, 1/3 millionth. And at this moment, Lin Weichen was as if struck by lightning. The youngest senior commander of the Xia Nation's War Department, Jiang Siki, was only a 1-star senior commander. And now, Fengshen said, "I was a senior commander of 3 stars or more." Lin Weichen opened his mouth. "Grand Commander, please don't joke. He's not even as old as me. Even if he joined the War Department from his mother's womb, he couldn't climb to the position of a senior commander of 3 stars or more." Fengshen's expression darkened. Lin Weichen suddenly felt a heavy pressure. Fengshen said coldly, "You think I would lie to you, a little brat?" Lin Weichen was stunned. It took him a few breaths to find his voice. He stared blankly at Fengshen. He asked, "How old is he?" Fengshen said, "You are not qualified to know. Just now, you were the one who said you wanted to make him die a horrible death." Lin Weichen's heart trembled. He suddenly thought, if I were a 3-star senior commander, then his declaration of wanting to kill me would be suspected of plotting to kill a senior commander of the War Department. If that conclusion was really reached, his life would be over. Thinking of this, Lin Weichen's lips turned pale. He said to Feng Shen, "I was just kidding." However, Feng Shen still looked at him coldly. His cold face showed no softness. "The words you've spoken, no one cares if you were threatening or joking. You are an adult, so you should bear the consequences for your words and your actions." After speaking, he directly looked at the two soldiers he brought. "Escort him to Yun City Prison, then wait for the results of the War Department's court." The two of them nodded. Lin Weichen watched the two soldiers approach. He subconsciously backed away. At the same time, he clenched his fists and looked at Feng Shen's face, full of anger and resentment. "Grand Commander, you can't do this to me. My father has fought and bled for the Xia nation on the battlefield for over 20 years, to be promoted to senior commander." After speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at me. "And him? What has he done for the Xia nation? Doing this will make my father's heart grow cold. It might even cause instability in the Xia nation's War Department." Feng Shen never thought he would one day be lectured by a brat, pointed at his nose. His expression grew increasingly ugly. In the end, he laughed out of anger. "Then I'd like to see if you have such great ability. If Lin Xuan has this ability." Initially, he treated Lin Weichen like this, mainly to put on a show for me. After all, he wanted me to agree to become a Grand Commander. First, he had to let me see his sincerity. After a while, he would release Lin Weichen. That would also be giving Lin Xuan some face, but Lin Weichen was so tactless, he could only act according to the War Department's rules. The two soldiers stepped forward and grabbed Lin Weichen's shoulder. However, just as Lin Weichen was about to be taken away, a middle-aged man with a resolute face quickly walked in. When he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but be embarrassed. Lin Weichen saw him. He quickly shouted, "Dad, save me." The person who arrived was Lin Weichen's father, the 3-star senior commander of the D-City War Zone, Lin Xuan. He quickly walked up to Lin Weichen. He carefully asked Feng Shen, "Grand Commander, what is this about?" At this time, Feng Shen's expression was still gloomy. He looked at Lin Xuan blandly. "Your good son is preparing to assassinate a 3-star senior commander of the War Department. I am arresting him according to the regulations. Does Commander Lin have any objections?" Lin Xuan was embarrassed. He hurriedly said, "Grand Commander, although my son is lawless, but he would never do anything that violates the law and discipline." "Grand Commander, is there some misunderstanding here?" Lin Weichen saw his father protecting him. He felt wronged. "Dad, this is not my fault. He wants to steal Munya from me, and to increase his chances of getting close to Munya, he forced Munya to be a military training officer at the Imperial Capital Academy. I came to reason with him. I said I didn't agree with Munya being here. He kicked me. He told me to kneel before him and kowtow 3 times. I wouldn't kowtow, so he had someone press me down. Forcing me to kowtow, he insulted me." After speaking, Lin Weichen struggled again. Seeing this, Lin Xuan gasped. At the same time, he was furious, but he didn't dare to vent his anger at Feng Shen.